bang, 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 bang. Number one in the streets, so that one a bang bang. Everybody touch a road, everybody bang bang. That I wanna so neat, everybody bang bang, bang bang, bang bang. This I wanna so broad, this I wanna bang bang. This I wanna so wicked, everybody bang bang. Sun a shining, everybody bang bang. This a bang, bang, bang.
As long as we're together, it feel easier. Yeah, this right here forever. Even higher. Won't let you down, I'll never. Won't let you down. I think I found my treasure. Oh yeah. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. Make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. Always get the feeling that you feel the same way. No, you're never gonna leave my side. Doing this together and ain't nobody better. Yeah, I really wanna get this right. I'm taller. You make me love harder. You make it all easier. You know that I need you here. Always gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight gonna be on top. Together we can make this pop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Keep it going, just don't stop. Tonight. Them and I'm on the beat. When they all look, everything on fleek. Word in the street, on my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Mad up the beat, when they all look. Yeah, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, when they all look. Yeah, everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting time out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Back to life, I'm undeceased. Breaking the chain, unleashed. My true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse. I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst. Bon appetit, eat your worst. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, chasing destiny, shaping the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they send for me, say, get this, witness the birth of a legend. The past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time, they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed, 'cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, 'cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lap you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said.
Won't stop going till a player on top know it. Rooftop penthouse suite. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jumped in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion. We put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Welcome to Mobile Legends.
What is a winner? Make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work, work, work. We gotta push to the limit, then work till we finish, then push to the limit, then work, 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 work.
Hello and
Welcome to the Snapdragon Pro Series ESL Challenge Finals. My name is Holler, and with me is Monchel, and we have Onyx eSports, Aura Fire going up first on Stream B, which is, of course, the best stream. Monchel, please, this matchup, there's going to be a lot of fireworks, right?
Absolutely, Holler. I mean, this is, I would say, Aura Fire back in to prove themselves, considering we've been kind of putting them on the back foot, saying they're not having the best performance, comparing to their MPLID show run. But against Onyx eSports, this is the team that during so many interviews, all the teams fear and are not looking forward to go up against Onyx eSports, or they want to challenge themselves. But of course, let's bring to it our shout out to our wonderful sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. And for these teams, it's absolutely going to matter. This is the last day of the group stages where everyone just have to scrap for the last remaining points. And Holler, who's at risk of not making through? Before Holler, you're talking about this new phone that is dropping and you wish to grab your hands on it.
Of course, and it's, of course, the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Share the epic and level up your game. All of the players are playing on it. They're getting to that level. But going back to the matchup here, Onyx eSports and Aura Fire, both of these teams are actually 2-1. Point scale, I think that there's a slight edge. Onyx eSports has a single point higher in terms of the tiebreaker, but basically Aura Fire right now are in 4th place. They're outside looking in. This is a must-win situation for them if they want to get themselves and secure themselves into the top 3. Control your destiny, win it out, and make sure that you do that. And Aura Fire, Onyx eSports, both of these teams really want this series.
If we remember the standings, this was after the stream ended. I was looking at Group A and Group B. Group A, they're a few points apart, but of course, it's going to be the top 3 from the respective teams. They will proceed to the next round. And look at overall, what do you think of the standings, Holler?
Actually, I mean, Team Philippines, right? If you're a countryman from the Philippines, you are happy. I mean, seeing AP Brent up there just completely dominating, and they had a huge upset against Onyx on day 1. That was a huge win for them, and everybody was questioning, Onyx, is this team just kind of in a lull, or, are they kind of celebrating after that MSC win? But, I mean, they've kind of bounced back. They had 2 good series the other day, and they're back to 2-1, and you see them in 2nd place. But look at Group A. RSGPH, they came out on top. They're 3-1. They have the tiebreaker against Echo as well, as they beat them. But Echo is 2nd place. This is a huge shakeup, and there's a lot that can happen on this day 3.
Absolutely. I mean, it's really darn close, I would say, between both Group A and Group B. Between 3rd and 4th place, there's almost there's basically no point difference. So as you say, this match means everything for Aura Fire. Need to at least get 1 game off, ideally. But even then, they're up against Onyx eSports. They came from the MSC win. They're absolutely dominating their scene when the starting of MPLID. But of course, it's expected for them to be a bit shaky. But that previous match at end of day 1, Onyx versus EVOS Legend, was on a next level. Both teams are just battling their hearts out, and this is kind of Mobile Legends action we and the viewers are hoping to see.
Definitely, and we're hoping to see a lot more action. If we're looking at Group A, if you're looking at, RSGPH and Echo, I think are gonna be fine. I mean, yes, there might be a tie, but I think in top 3, I think that they're gonna be okay. But if we're looking at what's going on between Red Giants, EVOS Icon, RSGSG, and BurnX Flash, there's a bit of a rat race down there. And you kind of think, RSGSG and Burn, both those guys have only 1 win. Are they able to springboard their way in? If we're looking at some of the matchups, if everything aligns properly, the bottom teams actually have a potential, right? They have a chance to actually make it into the top 3. All you need to be is that 3rd place team to get into it. I mean, you're going to have some magic, some sort of voodoo dolls to kind of hopefully give your team a bit of a chance, but you do have a chance, and that's all you want. So every game is going to be super important. And in the second series, on the B stream, we're going to see Red Giants versus RSGSG. That's going to pretty much dictate how this group is going to go, and I'm super excited for that one.
I'm gonna leave to you as well as Terrence to just duke it out, because I'll be closing the stream off with Terrence during the last best of 3. But man, Malaysians versus Singapore, there's always that rivalry, right? Like constantly I haul on my Singaporean friends working. They say that, oh, SGD is so strong now, I can like spend as much as I want. When they come down to Malaysia, I just have to travel down to Johor and just I can cry in SG, but man, my money is so good in Malaysia, which is quite a sting for us Malaysians.
Definitely, definitely. And that's going to be exciting, and we're going to see a lot more of that. But let's check out the first video kind of shaping out how the day 3 is going to start it off.
Now finally decides to use it on the Doma, but he pops to go away. Doma! Is the bucket free hitting? Onyx continuing to apply pressure.
Yesterday's games were, I would say, interesting, but actually it's very surprising.
After day 1, teams have had a better understanding of the lay of the land.
But that's not all, right? We have Yudu Red Giants continuing to somehow perform out of their minds.
Yudu Red Giants versus EVOS Icon. It's all about Doma and all about Super Red.
Day number 1, they lost a game, they won a game. Day number 2, they are winning matches that honestly, I wasn't expecting them to win.
I really got to give props to Doma, because in both of the series, the games, or 4 games that they played, he was really, really impressive. They're also adapting and adjusting really fast.
Four spinner truncheon coming down. Doma popping and still able to find a double. Welcome to Doma's domain.
BTR versus Onyx.
Day 1 didn't exactly perform at peak performance, even though they are MSC champions. Coming to yesterday, wow, the recovery is just, I wasn't expecting.
Sam's looking for the back line, but only catches Moreno. Socket still untouched. Boots is walking forward even further. He wants it. CW, he's already looking for it. The Salmon Force has been popped out. From Keyboard with a flicker. It's going to pull him out of position. The House Claw cannot deal with the damage. So CW shuts him down. Kyrie, unstoppable.
Onyx, after the loss against Bren, this is a scarier Onyx. When they lose a game, they are a team that are known to adjust, to adapt. And unfortunately, Bigatron Alpha had to face the awoken Onyx.
Unfortunately, Socket cannot stand up forward. The Wild Charge comes back. The call trying to keep him alive, but it's too late. The Deadly Catch does too much damage, and it's a killing spree. Moreno finds one. They're clumped together, but the Lord is too big, too strong. Onyx Peak is back.
So Group A, I have no idea who's coming out of that group. Group B, on the other hand, I think it's a little bit more straightforward, right?
I think Philippines are still #1 looking at the results here. RSGPH, Echo, and AP Bren are topping their groups. And
the top 4 of Group B so far feels like they are the top contenders to actually qualify. Day 3 is going to be the final day, their last opportunity to make it into the top 3 and actually qualify for the playoffs.
You still have powerhouse like AP Bren there. You still have BTR and Aura still trying to jockey for position, which makes even the last day of groups something to watch out for. So you don't want to miss it.
It's really exciting to see how these teams are performing in a new meta, this new environment that we've created for them here at the Snapdragon Pro Series.
And there you have it. What's in store for placing this overall prize pool of a whopping USD 150,000 ringgit. Of course, you can see in terms of the breakdown, everyone that made it this far, everyone gets a bit of something. But of course, we're looking at that first place title. Not only the bragging rights hauler, 65,000 USD. Like, that could be like a game-changing amount of cash for some of these games.
For sure, for sure. I mean, it could be life-changing for some, but at the same time, we kind of want to give a shout out to it, like the fact that everybody's getting something, right? There are some tournaments where you get literally nothing and you get exposure, which quote unquote is not very good at all. But at the end of the day, you get something for the 11th and 12th place, but you want to be top 6, right? The top 3 teams from each of the groups is going to make their way there. That's where you want to be. You need to ensure that you get there. But let's check out today's schedule. Let's see out which of the teams are actually going to be playing on the B stream, the best stream, and it's, of course, Aura Fire, Onyx. That's going to start things off. We're going to go into that one shortly. But then RSGSG, the Yudu Red Giants, that's a bit of a competitive one, at least between Monchel and myself. And then in the third final game, EVOS Legends, Bigatron Alpha to round things out with that final game today. But there are so many good games that's going on. Of course, this is day 3. We're going to find out who's going to make it into the playoffs.
yep, this is the overall schedule. Of course, tune in to our Stream B. We are the best stream. But if you have multiple tabs or devices, stream them all. Show your support for the production, the casters, and of course, your respective teams. Whether from where you are across Southeast Asia or you're a different region, just checking out the competition before the M series start during year end.
Every time they show this one, they show the Stream A and the Stream C, and I'm just like, why are you showing those, you know? Like, obviously nothing is going on. Those games are not fun. The only one that you need to be sticking on to is Stream B. Everything dictates. All of the group standings are going to funnel through this Stream B. This is where you want to be. If you want to find out who's going to be in the playoffs, make sure that you're there. And not to undersell, of course, the Stream A and Stream C. You know, you have a lot of all the other talents, the casters, the players, of course, that are playing on those ones, but Stream B, best stream, let's go.
Absolutely, Holler. And I think final thoughts going to this, and of course, if you're enjoying yourself sitting at home, why are you sitting? Stand up, grab your tickets. They're still available to watch Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals live in Jakarta, Istora, Senayan on the 21st to 23rd July. What are you waiting for?
Definitely nothing to be waiting for because of the fact that the tickets are 30,000 rupiah, right? That's very inexpensive. Get yourself there. Ensure that you get those good seats because, again, the energy in Jakarta, MLBB, this is exactly what you want to see. It's the best in the world. I mean, that and the Philippines, I think that those are the two best places to watch these type of events live because you see just the passion, how many people, how many fans there are that are really just cheering, not only for their team, but for the fact that, hey, they're going to watch some good MLBB at the end of the day.
I mean, there's nothing better, right? All the fan chants, the taunts between the opposing teams. Of course, Holler, just throw me into this. What is upcoming in terms of, before we jump and show our teams for today?
Well, we're going to see a bit of a matchup, right? This is Onyx eSports. It's going to be, Aura Fire. These are the two teams that we want to go up against. But let's see the first video introing our first team today.
Aura Fire.
I called them first here in the challenge season, and oh my god, they shocked me.
Massive damage, and the one they got was Grand of all things.
Gak ada sih yang pengen dihindarin ya, semua sama aja lah. Jadi kayak pengen lawan semua lah. Ya pendapat gue tentang tim-tim yang invited sih, ya mereka kuat sih dan gue sangat senang untuk melawan mereka.
Berhasil dilakukan pula, ada pergerakan begitu bebas, free hit pula didapatkan oleh Patrick kali ini di pada Francoy pun menjadi korban dan juga Petakernya masih bisa selamat.
Gue cuma main biasa aja sih di season 9 dan season 10 dan kayak gue lakuinnya tuh konsisten lah, kayak bangun pagi gue main terus. Dan kalau misalnya untuk apa yang kalian harapkan, mungkin semoga gue masih bisa tetap konsisten terus-terusan.
Is this their peak? No. This phase will definitely be the time to showcase their peak Aura Fire.
Kita memang jarang sih ketemu tim luar, jadi kayak ini kesempatan lawan tim luar kan. Semoga kita bisa buktiin kepada tim luar, dan untuk strategi turnamen kali ini kita lebih ke tim kita aja sih. Kita bakal buktiin kepada mereka sih, kayak bahwa kita memang pantas lah untuk berada di turnamen ini.
Here, they're 2-1. They need this one. They're going to be represented by Kimura, Van, Sin, Kabuki, and Hai. And this is a team that must win this one. They're currently in 4th place. They need to, of course, get into the top 3. This is the only way to do it. And what better way than to probably shake up not only the league, the Snapdragon League, but also the world by maybe upsetting Onyx eSports. They're going to be the team that they're going up against. But this is going to be a very interesting game, Monchel.
Absolutely. And you say they absolutely need to win this, but there is Mount Everest in their wake, and it's going to be Onyx eSports.
I think it feels good, like we just won MSC and we're still trying to be consistent and hoping that we can win every tournament that we join.
For Onyx, I think out of all the teams, I am most impressed by Onyx. Because
Usually when you see teams who've won championships before, they get satisfied very quickly.
For Onyx Esports, they are the kings of kings. They recently were able to dethrone the Filipino dynasty that has just been the storyline for so long.
I think Onyx playstyle was like we were aggressive. We can also play objectively and we're disciplined. I think like a lot of people expecting me to like be the star of the team is like I don't really think about them that much because all of us play as a team, so we don't really care about that much like whoever's like the MVP or stuff. We just want to win.
Kalau purple buff ini bakal di-freeze dan solo kill. That's it! Kyrie for the set point!
I know I said this once, but I will say it again. I want to be the best MLBB player.
There is absolutely no stopping the ambition of Onyx Esports. We got Boots, Kyrie, I with Clothing, Mirko, the myth, the legend, Sans, CW, as well as Keyboy. This is a star-studded lineup, and for the longest time, Holler, like people make fun of Onyx saying, oh, it's Kyrie Esports, but no, I would say ever since they win the championships of MSC, they are like just a really all-rounded team. As they say, they play really aggressive. They want to be the best of the best. I think they're on the right track. With the recent adjustments they did, people were wondering, is this a fluke or is this a bit of a champion's curse? I think no, they have upped their game and they're here to conquer the competition.
They're very strong, right? I think Kyrie just enhances what this team wants to do. I think they've gotten to that next level. Very impressive play thus far. I mean, they're getting themselves back in this game. I mean, you dropped the first one initially, but you know, that was up against AP Brent. I think that shocked a little bit a couple of people here and there because they lost to that, especially the first game back. But let's talk a little bit about this head-to-head going into this one. It's going to be Aura Fire, of course, against Onyx Esports. It's going to be High against Keyboy here. I mean, your thoughts just on this matchup?
I mean, here's the thing. High and Keyboy, they do what's needed for their respective teams. The Roamer, they really want to set it. Of course, their hero pool is very different. High, his signature Gadita, really setting up teams. He wants to get those early, like, snowball pickups. Keyboy, you can really rely on him. Give him Cho, give him Kaja. Something can want to make things happen. He wants to make these aggressive plays and set things up for his team. Overall, Holler, these are the ones to really watch out from both sides. Like, they are the main source of impact, and that's why EVOS Legends during that earlier match during end of day one, they really heavily focused on Keyboy. Of course, everyone, shout out your predictions, cast your votes on who you think will win this best of 3 series live on Twitch.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely sign up, vote, see who's you think is gonna win. Now, we actually did our own bit of a prediction going into this one. I actually don't know what you chose, Monchel, so I think this will be very interesting. Did you go with the heavy favorites, or did you go with the team that's kind of on the up and up, that are looking to kind of make a name for themselves? Let's see the prediction, at least between us, as of who we think is gonna win this one. And yeah, it looks like we both went with Onyx, but you went with the 2-1. Which game do you think Aura Fire, I mean, do you think they're going to win game 1 or game 2?
Here's the thing, it can go either way. On it, I think they really want to show like a really dominant start to keep momentum growing. But I feel Aura can still surprise us with maybe their mid to late composition. We saw adjustments that were really great like from them. So I think it depends on what kind of strategies they want to go about. Because Onyx, they're right, like the high type to start to end. But Aura, if they can get like one game off of Onyx, that could set the tempo for success.
Definitely, definitely. And it's all about baby steps, right? It's one thing to be like, hey, go out and win a series, but it's like, no. Well, let's just hold the train a little bit. We just need to win one at a time. We need to figure out how to get into the game, like to kind of just, beat them one by one. Maybe we catch them on a bad day, or we just, we surprise them with something, right? And I think that's how you need to look at things. You can't think of the end state right now. You just, again, one game at a time, figure out how to do this. Now, if we're looking at, how these teams have done, they haven't played at MPL Indonesia thus far. That is ongoing as well. But right now, Aura Fire are 0-2. They have not found their footing there. This is one of those games where I feel like not only do you have a chance at Onyx, and yes, it's a different league, it's a different, standard, so to speak, but this is good experience even going into that league as they go in, as they play in later this year.
I think it's a real mental thing. Everyone, when they go up against Onyx, there's this mental block that they need to overcome. There's this fear because, let's face it, when we watch how Kyrie plays, I get goosebumps just watching him, like just whether it's his freestyle fanny or just even something a bit more interesting like the Bane jungle, it's going for more utility. He can play anything, and him aspiring to be the best, the GOAT MLBB player of all time. I mean, he's setting the bar for all junglers, and we have to take note of, it's going to be Van versus Kyrie. There's so much pressure like on this young jungler. Like, can you even imagine like what he's going through?
I mean, I like the confidence from Kyrie, right? I think that if you're gonna play at this level, you need to ensure that, hey, if you're not the best, then what are you doing here? Or why are you not aspiring to be the best by practicing or whatever it is? That confidence is something that kind of the rest of the team will feel, and they'll get, they'll let you make the plays. They will back you up knowing that you're going to be in their face. But let's go into it. This is, of course, the first series of the day, the first game, and of course, the first draft. As we go in, look at some of those bans. Anything kind of stick out to you, at least to start things off, Mancho?
I mean, instantly from Aura Fire banning out Lane Fanny, these are not heroes you want to let through to really enable Kyrie further in his game. I think going for Valentina is a really safe first pick from the side of Aura Fire, and giving Sun Zizi just really great, like really comfortable, and of course insane like late game scaling. Overall, I like it from both sides. It doesn't really tell too much of what's to come in terms of the draft, so let's see how this slowly rolls out.
Yeah, okay. Well, it looks like the Paquito Yves are going to be picked up as well, but are you okay with the fact that you've picked, the Yves into the Valentina, who can easily steal your real-world manipulation? Is that going to be a problem, or is it just like, hey, we're going to be fine? It's just one ult at the end of the day. It's not the end of the world.
Need some stitches?
Here's the thing, it's more like who pulls the trigger first. So if Sin steals it away, pops it first, Sans can easily counter, but then we're gonna see just double like checkboard across the land of Dawn. That's what we expect to do. Of course, it all burns out. It depends on who's able to just bait out these cooldowns. Overall, you can see instantly Onyx responding with the Joy, a huge menace. This Grok, like Kimura, is so vulnerable to the amount of like early magic damage, and is going to be very vulnerable if he's not careful. And giving Kabuki Melissa something that is a bit more safe to protect himself in this sort of team fight situation. But do take note, Joy can just run him down.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem. I feel like Aura Fire right now, they don't really have the control. Yeah, you have the barrier, but you're kind of locking Joy in with you, which you kind of don't want to be. So I feel like they need something else to kind of make sure that they have that control. This Joy could potentially be a problem as they run up on the back line. And both of those, the Valentina and the Melissa, both kind of squishy. And yeah, you have your go away from the Melissa, but I don't know if that's enough to deal with the Joy.
No, go away won't save you from the Joy. Go away will protect you from pretty much most physical damage. But that's why Joy was picked up. Super annoying. If this is Boots Joy, I'm really scared. But again, it can be Flex. Kyrie could pick up the Joy, and someone with these like incredible mechanics, something to be feared. I think from Onyx side, the fact that they banned out the Lancelot, they're also aware of the unlimited potential that is a ban. You don't want to give something that has iframes and dodge the likes of Onyx eSports. I would say no free get out of jail free card, I would say.
Definitely. All right, but look at some of these bans. The Martis and the Lancelot, like going into this one, and the Kufra and the Carry. Yeah, both, you know, they make a lot of sense in terms of, you know, from both sides. But, you know, who do you think, if you're looking at just these 3 picks alone, who do you think has the edge?
Wipe out all the injustice in the world.
I mean, I can hear, was that show in the background? It's not quite showing up, but the fact that yes, you banned the Kufra, but Skiboy, like he is Cho, one of his best heroes open. Like, let's face it, like these, like enabling her to set things up for his team. Reason why there's a lot of focus like other teams on to shutting down Keyboy and ensuring that, you know, he doesn't get those setups. And then locking in the Buckshot, I think yes, it's fairly safe. He wants to ensure that he has a good start of the game for this jungler. And this is going to be the double mage composition. I think really classic Aura via Valentina as well as Novaria. And for Onyx side, this finishes up with CW's Beatrix.
Okay, all right. We know the draft. Everybody's been kind of chosen. Who do you think has the edge just by looking at draft? Don't look at players, don't look at teams. You don't have to look at the logos, any of that. But if you had to choose a team just based on the draft itself, who do you think is going to take game 1?
Here's the thing, Onyx eSports, their lineup is actually all about running you down, picking you off. Aura Fire, on the other hand, they need some time to scale up. The Novaria, the Melissa, they definitely need more space to farm up and get those like item power spike. So if anything, Onyx eSports, they're in the driving seat from the start unless they make some really uncharacteristic like mistakes like over aggression, which Aura Fire can punish on.
Yeah, agreed. And I think it's really going to come down to the laning phase. You know, is Onyx going to be kept in check? I think that they have the potential to kind of snowball early and to kind of just control the pace of the game. And that's kind of where you don't want to be as Aura Fire. You want to make sure that you kind of have that decent laning phase so that you can get yourself the time for Melissa and your Valentina to be able to get some sort of burst. But let's go into this game. This is the first series of the day. Aura Fire, Onyx eSports, both of these teams definitely do need to win out this series, especially if they want to control their destiny and getting themselves into the playoffs.
Absolutely, every point they got the scrap off the board counts because the top 6 is on the line. Welcome everyone to the Land of Dawn. This is going to be game 1 of Aura Fire versus Onyx eSports.
All right, and here we go. It's gonna, does the laning, anything kind of stick out to you? I mean, I know it's very early, even in the laning phase. I mean, look at Melissa, you know, is top with the Beatrix, nothing too surprising there, but Keyboy gets a little low. Oh my gosh, Flicker. Oh, the secondary Flicker was Sin, actually hit the tower. I think he actually misclicked that one. Oh no.
If that actually were instant upset from the side of Aura Fire, but no, Keyboy is able to get out safely. CW early taking a lot of damage. Kyrie is going to run him down to Bukti. He's gone. That's first blood for the Joy.
Okay. All right. You saw what CW did. CW was definitely baiting, knowing that Kyrie was going to make an appearance at some point. And that was kind of very close. But Kyrie there with a good rotation, and you see exactly why he is so good.
Absolutely. I mean, like, a lot of like focus towards Kyrie, but again, Onyx eSports is a star-studded lineup. Everyone really needs to be respected. Keyboy, like, look, he can just like get out, like just flex on the side of Aura Fire in these sort of situations. So much mobility with the Cho. Of course, you're contesting for the turtle.
All right, Aura doing a great job of focusing on it, but Van will take the turtle. The real world manipulation, the echo has been used, spots out most. Kimura flickers, he's going to be backing off. Van is a little bit low, but Keyboy now getting a little bit low. Doesn't be careful, gets kicked out of there, and Keyboy says, get out of here.
Yeah, he saved that kick to ensure that I'm going to be just fine. But the fact that Aura Fire, really great start, even though they lost out by Kabuki. Ooh, CW, whether he would switch guns to get out the snipe, but I think he's like probably reconsidering that. But Kabuki, why are you staying?
I think he's trying to get this kill, but CW actually misses the. That was actually very close on both ends. That was kind of dangerous.
Yeah, really playing with fire from both sides. I think it's to be expected from Kabuki as well as CW. But man, this really neck and neck.
Oh, the way of the dragon kicks him back. They found High, the flicker back, and Van is trying to go, try to protect his team, but High has already been killed. Kyrie already made the play. The real manipulation, but Kyrie's gonna be killed. Sin will take that one.
Absolutely, you take those, like trading High for Kyrie. Come on, I mean High almost got out there, wasn't quite able to phase through the wall at the last second. Kyrie running down, but instantly Aura Fire. They have ways of biting back on towards Onyx, and the goal difference is very minimal.
It's minimal. This is negligible at this point, right? I mean, if we're looking in the top lane, Aura have done good jobs, a good job of, you know, making rotations around objective-based timing, right? Getting that turtle, that's going to be a big start for them. Yes, I mean, they did get that turtle, and that net worth lead is almost nothing, but they've kind of forced it. They've taken it away from Onyx so that they can't really snowball. You talked about the fact that in the pregame, how Aura Fire needed to have a decent laning phase, and I think they've kind of answered the call, so to speak, especially in this 4 minutes of this game thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. These are the sort of trades that Aura Fire like needs to get. You can see Astro Echo has been popped to show where on eSports, but CW.
Oh, and it's Rage. They have him. CW has been killed. Kabuki will take this one, but they've got the turtle. Kyrie will secure that, and it looks like they've gotten Kimura as well, and Kyrie's on the prowl. Boots making a run for Van, but are they going to commit anything else? No, it looks like Onyx are going to back off at this point.
Yeah, at this point, securing the turtle, getting the lore, but they trade out on CW. Definitely not ideal situation. It is really rough laning against Melissa in lane. So overall, this is to be expected. But man, I think the gold lane, like, it's just trading as they should. But Onyx, they are still in the driver's seat, like slight gold lead. But I think Aura, they have the better tools to even like they have the late game, definitely, with the Novara, Valentina, as well as Melissa. And Van, they don't have too much damage for now to really pick off Van.
Right, and I think Aura Fire have done a good job thus far. I mean, trying to get themselves into that late game to ensure that they do it, and they've kind of gone neck and neck, right? They forced the issue, but the real world manipulation, but the stolen one, who's doing it better? The immobile, oh, Sans flickers, he tries to get out, and then nice save by Keyboy, keeping him alive. Sans is gonna go back in. Van has gone a little too deep now, but he's been kicked the wrong way, and Keyboy says, whoops, as it looks like he's now gonna have to make a dash for safety. CW continuing to fire. Van is not giving up here. He's sticking around. He's in the wheel mode, and Transformers, Autobots coming in. No, they found Keyboy getting a little bit low. Kyrie going in for this one. Now he wants this. He's got Sin and the rhythm of joy. Let it turn on. He's going on. He's got the rhythm, but now he backs off.
Electrifying beats finally forces Aura Fire to retreat. Again, these are the, like, it's all these small little trades that adds up. You can see Astro Echo has been popped, but Melissa Kabuki is not looking for anything. I think it's more of a deterrent. You can see Boots just cutting the waves, ensuring that Aura Fire, they're not getting any turrets as of yet. Oh, but wait, the dragon!
They got him. Oh, they found High. They caught him out, and that's just one thing. You blink, you miss it, you get out of position, and that kind of stuff can happen, and that's not great for High right now, who's died twice already.
Red team has slain the turtle. These are like not ideal for Navarre in terms of overall scaling. And again, now that Onyx going back towards that objective gameplay, a bit of a shaky start, but you can see instantly, slowly but surely, all this economy is adding up in favor of Onyx eSports.
Onyx eSports have taken the game, and they've been like, okay, it was a bit even, but now we're going to be aggressive. And as I say, that Boot's a little too aggressive and a little out of position at that point. You know, Aura Fire won't make him pay. And Sin does have the real world manipulation. That's the stolen one, but, you know, Sans is just going to walk out of it.
Yeah, I mean, just between two Yis, no one's really going to kill each other, but Sin...
Oh, the real world manipulation. That's the real one. He's been stopped. Van's going to stop that one, but Sin is going to get killed. Keyboy now is going to get a little bit low. Does need to be careful. He tries to dash to safety, and they go for Kimura, who's joined the fight. The wild charge was on point, but CW is now starting to do some damage. CW has to flicker. He backs off here. Van is a little bit low, and it looks like what was the kill? It was 2 for 1 in favor of Onyx.
That was like basically a really good wall charge onto multiple members, but the disengage, the split coming out for Onyx Esports instead, they only just trade like room for EXP. I think overall these are really solid stuff. But let's look in terms of the itemization. This is a damage grok. The fact that he's blading Blade of Heptases means that he's relatively squishy. Really brave soul, considering there is Kyrie as well as this Eve on the back. Van just diving in and just slowly poking him out. Aura, they're like rotating so many like down turrets bomb site, but not getting it from it. While Onyx, they're just slowly but surely gaining control all across the map.
Okay, and it looks like they found him. Kimura's on the backside. He actually is going to go for this. He actually found Keyboy. The barrier, that's going to be on point, but it looks like they're going to retreat as Sans has now joined the fight. Kimura slowed down. Bennett's rage on top. Kimura's passion, everything in the kitchen sink, and Kimura will finally falter.
Yep. The checkerboard, that Grok's worst enemy. As I say, he has no magic defense, and the fact that I was surprised that Kimura wasn't punished sooner. But I see that overall, not the best KD on this damage. Grok 1-3-0. Instantly, Onyx, they are focused on objectives. They want to serve here first, Lord.
Yeah, and they're going to stick to it. I mean, they're going to be out front, let Kyrie do most of the work, take down the Lord. And who's going to jump in? Van is trying to go for it. Kyrie will secure the Lord. That's going to be the first one. The Echo's going to be used. It's going to be spotted on all 5, but I don't think Aura Fire get anything out of this. And oh my gosh, Sans Boots is going to have to back off. And it looks like the real world manipulation and the stolen one, that's going to be used. And it looks like they just back off. They should be fine. But this T1 going in the wild charge and Keyboy getting sent the wrong way. But it looks like Kabuki's been killed and Keyboy will fall in return, but that's not the worst thing. As Onyx continue on, Kyrie not scared, has the rhythm of joy, he's looking to go. That's the 6th kill of the game. It's only been 10 minutes. He's continuing on, doesn't let Sin breathe at all, and Kyrie will finally stop. No, he wants this. He's going in. Sin has to flicker to safety, and Kyrie's like, all right, now I'll let you go.
Yeah, I will finally decide to let you go. Like overall on eSports, let's say they're in the driver's seat, forcing the issue. They're like overall just securing objective after objective. As I say, even though you have so much vision, but whether you have the rest of the team have the tools to go for these sort of engagement, I don't think they do. And keep on just shaying away, even though he was going to die, but he still landed the kick and secured the kill on turrets completely early on. Really solid stuff.
Oh, did you see that? There was a concealed play. Keyboy dashed over the wall. He was looking for that perfect kick, but the Echo had actually spotted him out, and he backed off. But the Lord is actually been removed already. The T3 mid is taking a little bit of damage. Onyx have gotten what they could, and they've taken all the T2s, but they've kind of controlled the map, and this is going to be the Onyx show, at least for now.
Absolutely, rear wall manipulation on top of everything, but the wall. Just try to stop the sun.
Getting a little bit low. Doesn't be careful. Do they have enough to protect him? And they do. And Sans gets away. This is the 2nd time that he's gotten away with just a sliver of life.
How is he out in all of these situations? I would say this is really crazy. For a second, I was really worried for Onyx whether they really kind of forced it a bit too hard. But no, they lose Van in return. What's supposedly a pretty okay high ground defense, but you lose your jungler return. Definitely not good for Aura Fire.
Definitely not. And I mean, you talked about the matchup. It's a difficult matchup. Van, you know, who's 0-1-3 versus Kyrie, who I don't remember how many kills. I think he has 7 kills at this point. But Kyrie, the presence has been there, right? Taking objectives, getting those kills, and you know, on the Joy, it's just been this nuisance that you cannot control. Just so mobile, so much damage that Aura Fire haven't really found an answer to this.
No, here's the thing. No lockdown, no suppression from the side of Aura Fire to lock down this Joy. That's why Kyrie's just getting out scot-free in all these situations. I think Kimura, he's really trying his best, but the fact that he's not really able to survive for these extensive team fights when he's going for just full out damage, hoping to burst someone down.
You got to get lucky in that way. Try to find that burst, try to get him, and then just kind of, you know, get lucky, I think. Aura Fire right here, now they have zero vision on the Lord. I mean, they had the Echo that was going to be used, but I don't know if they commit for this one. It looks like Onyx are making the push to further zone them out, and it looks to be another Lord going the way of Kyrie, and that's going to be the second one, and, you know, Onyx have played this one to the T.
I mean, when you're almost 10k up on your opponent, I would say like definitely they are showing their presence across the map. Again, Aura Fire, they're lacking tools, and oh my, boys, stop it! You're like, stop being bullies. They had enough.
Oh, the disrespect. The disrespect. I mean, do you see this in your rank games where they just spam like this? Like,
Yes,
I know it's so ridiculous.
absolutely. I think my teammates do that as well. I don't think I'm really
Well, of course.
good at it.
I mean, it happens to everyone, and I get it, but it's just like, oh my god. Sometimes it can be so infuriating, right? Especially now where Keyboy is like, doesn't really care about farm. All he needs to do is just, if anyone comes out, he's gonna get ya. But they use the Echo. That's gonna spot it out. The T3 has been taken out by the Lord, by that charge. And it looks like their base is wide open. Onyx eSports trying to find the right avenue of attack.
Hear me out. Okay, Aura Fire, what they need to do is needs to save that Astral Echo and pair it with Kabuki's like setup, throw out the door, get that AoE damage through. You have it. You have a really good high ground defense with this Melissa, but I'm not seeing any force of sign.
Yeah, I haven't been able to see it, but again, the base wide open, the minions are there. And Boots playing a little bit safe. He does have his second life, the res, if he wants to go for it. But it looks like the call to, you know, to regroup and to go back in is what they're gonna do. Is Onyx eSports, they back off. If anything, they just fan their recall.
I mean, as Kyrie say, Onyx can be very aggressive, but they can play really disciplined, even though this is not really disciplined. You're just spamming recall in Aura Fire's face. But overall, in terms of the itemizations, you can see that this one Joy is like just maxed out. The fact that he has Blood Wings and Immortality ensures that he's not gonna die anytime soon.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And that's kind of, I mean, they played this one so perfectly, right? Like, oh my gosh, so frustrating, right? You don't have any towers, you cannot leave your base. You know, Aura Fire have 0 openings, I think. But it looks like there's going to be one sneaky push from Onyx. They're going to make their way at least to the bottom. Keyboy has spotted most of it out, but they're just waiting for the minions.
Kabuki, like, do you see that? Like, 70% of his HP just went down the drain.
Oh, Sin. He's getting baited a bit by Keyboy, but I don't think he's going to further commit for this. If you're looking at the rest of Onyx, they're just kind of, you know, surrounding them, right? Making it, taking over the enemy jungle. And if anything, they're just creating a lot of space because 10 seconds, the load is back up.
It's really rough because Van is their only source of frontline. He wants to be in front, but at the same time, they need him to secure objectives. Aura, I'm not sure
they
if
found
you should
Keyboy.
really say. Ooh.
Yeah. A little bit of damage, but again, the Lord is going to be started here. CW would start that one out. But, you know, as RFR, yeah, you go out, but the lanes are all pushing. This is a difficult situation. They've gotten boots, so that's a win. Can they actually compound this into something else? Can they find anything? Van is going in. The Lord got to be careful, but they've actually got the control, and Kyrie's going to take the Lord. The kick was on point, the control, and Van was like, maybe I got it, but he wasn't able to get the retribution off.
Here's when I'm gonna be a bit harsh on Aura Fires. Like, their hero pool, Hai is known to be basically playing these, like basically mage or enchanter style, like kind of roams that there's no one to really contest for this show. And if this keeps up, like Keyboy is just going to like, I don't really need to play anything else. I can just like keep playing Chua unless it's banned. Otherwise, I can go for something else, pick up the Kufra. There is so much that Onyx eSports can play, their hero pool, their mechanics, and this is why they're one unstoppable machine.
and this is kind of why those repositioning roamers are just so good, right? You have your Franco, you also have, you know, the Cho in this case. But Keyboy going in for this one, actually kicks back Kimura, and we're talking about how good the Way of the Dragon is, and he just makes another play. Van is going to be removed as well, and the Lord is still there. CW gets a little bit low, has to back off. He's going to be fine. He goes for the Redders after he gets the snipe onto Kabuki, who's going to be killed high. He's going to get sniped as well, and that's going to be game one. Going the way of Onyx eSports.
GG, well played to Onyx eSports, and honestly, I could say that this was just, again, why this is the team to beat in our Snapdragon Pro Series.
Really well played. I mean, from the beginning of the game, just the full control that they had. I mean, it was a little even, and we thought that Aura Fire was, you know, kind of doing what they needed to have done. But then all of a sudden, Onyx were like, okay, we're strong enough. We can take the enemy jungle. We're just going to control everything. And then from that moment on, you know, Aura Fire were very reactionary and had just a difficult game from that on. It kind of like snowballed and got a little out of control.
I mean, here's the thing. It's like you're giving all these heroes to Onyx where they have like really solid lockdown, and the Joy just able to run them off with no sense of punish coming out from Aura Fire. Yes, they have damage. There's definitely signs of it from Kabuki combination with High, but in the end, if you have no lockdown ways to start the fight, I think Kimura really did like that massive wall charge play. Unfortunately, his team was unable to respond in time, or rather, Onyx just perfectly split up that fight. It's really rough.
Kind of. Yeah. I mean, I kind of feel like when the draft was happening and they picked Joy third, I was kind of like, I don't think Aura Fire have an answer to this. And so, you know, with those kind of insights, I feel like, you know, Aura Fire need to give me a call, maybe, you know, throw me in as coach. I can give some insights and maybe the draft here and there. Come on, Aura Fire.
I mean,
my phone lines are open.
That's how Aura Fire wants to play. They love their double mid roam, which is like for a lot of teams they can't really figure a way out because they would just like snowball from start to finish, just like funneling it all, getting all these kills, and just become unstoppable force. That's the Aura Fire way, but there is a lack of control. There's lack of CC capabilities. Like I feel like Kimura did what he could, but Onyx in the end just outdrafted them.
Yeah, I mean, okay, outdraft is one thing, but I think that there are times when lanes are being pushed, you need to kind of work things out. They were, again, just like, oh, we're getting pushed in the top lane, we're going to go to the bottom lane. And we're kind of just sticking together as all five, and that's kind of a losing strategy, right? You need that split pusher to kind of create a little bit of space so that you can get to the late game. We talked about how Aura Fire's draft needed to have done that. They had no time, they had no space. None of their, you know, their carries could get to, you know, online, so to speak. And again, they were just kind of pushed back, had a very rough game.
I mean, who could really split push safely? Grok? I think not. Melissa would need someone to really protect her. She needs to protect herself in all these sort of situations and get out. It's just a really tough situation for RFI in terms of the draft. Onyx just had the better answers, but let's jump in towards the post-game stats.
All right, so it's 17-8. Onyx was, I think, you know, the kill score says one thing, but I thought it was much higher than that. Boots with 133, but, you know, he was definitely in some of those fights. I think that it could have been any hero at that point. I think the Kiddo was fine, but look at this Kyrie. 717, Sans 1013, CW 813. If you've got 3 players that have these KDAs, I would be hard-pressed to find a team where you didn't win a game.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. As I keep saying that this is a really one of, I would say, Onyx's like strongest lineup. Yes, they have recently acquired Albert. I'm not sure if he'll be getting subbed in with Sans, but I think these two mid laners really interchangeable, really like showstoppers. But the fact that Kyrie was so like, he sold his mortality, the fact that he's constantly edgy, even harder to kill, but overall, at this point in the game, like maxed out in terms of items for their 2 cores, Kyrie and CW, just perfect play from the side of Onyx. I mean, the overall damage, you can see like Aura wasn't too lacking behind, but again, the lack of engagement that they have made things like so much worse for them. In a way, it's like kind of like throwing a wrench in towards their plans. And Van initially you see that there were signs that he was able to secure objectives early on, but once Onyx was in a comfortable spot where I got the items I need, I can take these team fights, slowly Aura just crumbled under the pressure.
Okay, let's talk about this stat here. The gold per minute, 874 as a jungler. That's actually crazy. I think going back to the last infographic that we saw with, the post game and the net worth, Kyrie was about, like 15,000 or something like that, right? And CW was just a little bit behind. The fact that the team Onyx is basically letting Kyrie farm everything and let him mass that wealth so that he becomes this unkillable mobile machine in the back, it speaks volumes about how this team is going to play, right? So for the other teams that are looking in, what are the weaknesses of Onyx? How do I break this team down? Yes, Kyrie's great and all, but how can I have him have a bad game? And, that net worth, you got to find out holes, when he's rotating, when he's farming, all of those things, so that you can potentially find Kyrie and maybe pick him off when he's not at peak Kyrie level.
It's either you have ways like to stop in his tracks. Again, Joy, it's like so hard to catch. You need some form of suppression, whether it's Kaja or Franco would be really great picks to try and like stop him. But one thing we learned from the match of EVOS Legends was that the hard focus on towards Keyboys and Suns, like disabling them from the start. I mean, Keyboy was almost like getting caught out. If Sid during that first minute in the game was able to get that kill or fire, there would have been signs of life. Well, of course, we're gonna throw in towards the MVP. Honestly, Holler, I have my rough bets on who it's gonna be.
Yeah, it's got to be Kyrie, right? I mean, 717, the 82% kill participation, the DPM 3,386, but the GPM, man, that stat alone speaks volumes about how he played. And again, just the team just letting him mass his wealth, let him control the game, let him carry you to victory. And Onyx eSports are coming out the victors with it.
I mean, there was a real reason why they were teased as to be back that old nickname, but I won't go deep into it. Let's throw into the highlights of how this game one went down, and overall, how can Aura Fire adjust?
I mean, it's a difficult thing. I mean, we were talking about how potentially what can they do. Again, they took some decent objectives early. Aura Fire were trying to, keep themselves in it. But it was one of those things where they lost map control early. They conceded it. Like, it was one of those things where Onyx decided to invade the enemy jungle, and they were not punished whatsoever. They let them have it. They're like, oh, it's just gone. Okay, we're not going to contest. But sometimes you need to kind of have some of your policemen, so to speak, patrol the area, ensure that you have that safety net so that Van can get his farm. He needs to get himself back in this one. He needs that net worth. But this is a decent fight. Kimura, with that nice wild charge, got blown up. But this is the start of the end, I think, for Kyrie, because he just turned it on, got those kills, and then he just kind of carried the game to victory.
Even like as he was dying in those last moments when he got the kill and like secure it where it matters, like Keyboy is someone who is willing to die for his team, and that's what your roamer needs to do. Unfortunately, I cannot die in all these crucial situations because where's the utility? Where's the catch coming out from Aura Fire?
Yeah, none of that. And, look at them, just running in, running out, letting CW, who's just had so much damage at that point, just blow people up. And it was difficult to find everything. Onyx eSports playing very well as a team, understanding the limits of what everyone needed to have done. I mean, you had so many, kicks, just repositioning people, letting them blow it up, taking every fight 5 versus 4, makes it very easy to win team fights. And Onyx eSports, they were on another level this game.
Absolutely. And I mean, considering this, Hai was so vulnerable in all these situations. He is the one who has to constantly stand the back because he's Novaria. When who's going to protect the rest of his team when there's Keyboy on his show, right?
Yeah. And that was the thing. Oh, and we questioned that in the draft. They're like, okay, this is a Joy. All right, they picked it first phase. You have 2 picks. You must deal with this, or else this is what's going to happen, which Joy runs all over you and gets away with it. Like, he made countless kills. He saved Sands. Sands got away just barely, like, twice in that game. With, like, that could have been a shift in terms of net worth. So killing Sands would have been huge, but unfortunately not able to do it. Onyx, the power of teamwork, just keeping everybody together and ensuring that Sands lives to see another day.
I mean, there are so many points where it's like that Astro Echo would be really great there to like land the final blow on Turret Sands. Like this was how much health he had. If only they had it, they need to hold on towards these really game-changing ultimates to get these valuable kills they desperately need. But unfortunately, back to the drawing board for Aura Fire. Let's see how they adjust. But Onyx eSports, they're looking scary.
Yeah, definitely. And this is kind of why, I don't mean to, your prediction could still potentially happen going with a 2-1, but I feel like Onyx eSports, when they're on, right? There's no destroying them. There's no stopping them kind of thing. And going to that game 3, I think is going to be difficult for Aura Fire to get themselves back in it. They're going to have an amazing draft, give themselves a real chance to get back in this one because, again, you can't have holes in the draft against a team like Onyx.
You have to at least have ways to catch people off, or if they're aware, okay, this is how they're playing around, they need answers. But unfortunately, they really lost out on the draft fairly hard. And I guess let this game 1 be lesson learned and see how Aura Fire can adjust, because I believe they do. We have seen really stellar performance from them since the open qualifiers. The fact that they made it all this way shows that this is a formidable team. But how are they going to rise up to the challenge?
Definitely. They need to step up, right? I think that's there's not a whole lot of openings, right? And if we're going back into the series, the standings themselves, Aura Fire, again, 4th place team. If they drop down, they're going to have a tough time, right? It's a 4-man race right now for Group B with AP Bren, Onyx, Bigatron Alpha, and then Aura Fire in that 4th position. If they lose this, I'm pretty sure they're out, right? I think it's going to come down to maybe how the other matchup might go, but again, you need to control your destiny. You need to figure out a way to get into it. Again, Aura Fire have another game against AP Bren, but that's the 1st place team in the standings. You don't want to have to go in a do or die against them.
Agree. I don't want to just hold my breath and pray that, the other teams in the standing, they don't get points on the last day of the group stages. I don't want to be that. I want to control my destiny. I want Aura Fire to at least get a point on the board against Onyx. I believe they have the tools. They have what it takes. But overall, they gotta win out first in the drafting phase.
Yep. Let's find out. This is going to be game 2. That's going to be coming up. The draft is going to be underway in about 3 seconds. I'm super excited to see this one because I think that there needs to be a, we're seeing how Onyx want to play. They have their team synergy, their composition. But how does Aura Fire bounce back? What do they need to do in terms of, we talked about it already. I'm not going to ask you those, but I think this is one where they just need to have a much better draft.
Yes, absolutely. I'm surprised that Hai did not go for his Kadita pick. It's a bit surprising for me. I think that might be a better choice going up against Keyboy. Just at least you have these iframes to get out these sort of really dicey situations. But of course, we're gonna give a massive shout out to Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters, because it's really do or die for Aura Fire right now. They really need this win.
Yes. The summon the gods, pray to Snapdragon at this point. Figure out what you need to do to give yourself a chance, because this is pretty much it, right? It's game 2. Look, it's not must win, but it's getting there, right? This is day 3. You have this series, and of course you have that final series. That one's going to be going up against AP Bren. That's going to be coming up later today. But gosh, if they can do anything, if they can sneak out a single game win, that'll kind of help them in the tiebreakers. They're going to need any sort of help that they can get.
Those recalls that on the esports are just like the spam recalls are still in my head. It's as if they're calming a rain dance raining on Aura Fire's parade. But you can catch up the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals live in Istora, Senayan, Jakarta on the 21st to 23rd July, which is basically this weekend.
Yeah, and it's going to be the top 3 from each of the groups. So if you happen to be an Onyx fan, RSGPH, or Echo fan, I think that those guys are looking to be locks. Okay, and AP Bren. Onyx is definitely not a lock yet, but if they win out today or this series, I'm pretty sure that they're going to be in. But again, you can see them live. Get your tickets, 30,000 rupiah, right? I don't know what sort of where you might be coming from if you happen to be there, but this is relatively on the cheaper side, especially for a ticket and a showing like this. It's going to be an amazing time in Jakarta. The energy, the ambiance, everything's going to be amazing at that stadium.
Have you been to Jakarta before, Holler?
I have. Yeah,
I actually spent a few months of my life living there, so I can say great hospitality, amazing food. That's something I really want to give shout out to the people for their hospitality and like just amazing cuisine. Although maybe a tad bit too spicy for me.
Okay, all right. Now we know your weakness. Okay, that's just one weakness. Let me note that down. No, I'm just kidding. But yes, Indonesian food is amazing. I love it there.
Lovely.
You know, it's a great place to be. So if you happen to be traveling, you happen to be in Jakarta, this is the time. Or if you just happen to be a local and you want to see some great MLBB, that's the place. That's where you want to be. And of course, it's only 30,000 rupiah. So, you know, just forego a single coffee, man. Just go.
Yeah, I mean, like, do you know how much people spend on just Starbucks on a daily basis? So just save on that cup of coffee. You don't need it. Just fly over to Jakarta and maybe enjoy, like, maybe some of their homebrew, like, artisan cafe stuff over there while you watch the challenge finals live.
Yeah. And I mean, the whole, like, there's other things to do in Jakarta as well, so you can check things out. They've got a nice museum. I didn't get to do too many touristy things when I last was there, but, you know, the people, the locals, you know, very friendly. You talk about it. The food was amazing, and I got a good massage. So at the end of the day, I was happy.
Amazing massage. Unfortunately, I think my parents were a bit too overprotective of me, so I spent most of my time in their biggest mall, Grand Indonesia, just like doing a lot of shopping and just sightseeing. And luckily, my friends brought me out, and maybe I should just hop on the plane and go and jump down and say hi to my friends in Jakarta. That's what's been done. But overall, Holler adaptations. What do you think needs to be done?
Draft. You can't have weaknesses, right? And I'm not gonna say that draft wins you the game right out, but if you're behind in like a 40-60 situation, you know, you're gonna have a rough time, right? You want to get yourself as close to 50-50, if not the advantage yourself. So you got to find those gaps. Any sort of draft pick that's happening, especially in the first phase, you have the second phase to make sure that you shore up the weaknesses. You can't have holes, especially against a team like Onyx. You got to make sure that you're drafting well.
I mean, this is why like a lot of pre-planning is really important. You know, the analysts and coach, they're the brains behind the scenes. They have to make this work. For both sides, just shout out to everyone behind the scenes production for making this all work. I know everyone is just dying to see how this best of 3 series turned out. But of course, speaking of pre-planning, those who are flying into Jakarta, watch out for the traffic.
Yeah. Actually, that's the worst part about it. Actually, for me, where I was staying, I was like, with my hotel, everything was within walking distance. Because I wanted to plan around it. I didn't want to have to go in the, you know, into any sort of traffic. Plus, there were a couple days where it was raining. So it was actually super rough. You know what I mean? Like traffic was not moving whatsoever, and that was even way worse. But yeah, if you need to get somewhere, make sure that you can just kind of get within walking distance. I think that'll really help your trip out. But it looks like, hey, the draft is underway. This is, of course, game 2, Aura Fire in a must-win situation. They're down a game behind Onyx eSports and off of the back of Kyrie and the rest of the team. But look at this pick. What are your thoughts right now?
I mean, just really safe, like simple pick. Is who's gonna play it? Is Kyrie gonna play it? Like that's the mind games that Onyx eSports wants to play around. And from the side of Aura Fire, I think picking up Arla as well as Zeev, I think really safe choice. The fact that Valentina is already banned out just shows that Sans won't be able to steal it away and won't see that double checkboard of death once of all. But we can see Aura Fire, I think still very consistent bans. like ensuring that all these high mechanic junglers, Ling, Fanny, it's not going to be in play, because I think we have seen at least one Fanny in showing, and it was just absolutely terrifying. And Onyx, they're stealing away. They know high signature pick. They're going for Kadida and just locking the Joy once again. No issue.
Yeah, no issues there. I mean, they're going right into this one again, just going in. It's like you haven't picked any sort of counters, you haven't banned it out or respected it at this point. So yeah, we're just gonna pick it. We're gonna ensure that we have it, make your life as difficult as possible. Now, did you learn anything from game one? I think that's gonna be the biggest thing, how they react to it, ensure that they have some sort of counter, because you don't want to see the Kyrie show again with the Joy.
The falling stars.
Why would you ban Franco, which is basically it's the only tool you have to stop like Joy in track, unless they want to play Kaja, which I can respect, but Onyx can ban that out from themselves. So there's just one less hero in the pool for Onyx eSports to worry about. And banning out Navarra, I guess they're aware that I think still the Astra Echo, like providing so much vision across the map, could deter Onyx plans in a way. But what is Aura Fire doing? They're banning out all the counters for Joy. I hope they have answers for it, because I'm starting to get really worried. Holler! I think this point Holla is like really lost for words at this case, and I think Onyx just finished off the draft with going for Melissa, because I think Kabuki had a really solid showing overall with this hero, but I guess they're going for a really different strategy. Okay, I'm seeing why they're banning out all these suppressed heroes, because if they want to play this Karif Go, maybe this is just the answer to which Joy they're looking for. They're of the same, I would say, species, and Karif is not really in too much danger. I think it's like the amount of sustainability it has up against magic heroes, just really solid stuff overall. And as we look in terms overall for Aura Fire, I still have concerns. They don't have any like solid lockdown. I do like this Marcus pick is going for Van, like going for more sustain. Just the goal is to be able to proc, decimate, and just like keep launching his attacks on towards Onyx eSports. But at this point, the draft from Onyx eSports looking scary. Look how confident they are. Like the 1-1 got this far in towards the draft, and they lock in the Grok to finish things off. I do hope you have any solid say to say. I don't want to see Phobos again, even though this could be the best answer they have against this 1-1 pick.
Yeah. Do you think that's enough though? I mean, the Hearth into the Joy though?
Is the beginning of another.
It may not be enough, but I think this Esmeralda pick, okay, at least against the Grok, against Joy, I think this is still relatively alright. There is adjustments from Aura Fire, but the question is this enough?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're gonna have to see, but okay, the Esmeralda is gonna be picked as well, and I'm not a huge fan of this one. I don't think that they have enough control. I feel like same sort of issue that we saw in game one could potentially be an issue going into this one. I think draft-wise, just, again, taking out the players, I still think that this draft is heavily favored in towards Onyx eSports in terms of what they've drafted. But what are your thoughts, Monchel?
I mean, considering how you were really lost for words earlier on, I do understand the Kaja, the Franco ban was really surprising, but it's kind of coming together with the draft they're having. They want to be able to play for more towards the early game, but they do have maybe a bit too much magic damage. The Esme, the Harif, as well as the Yves. I think this may be a bit too much. In terms of itemization alone, as long as the game gets dragged out in favor for Onyx, they just itemize coordinate, and Aura Fire may have a bit of damage issues. But enough said and done. We're finally in towards game 2. There's going to be match point for Onyx eSports. Aura Fire needs to pull through. We're back in the land of Dawn.
All right, back to how I think these team fights are going to happen. I mean, like Onic eSports, you have your Grok, maybe throw out the barrier, you kind of lock somebody in, and then Kyrie on the Joy is just gonna run up on you and just kind of blow people up. You've got CW on the Wan, getting the crossbows to tank, just killing people, right? I think that this is how I envision the team fight happening. Now, as Aura Fire, if you see something like that, I mean, yeah, you have the final slash, you have different ways, the Ashura Aura to kind of reposition people, but you don't really have a whole lot of control. And that's my concern right now, because you need to save your squishies. And there's a lot of squishies on that team right now. And this could be a rough game for Aura Fire.
I mean, the stakes are really high when CW is on his signature 1-1. One of the best 1-1 players we have so far in this current meta. And I think for now, Aura Fire, they're going to get the force to recall earlier on of Kabuki, as well as High earlier on. Not the best start. And Kimura, at least with this Esme pick, is able to safely cut waves and hopefully able to contribute more towards these team fights.
I think Kimura just needs to constantly push the wave or cut the creeps and then try to steal what sort of jungles, camps that you can. Provide a lot of vision and then attract a lot of attention into that top lane. You want, the enemy team from Onic, that is, to kind of react to you, right? And so you need to provide a lot of that vision in that space that Esmeralda can potentially do, and she can get away. But as I say that, the turtle is going to be started here, getting a little bit low. Van is looking to go for this one. Are they going to get it? Van will secure it, and that's going to be the first turtle. Good start to RFY.
Overall, you can see going for Keyboy while charge back to safety. But you can see that instantly this Esma pick really paying off because the zoning of Kyrie away from the turtle pit, just really great start for RFI. We take these small victories because Onic, once they scale up, is going to be absolutely terrifying.
Definitely. And you don't want to let that snowball keep going, right? Orifire need to figure out ways to get that farm. They need to ensure that they, get the right pickoffs. Now, Sin, oh my gosh, he's getting on the Petrify, the flicker back, and it looks like he's been found, but Sands, he's going to be left for dead. He's going to give up first blood. Sin will secure that one on his way out. They really went all in for him, and they tried to get first blood, and unfortunately, Sands went in too deep.
That was quite odd. It's normally you want to count, you want to proc your Petrify with your combo, but he procced it last, and that was the opening for Sin to actually get out, and Aura Fire instantly answering back because Sans has already utilized all his cooldowns, and that's how he became first blood. Instantly, Aura Fire playing this site much better.
Okay, well, sometimes you make an oopsie, right? You make a mistake, and that's kind of what Sans did on that one. He had a far better game, far cleaner game in the last one, and mind you, it's still early. We don't have anything to worry about, but giving up first blood, not what you want to do, especially against Aura Fire.
Yeah, first blood and also the turtle in the hands of Aura Fire. This is the start they definitely need to have in order to snowball out of control. Of course, not to say Onic, they need more time. What they need is time to scale up, itemize correctly, and they're going to be a beast towards the mid to late game.
It's going to help them out, but Aura Fire sticking around. They know that the next objective is going to be up. Keyboy is providing a lot of vision, and Van's going to start it off. They make a beeline for it. Sans has made an appearance, but 4 members of Aura Fire, they've been focusing on these objectives. Sans getting a little bit low, doesn't need to be careful. Ocean Oddity, he's going to be fine. He gets over the wall. The real world manipulation, that's going to be used, but Van is taking the second turtle. A great start for him. Kabuki's getting a little bit low. He's going to be killed here. Crossbows Tang is starting to do some work, and they're starting to melt, but Sans going in, out, and it looks like he's going to be on the run. He's going to back off. Boots is going to be there, but it looks like Aura Fire, all they lost was Kabuki, but they did get the turtle.
That was a really messy fight, honestly, coming out from Onic, that I felt like I wasn't sure if Kyrie was just going to give up the turtle, but they still tried to go in. The Zaman Force was popped. They were able to trade off the board, but CW personally is able to get the crossbow tank off. But for now, not enough damage. He needs more time. This is a late game scaling hero.
Definitely late game. Definitely some issues, but can they get to the late game and do it, can they scale up in time? And now Kimura here, this is one thing that I did like, the Esmeralda, in the sense that you need to force the attention there. You can't let Boots get out of the lane freely, and you have to constantly deal with the waves that are crashing in on you. But Aura Fire playing well, But mind you, the net worth lead is only about 500.
Yep, absolutely. I mean, right now, all eyes on Kimura because like he's like slowing down Kyrie's farm, deterring him away. But let's look towards the instant replay. Keyboy really setting things up, but Van was just in better position. Your turtle, crossbow tank, just not quite enough damage. High, fortunately, was just able to create the distance. Son's just jumping in a bit too late to really like clean up shop. So again, Onyx, their communication, they need to like layer their how they want to approach the T5.
Yeah, it's still early, so like some of the heroes aren't doing as much damage as they want to. They're going in and they're playing like they've got all of the items, right? They've hit their peak, so to speak, but they haven't. And you're kind of seeing that as a lot of the heroes from Aura Fire have been getting away. But Onyx Esports, they need to kind of force or maybe slow the game down. I think you know they've lost 2 turtles already. They definitely don't want to lose this 3rd one here.
Yeah, because as long as they don't know where Esmeralda is across the map, Kyrie is in constant danger of being crowned. Now look at this, like this is the Uranus Esme meta once again.
Oh, the turtle getting a little bit low. The crystal's going to be used, but Kabuki will take this one instead. And now Keyboy is on the run. He flickers over the wall. He's going to be back off. Sans dodges, or he actually took a little bit of damage. Kabuki now running for his life. Boots attracting 4 members of Aura Fire, and they've left the Kabuki all by himself to fend for himself. But it looks like CW is continue to fight the real world manipulation. The crossbow's a tank, but High just barely getting away. CW trying to fight this one. The knockup from the Breath of the Ocean did a little bit of damage and slowed him down, but again, everybody's fighting, nobody's dying.
No, here's the thing. If it's just the 0-1-1, because the recent adjustments, Jojo! Yes, as we say, Boots almost got the kill, but not enough damage for now. As I say, for 1-1, as long as you're able to get far away enough, the crossbow tank will not continue.
Not able to do it. It just didn't have a whole lot of damage as of yet. But yeah, I think if we're looking at this one, Onyx, again, just one to two. Like, we've seen so much action, but only 3 deaths throughout at the 8-minute mark. I mean, just people, like, both of the teams are playing their heroes to the limit.
Yep, absolutely. I think the goal of the game is like keep your distance. As long as you're able to walk away, keep your distance away from the 1-1, you should be a-okay. And Hi, it's just Hey Keyboy. They're just like going to like say hi to one another, poke a little bit. But yeah, not too much to say.
Yeah, slowing it down. But it looks like Boots, oh, they're going in? Okay, High is a little bit low. I mean, half life, but they're going to back off here. And now this is the game 2 that Aura Fire wanted, right? In the sense that they're giving themselves a chance, but now Sans goes in for this one. High gets back. Kabuki trying to dash. He gets onto the tower. Oh, nice final slash. Slows him down. The nice Ashura Aura, that's going to do some work. That's on CW. That does it. And Van continuing to go in. He kills Keyboy, but on the backside of this one, Boots now trying to go in. He was baited as well. And it looks like this turned around. Aura Fire, High somehow, okay, finally goes down. Kyrie's like, I will handle this. I got it. But the real manipulation, and Sid says, nay, and slams him down like the bug he is.
Van is here to play. He wants to show up. You're not the only star jungler in this matchup, because Van, instantly, you don't want to give him a triple kill to this madman.
You don't want to give him anything, right? I think that's the biggest thing, right? He's had a very different game from game 1 to game 2. He's 1-1-1, and now he needs to work for it, right? He needs to get the farm, but the Joy hasn't really gotten that that level of farm like he did in, again, game 1.
I mean, overall, it's just like Aura Fire. They're aware that there are ways to counter the Joy. I feel like they eliminate Franco, the low suppression, but Esme can just run them down. But like you can see, it's like Van just running in, praise killer, fucking decimate, one after the other. And after that, he's hit his snowball. I think this is really beautiful plays coming out from him.
You know, Boots had Sin. He had the knock-up, but he just needed one more basic attack, and he actually backed off. He thought it was just like a miscalculation. he thought he had it, but it didn't have enough, and Sin just barely walking away. And it's those types of mistakes that could maybe haunt you, because you don't want to let Sin, who's 2-0-3, really start to snowball.
I mean, exactly 4,000 gold lead favoring Aura Fire. Like Onyx, they're not unable to get these catches. Sans, his job is to, like, since the start, to burst someone down, pick them off. I do wonder that First Fun has thrown a wrench towards their plans.
Yeah, and Onyx right now. Okay, they got Kabuki. That's a good start. Can they get anything else? It looks like Kimura has to start dance by himself. He gets killed as well. CW will have that, but the real manipulation now. Keyboy is looking to close off the avenue of retreat. Excuse me. They do have the barrier. Sands is looking to go. They have the crystal slowing it down. Fights everywhere. High is looking to get low. Sid is going to be killed, and just like that, Onyx are back in it. They strike back. It's 7-8, and that net worth lead is only 2K.
I mean, instantly caster curse, ladies and gentlemen. I just have to call out Sans one time, and he was able to get that rough waves, finally stopping Kimura from like just constantly being the annoyance towards Kyrie.
That's what you want to do, right? And Onyx know how to get back in the game. They understand what they need to do. They're a top-tier team for a reason. Crossbow Tang, make it slicing him, dicing Kabuki. He's going to be killed very easily. And like Onyx, my gosh, they've bounced back. Net worth lead is next to nothing. And Onyx are definitely, they have the momentum with them.
I mean, here's the thing. Aura Fire, they were the ones who have a timer on their hits to close out this game. Because now that Onyx, they have come online, it's Onyx time, as they all would say. Because the minute he's more comfortable, there is anti-healing to shred through the shields of Kimura. Like, look at this, Boots is just hunting him down.
Yeah, hunting him down. I mean, there's going to be a one-on-one, but it's still the Esmeralda. You're going to have a hard time. So they're just going to be just kind of, it's like a pillow fight more than anything else. But now the Lord, and it looks like Kyrie did find Van, but he's going to back off here. But Aura Fire don't want to give up the Lord.
Absolutely not. Because as the gold lead that they once have is now favoring Onyx eSports. I would say both sides they're just retreating off. And you see this love fest between I would say Boots as well as Kimura. It's just ongoing. They're just cutting the waves onto the other. But it's stunned!
They found High. They have the damage. They have the crossbows and Tang on top of that one. CW doing some work. They need to be careful here. It looks like Kabuki will get to safety, but Van is looking to go down here. No, he dashes a couple more times. He does falter in the end. The real manipulation, that's going to be used right on the Kyrie. They snipe him out. Sin will take that one, and it looks like that's going to be the end. It's a what? 2-for-1 in favor of Onyx.
Yeah. Despite that, but both junglers are out of commission. But Onyx, definitely with the numbers advantage, they will start on the Lord with the crossbow.
He might have been too deep. He's going to be killed, CW. He was in the heart of the enemy team. There were 4 members, no backup from Aura. And that seemed to be a bit of a misplay. Kimura just kind of, overestimating his own abilities at that point. And not a good situation, and it looks like Onyx are going to take this Lord for free.
With the fact that there is no jungler on both sides, and CW, like, this is the 1-1, come online, this is what you want to see, and instantly Aura Fire, I think their time is up. Onyx has come online, and we took on itemization. 1-1 is leaps ahead, already completed, almost like 1 per item away. I think it's going to be Rose Gold.
Okay. Looks like Sands will just kind of scout them out, flex a little bit, and just back off here. But Kyrie's got the Rhythm of Joy. He's going to back off here. Kimura will be fine. But look at what CW has done, right? The fact that he's actually carrying the team 4-1-4. You don't have to rely on the Kyrie show every single game. Everybody's contributing here, and that Lord does crash in the T3 bottom.
Because it's not just the Kyrie show. This is Onyx eSports, ladies and gentlemen, just forcing their way in, objective gaming, taking every single inhibitor that they can grab their hands on. Yes, they will be able to clear out the Lord, but the damage is done.
Oh, do they go in for this one? Keyboy's waiting in the wings. They have it, and Keyboy does end up going in. The Rhythm of Joy doing a little bit of work, but they've gotten the T3. Now what is the call? It looks like they're going to retreat here. Sands, if anything, will be left just to kind of flex a little bit.
He really took that inhibitor, and RFI could only watch as their lead crumbled. The fact that they had it, they really had that lead. But let's look in terms of the damage leaderboard. I mean, this is to be expected. CW, his turn to show off his stuff.
You might as well, right? This is CW time. If you got to step up, right? And you got to have that old reliable marksman at the end of the day. If the rest of the team isn't having the greatest of game, and mind you, not to say that anyone's actually having a poor game right now, I just think that, CW is starting to shine at this point and is giving their team a really good chance to win this one.
Uh-oh, they're chasing them back. Suppress the Winter Trencher was sure that Kabuki will survive a little bit longer, but not enough.
Oh gosh, they've got it. The crossbows of Tang on high. He's gonna be killed. Kimura's gonna be left for dead as well. And Van just trying to defend the base. It's all about it. The real world manipulation. He's gonna be stopped. Boots is doing some work. And they focus on the base and they take game 2 and they do it in style. GG, well played.
GG, well played for Onyx Esports. As you say, they really waiting for their Onyx timers. They got the items, they were confident. Instantly, the turnaround coming from them. What a game, what a series, and showing from Onyx Esports.
That just proves how strong Onyx are, right? The fact that yeah, this might be a tough game. This is one where, we got to go in. We didn't have the best laning phase. We're losing turtles left and right, but we can get back in the game. And how do we do it is we can just kind of rely on each other, on the other brothers on this team, and we're going to get ourselves back in this one, and we give ourselves a chance to win. And just a good team game that they played.
Yes, absolutely. It's not relying about one person, one hyper carry. It's like relying on each other. You didn't have the best game. You need more time to farm up, to scale up. No worries. Like this game, CW got their back.
They got him, and that's what they wanted. And I don't know if this is one where Aurafire just let their lead kind of diminish and let Onyx back in the game, or if Onyx just made really good decisions and found the right avenues of attack to ensure that they got back in. I mean, with that comeback, which one do you think it is?
I think it's the latter. I don't think Aurafire ever intended to let go of their lead. It's more of like, if they're realizing, okay, this is how they're playing around. Someone needs to step up. Someone needs to step back. Farm anywhere else. Like Kyrie, his job was to able to just get scraps of wherever he can find across the map. The instant Sans or Keyboy was able to create space across the map, instantly he's able to get items. He'll become much more sustainable, get anti-healing. Instantly, Kumara wasn't a threat anymore.
Yeah. And they kind of shut him down. I think, going back to this one, as Aurafire, yeah, it sucks to get O2'd, but I think that there's a lot to learn, right? Draft is one, at least in game 1. Playstyle in game 2, I think they did a much better job. They definitely, changed up their strategy. And they're like, okay, we're not going to let Kyrie run over us with Joy. We'll let him play. We'll let him have the hero again. And they kind of baited him out in that sense. But at the end of the day, I don't know if those decisions towards the 8-minute to 10-minute mark were really the most sound, right? They had some gaps and they let Onyx back in this game. And there were some mistakes to be had.
It's like you give them an inch, they take the whole mile. I mean, that's overall the saying of the game. And instantly, the way that Onyx was just able to take this small opening and just go leaps and bounds really show how far they come as a team. They're this year's MSC champions for a really good reason. We always talk about champion curse. Afterwards, they become like, oh, we're relaxed. We can do whatever we want. We don't have to play our best. We don't have to be top on their form. But this is a team that wants to go all the way, and it shows in their playstyle, their map decisions, and their gameplay.
Yeah, and they need to keep it up. I think that this is a, if you want to be the best, and it looks like Kyrie has said it countless times where he wants to be the best player, you got to push yourself as well as your team and to continue on. There are no off days. We need to continue to practice no matter, even when we don't have games, and you're seeing the fruits of those labor. And Onyx has just played very, very well.
Absolutely. I think there's not too much we can say. I mean, we have the post-game stats to talk about how, slowly break down what happened. I think there are really like key item power spikes that happen that slowly but surely derail Aura Fire's plan. But there are definitely a really strong showing from them towards the first few minutes of the game. Good setup, the punish on towards Sand, picking off even though he slightly kind of whiffed that Petrify timing combo. But mistakes happen to the best of us, hey? I mean, sometimes we don't have the best day, but that's why it's a team effort to keep everyone in check, covering for the other. In the end, they pull off a strong victory. And now, let's look into towards finally the post-game stats of Game 2.
As we go into the game stats here, it's going to be 14-9. I mean, look at the one that really sticks out is CW. The 614, the KDA really helped. The fact that he had the 14,000 gold, right? Kyrie only had 12,000. If we compare that one with the last game where Kyrie had 15,000, CW had 14, it was one of those things where CW, he's got you, right? He's going to carry you. He's going to ensure that you have a good game. And it felt like everybody knew the limits of their heroes, what they needed to have done. Keyboy made some pretty good setup plays, and I think that, you saw the victory because Onyx was able to pull it together in the end.
I mean, overall, the choice of itemization from Keyboy, Radiant, as well as Athena, that's too much magic damage coming out from Aura Fire with Harif, Yves, as well as Esmeralda. Slowly but surely, you can see like they weren't hitting as hard as they should, and these are the key like item power spikes that they need. Once Onyx was ready, they instantly came online and showed the world what they were capable of.
Right. And I think that if teams watch this, they can at least learn from how Aura Fire did the laning phase. I think that's a lot of good information of how to maybe, compete in that first 5 to 8 minutes, ensure that you kind of give yourself a chance. It's like chess where you kind of learn openings and you kind of hopefully that will structure you so that you can get yourself into a good position in that mid game, which is what they want to do. But Onyx, on the other hand, they know how to play the early as well as the mid, and how to counter it, right? And how to get themselves back in it by dealing the most damage, and just kind of taking over the game.
Yep. Overall, just overall scaling from Onyx eSports towards the later stages game is just so much more favorable. Like overall damage taken, like Kimura, I think he's the real sandbag in this situation. He really tried his best. I think really is, like I would say, kind of a forgotten one. Similarly, in the role for Keyboy, getting a total assist of 6. Like Keyboy really stepped up. There were so many threats for this Grok, but he itemized correctly. And CW, my god, just all the damage to tower, it's all him.
Yeah. Actually, CW was just doing like a ton of damage throughout, right? I mean, the towers is one thing. They were just starting to melt, and they gave enough time and space for CW to get going, and that's what you want to see as a team. Sometimes you make a sacrifice, sometimes you make the play that stands, or you try to force it a little bit, but all in all, you're trying to force rotation so that again, CW is protected.
Absolutely. And you say that Kyrie has like the highest goal per minute in the previous game. Like, look at this, 909, like straight off the bat. What is this man on, even though he's put behind? But let's talk about the MVP for this game. I think we all know who it's going to be. Come on, it's Kyrie.
Kyrie? It's based on CW on this one. 614, the 71% kill participation.
Okay. Okay,
yeah,
I think my eyes are all over the place, but my bad. It's going to be CW 614 on this one. I think I'm just too taken aback the fact that we get to see his 1-1 again back in the land of Dawn. He was an absolute menace back when this hero was absolutely meta, and again, he really carried his team to victory for this game.
Very well played. Yeah, for sure. And props are due, right? CW really stepped up. Really, they needed a game like that, right? I think if CW didn't have a game where it could pop off like this, I think it would have been, I mean, I don't think that they would have lost, but it definitely would have, they would have had a much more difficult game, right? And CW being able to kind of, control the game, just calm everybody down, ensure that, hey, I got this, I'll get the kills, you just line them up, I'll make sure that I take them down. It's just a matter of, how this team is starting to really gel. And I mean, they're world champs for a reason.
Absolutely. I mean, this late game assurance that they get with this 1-1 is always going to be really valuable in this current meta. But overall, let's look towards the highlights of how this game would really break it down for me, Holler.
All right, so this is one where Sands went in a little too deep. You talk about the Petrify and how they kind of messed up the order of it. Sometimes that happens, but it's not game losing. But look at all of the turtles, especially early, were taken by Aura Fire. They kind of set the pace of the game. Sands going in for that one, trying to pick off Kimura, but just a tough start to it. And then this is kind of one of those fights where kind of questionable, where Boots was trying to make a play. He let High just barely get away on that one, and Van made him pay. There were some, it's one of those things where if you saw it on any other team, they might have been like, we lost this game because of all these mistakes. But Onyx are like, they have the resolve, they have the manpower, and they have the trust between the teammates that, like, hey, we made a risky play, we tried to go for it, unfortunately didn't capitalize on it, but we can still pull this game out.
I mean, it's all about the limits and timing for Onyx eSports. In this case, CW, he was not really punished. All the focus of Kimura, especially, was just running down Kairi, focus out. But you can't just focus on Kairi alone. The other members on the side of Onyx are threats. And instantly, the fact that CW was able to secure the Lord with no jungler in play, again, just beautiful stuff. This is how you counter it. You go for Winter Truncheon, but I think that's a little too late. Onyx just showing their domination in this game as well. What a play.
It's like once they started to win, they got that baby snowball, and then it just started to become this massive thing where, Aura Fire really had no answers for, and you can't give an inch, right? And especially against Onyx, they're just gonna take over. They're gonna take whatever they can get from you, and they're just gonna take over the game.
Absolutely, Holler. I was really seeing stars, just watching CW just fly into the air, that I think you might really need to help me out. But we're going to be jumping into our interview with the winners. Holler, bring me through with it. Who are we going to interview?
I think we're going to interview Kairi.
Ooh.
Right? Kairi? Onyx?
Kairi?
Hello,
Kairi.
hello.
Hey, Kairi.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So overall, how you're feeling of this win against Aura Fire?
I think I'm happy because we're getting our momentum right now since we lost to Bryn, and I hope we can be consistent until the grand finals.
All right.
Okay,
and
when
Holler,
we interview other players, whenever we interview other teams, we always ask, what is the one team that they fear? And, your team, Onyx, tends to be one of the most targeted ones, at least for that. But now, let me turn this around. Which is the one team that scares you the most?
Actually, no team scares me. If we have to fight everyone to win the grand finals, so yeah, we will always be prepared.
fear none, but I assume respect all, Mr. Kairi.
Yeah.
But overall, what do you think? What else do you think you have to do in terms of adjustments to really carry yourself all the way to victory?
Maybe we need to play more because we're still experimenting in this new meta, and I hope we can discover new heroes and new strats.
Amazing.
All right,
Holler, any final remarks? Yes.
Yeah, just last question. And this is more of just an opportunity for you. Any last words that you would like to give your fans, your team, or your frenemies, maybe?
Maybe to the fans first. Thank you for supporting Oni from the start, and me and my teammates, and I hope to continue to support us this tournament, and we will try to do our best.
All right.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much. Best of luck throughout the entire tournament. All the best, Kyrie. Great game
thank you.
played. Great series. Awesome stuff. We look to see more of you later down the road.
Thank you.
Bye. Well, I mean, like, man of like a really confident but at the same time really chill guy, don't you think, Holler?
Definitely. I think that, you know, if you're at that level and you want to be the best, I think that you have to be cool, calm, and collected, which I am none of the three, right? In the sense that, like, I get emotional in my gaming, I get all that. But, you know, you're going to have your highs and lows in gaming. And if you're able to kind of weather the storm, so to speak, so that you're playing at a high level and you're doing it consistently, you're going to have a much better time than somebody who's, you know, peaks and troughs like myself.
I mean, definitely a really emotional player myself. I'm not proud of it. Definitely a rage quit a bunch. But overall, it's all about, as we're saying, about controlling your emotions. We want you to unleash the beast with monster energy. Because, like, you gotta want to be top of your game mentally, physically. And you can't do that when you're tired.
Definitely not. And Monster Gaming is gonna, you know, Monster Energy drinks are gonna help you out. Go to monsterenergy.com/gaming, ensure that you do, and then try to see what you can get and get into those drinks, because they're quite good and they give you that little spike of energy you need to hopefully get you that next level in the rank system.
Absolutely. And overall, Mike Holler, what are your final thoughts on this? Of course, there is a chance for you viewers at home to get some cold hard cash. And Holler, what do you think about all this? There is definitely the DHL like bot cup, which you get 5,000 euros off of that. But we have to talk about the upcoming match. It's going to be, well, you know, the Malaysian-Singapore rivalry.
And it's going to be RSG SG going up against the Yudo Red Giants eSports. That's going to be an interesting game. I will be back with Terrence on that one. We're going to have that one for the second game. But you, of course, Monchel, you will be there for the third game and that third series.
Yes.
And that one's going to be a bit of a banger, too. A lot of, you know, potential placements are going to be at stake. But first, let's take a little bit of a break before we go into that second series. We'll be right back.
I think Fedri is most picked because first, he can flex into ESP laner and jungler. So when you pick the Fedri at the top, when you first pick or second pick it, you still can flex it. Your jungler still can pick assassin.
Dia boleh combo dengan mana-mana hero support. Contohnya Estes, Angela, and juga Flori.
Terutama sekarang ada emblem baru yang bisa bikin variasi item.
I think Fredrin is highly picked because of the patch. The turtle attack is much higher than before.
Terus apalagi kalau udah dapat snowball turtle dan snowball kill, bakal jadi lebih kuat lagi.
Now with the latest patch, we might not see as much Fredrin as compared to before, but I feel like Fredrin is still a strong hero.
And his skills are pretty much annoying because of the main stuns. And the CD of his skills are so short.
His kit is basically complete with the knockups, with the stuns and the burst damage. He also can regen from the pokes. That's why he's really good. But I think for me, there's still counter picks for him. That's why you still need to be careful, you need to ban it up. And if Fedrin is free, why not pick it, right?
You love it, you wear it,
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
rhythm and I'm on the beat. Put it on lock, everything on fleek. Word in the street, got my sound on repeat. Do it all day, every day of the week. Getting turned up, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Up the beat, with it on lock. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Mad up the beat, with it on lock. Everything on fleek. Do it all day, every day. Every day of the week, getting climb out, we feeling lively. On the dance floor, where you gonna find me? Here comes the drop, it's time to party. Here comes the drop, it's time to party.
Back to life, I'm under siege. Breaking the chain, unleashed my true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse, I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst. Bon appetit, eat your words. Keep my score, fire the gun. Watch me how I overcome what they said could not be done. I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, shaping the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they send for me, say, get this, witness the birth of a legend. The past tried to trap me too bad. My future beckoned, I crashed, and yes, I burned. Hardest lesson that I learned was how to take a fall and crawl back out the dirt. Now I'm back from the grave, revived. Time after time they tried to take my life, and still I wouldn't die. Survive, now come salute him. No man can dispute him. Back and I am biting, street fighting, Ryu Hadouken. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it. Oh, here I go, changing destiny, saving the road to my victory. I won't admit defeat. I'm making history like it's meant to be. When they said for me, say, no man can dispute him. Might as well salute him. What is written isn't done. Watch me how I overcome.
Lace up my shoes, time to get it. Put in the work, I'm with it. Paying my dues with sweat and tears. There is no weakness here. I ain't new to this, I'm a veteran. Wear my battle scars like a letterman's. I done crawled through the mud full speed, so I wouldn't underestimate me. That's a rookie move. Homeboy, I got nothing to prove. Team player, but I'm still self-made. I'm in it for the passion, not the parade. I don't need the lights or the cameras, just me and my opponent. All the work that I put in has led up to this moment. Let's go. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. Game time, let's go. I hit that mark weeks ago. I'm about to lab you up. Tell me, have you had enough? You would think I had a PhD in psychology. The way I get in your head, there is no escape. Like I said, I'm out of your league. I play fair, but show no mercy. Only give my time if it's worthy. Cause I keep my mind on a mission. And you don't fit the vision. I ain't cocky, okay, a little bit. I call it confident, but they can handle it. Don't blame me, it's just my time. So move, cause you're blocking my shine. I'm out of your league. You better go with plan B. You taking the crown? That's a fantasy. You can't step to me. I'm out of your league. Better be from that defense. I give you an A for effort. Now hit the bench. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league. You go hard, I go harder. You leap, I leap farther. You cannot match my speed. Cause I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. I'm out of your league. Everybody wanna get like me, better reach for the stars, cause I'm out of your league.
Put it on me,
You already know what time it is, right? It's your boy Eclipse Darkness. I do this for my people. How I like that. I'm a black strong man, they can't tell me nothing. What I represent, they try to keep it from me. I done turn a lot of nothing into something. And I'm still out here pushing all they buttons. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing. So I'ma stand up. They can't hold me down, yeah, for nothing.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the Tank Emblem. By upgrading the Tank Emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter Emblem. By upgrading the Fighter Emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we'll take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minthithar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series ESL Challenge Finals. My name is Holler, and with me for this series is going to be Icy Baby, as we have RSG SG, woohoo, versus Red Giants eSports Malaysia, boo.
Oh, wow.
We're starting off with that.
I knew somewhere along the line you're going to go that route here. Finally we get a segment where it's going to be Malaysia versus Singapore. And of course, Malaysia is on the left and Singapore is on the right. So in this case, on your screens, of course, we represent for each side. And it's pretty clear cut where we're going to be siding on that. But before that, I'd like to thank our amazing sponsors here, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, when winning matters. Sometimes you want it to be a little bit light. Sometimes you want it a little bit smoother. In this case, getting the Snapdragon chipsets in your phones is going to smoothen things out for your best gameplay. And in this case, what better more than having the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra to upgrade and elevate your gameplay for your next MLBB match. In this case, let us know, share your epic moments and level up your gameplay, Holler. And of course, when it comes to this moment, if you guys are from Malaysia and Singapore, our currencies are very, very different. And you know what? 5,000 euro top stat chart. And of course, FEBot Dash Cup. You can take part now at esl.gg/FEBot. and of course to stand a chance to walk away with 5,000 euros. And click it. It's a pretty intense game, and of course, in order to play that game to last longer, you got to unleash yourself with the beast, with Monster Energy, keep you hydrated and power through. And of course, Holler, what do you think? What are you thinking?
Well,
do you like my comeback from there? You know, the currency thing.
No,
you know,
I liked it.
Singapore, Malaysia.
So it's funny because we were like, oh, we're gonna get into this fight. It's gonna be this epic thing, this verbal war, and then you're like, no. But let's give a shout out to our sponsors, left, right, center, like everyone. And then I was like, okay, we'll just kind of be professional about it for at least for now. But we'll continue on the verbal, jousting, I would say.
Yeah,
that's
Malaysia
gonna be
chicken rice
coming
is
up,
better.
Okay, for the record, I'm not Singaporean, but I'm representing the Singaporean in this chair right now. So, but I will say that I've had some good chicken rice from both sides. How's that for a politically correct answer?
No, still better. 100% Malaysia's chicken rice still better than whatever Singapore has to offer. I'm sorry, man. Won't deny it.
But okay,
can't deny it. Undeniable. Our asam
undeniable.
Laksa tastes better
Okay.
as well.
Wow, everything. Just let it all out.
Yeah,
what else?
just
Everything. Let's just make a list so that we have everything, and then we'll kind of because we got to go for the best stars. Right?
We have more land than you.
Well, that's a given, okay? That's a given. Singapore doesn't have anything. It's like you could 25 minutes in a car ride, you're at the end, right? And then the funny thing is like whenever you see like jets flying over your head and they're practicing for like the National Day or whatever, you always see them making left turns. Because that's, you know what I mean? Like that's extent of the landmass that they're allowed to fly over. It's like all you can do is left turns. You can't ever go right, so to speak.
You can't cross the country's border, don't you? You can't come over to Malaysia and just fly around for hours, can you, huh? Yeah, exactly. That's why we've got better chicken rice, bro. We can grow different kinds of chicken in different kinds of land to taste and create different products for you, bro.
Okay, I can't argue with
that. Enough of Malaysia versus Singapore. Let's talk about the real deal. And that's going to be Yudu Red Giants representing for Malaysia going up against RSGSG. So this is going to be our proving grounds. All right? When they win, it doesn't matter which chicken rice is better. It just matters who will have more points to actually qualify to the grand finals.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, the loser, you know what I mean, like has to go home. At least you have some good chicken rice to go home to, right? I think that's going to be super important because, again, I think it's going to be a highly contested series that's going to happen. But, I think mathematically right now, I think RSG Singapore might need a lot of help to get in. They're very far behind in terms of points. Red Giants eSports, they did have that loss against EVOS Icon yesterday, so that was a bit of a shocker for them, but they're in the third place. They have a potential to get into the playoffs, and again, only for the viewers at home, only top 3 make a move into the playoffs. So this is a must-win, I would say, for both sides.
Yeah, it is definitely a very crucial moment for both teams as well, especially for Yudu Red Giants, of course. They are going to be looking to secure the top 3, whereas for RSGSG, if they win this series 2-0, they do still have some life left to actually qualify for the top 3. So it comes down to today, right? Considering that this is the last day. I'm not exactly sure the actual calculations. We have to take into consideration that there are still matches that's going on the A stream and of course C stream. And oh yeah, did I mention you guys are currently watching the best stream? And that's stream B currently right now. But of course, what do we have here, Holler? What do we have right now?
We have the video that's going to introduce the matchup to all of the viewers at home. Let's go into that one real quick.
Obviously, Singapore didn't make it all the way, but at least they got RSG, and they put up a great show during MSC.
Possible donut joins in, Break gets caught out, Oki gets caught out, 2 men down on the side of RSG, and the entire part of the side of Mud and Flash is going to be pounding themselves right down on RSG. Bird and Flash takes the game!
I would love to face against Burn X Flash, but not right now, but rather in M5 possible, because right now we have no coaches or whatever, so Although I really love to beat them, but I'm not very confident in doing so. But still, I would love to be able to beat them, at least beat out my signature EVOS to prove a point. Yeah.
Diablo got away with a lot of damage fighters, and I think this particular patch will be interesting for him.
Psycho siap ditubal. Oki akhirnya bisa ditumbangkan tapi kelihatan lagi yang terlihat Dreamsnya langsung hilang dengan cukup cepat di area tersebut. Immortal yang udah mulai pecah.
I would say I already proved like unorthodox heroes can be played and can be used. So if I'm using another unorthodox heroes, then just don't be surprised at SPS. RG has gotten so much better now, so we'll just prove it to you guys like why we are not a force to be reckoned with in the international stage. So just be prepared and study us. Yeah.
Now, representing from the Singapore, we have RSGSG, starting things off with Diablo, Ray, Buji, Oki, and Lucien QT. In this case, this is going to be a very, very important match as well. You know, Diablo, he mentioned that he is looking to play unorthodox meta heroes. In this case, you know, Gideon did mention as well, he does lean towards fighters a little bit more, and we start to see a little bit of adaptations with fighters coming into this patch. A couple of teams bringing in gear off, but I'm still curious to see whether or not is he going to go for the Badang. However, that pretty much sums up RSG for now. I want to see how You Do Red Giants has to say about this in this inside video.
The best thing about them is that every single game they seem to improve. So I would say the best thing about You Do Red Giants right now is people always say we learn from our mistakes. They put those words into action.
Red finds a double, should be able to triple it, but no Super Red takes him out just in time. He's still alive, and despite all of Iman has the rose gold, and that's why he was able to. Iman is going to be taken down by Gorgeous. The base wide open, Irad targeting down, but will he be able to do it? Yes, he will. RSGPH starts strong with game number 1.
We did perform before the patch, but after the patch, we performed very well because our jungle is assassin player, so it's very favorable to us. Super Red can short call and his voice is really loud. It is first time that I see a good laner that can short call. So when he shout like doing something, we just like, oh back, okay. Even we war, when he asked to back, just back. So go because his voice is so loud. Our biggest strength is when we fight other team, we can really fast learn of like how the team beat us, or like we can really copy their meta. Like when we fight Blacklist, we can use UBE. When we fight this, we can use this, so we can adapt any meta. People thought that we are so lucky to be in here, but yeah, we will prove them wrong.
GG, well played as the You Do Red Giants have conquered their demons.
And the players from You Do Red Giants eSports is going to be Goges, Sagai's, Zach, Super Red, and of course Pancake. They're going to be from Malaysia. This is from the best chicken rice country in the world, and of course everybody knows these guys. They've made a name for themselves. They did a little bit of an upset in the sense that they did actually beat RSGPH. That was a bit of a stunner, but they're here now. They're in the 3rd place. They want to make sure that they stay in the top 3, and what better way than to do it against their neighboring brothers of RSG Singapore.
Oh my God, Holler, you're such a nice guy. Look at us, man. You're like I'm singing praises of RSG. You're singing praises of You Do Red Giants, even though we're from the opposite sides of the other country. Guess what? We're professionals. We gotta keep it civilized. We gotta be neutral as possible. But of course, at the same time, when we talk about this play style that's gonna be coming in, right? Like, I agree with what You Do Red Giants did say as well. Is that no one expected them to be here. Like, no one had any expectations that You Do Red Giants was gonna beat one of the strongest teams from Southeast Asia and currently in top 3 in the group stages. And what really shocked me was that their first debut was very, very lackluster. But game 2, I saw signs of brilliance where they were able to adapt very quickly and try style. So I guess from Yudu Red Giants' side, they do have a lot of capabilities to adapt quickly, but as of now, adapting may not be the best answer. You know, it's a great, I would say, bottle stopper, or in this case, a water stopper. But is it gonna fulfill their goal? In this case, are they gonna be able to bring their momentum to face off against RSGSG? So that's gonna be something that's gonna be very difficult, though, Howler.
Yeah, and this is a team that I really like in the sense that Yudo Red Giants Esports. If there's a team out there that I'm like, wow, this is a dark horse. This is a team that is constantly getting better. Almost every single loss, they seem to kind of, they learn from their licks and they just kind of understand what they need to do. Now, if we're talking about the player head-to-head, Oki here, going up against Super Red, this is going to be a pretty big one in the sense that, you know, who's going to want it in the gold laner? Both of them are highly capable. Both of them are, you know, quite good in terms of what they want to do. They are, you know, very reliable in carrying it to the late game. But are they going to get that space, that time to really kind of get to that next level? We're going to have to see, Terrence.
No, that's the thing, right? When it comes to playmakers, right? When it comes to RSGSG, you know, the biggest ones that actually stand out the most for me is going to be Diablo. And obviously, when it comes to the gold lane here, for Yudo Red Giants, it is going to be Super Red, right? So Oki, you know, he does his job well. He does his, I would say fulfills his role as a goal laner really, really well, but we don't see him really like kind of need him to close out games yet. You know, we haven't seen too much of his potential, and that makes a lot of sense of why Super Red prioritizes on farming a little bit more, whereas Oki is looking to try and participate a little bit more. Because the stats here, you can see it's a little bit of a difference here. Obviously, Super Red, he does have 67%, right? 0.67 is still 67% in terms of kill participation. So he is always the look to make those kind of plays, whereas Oki is looking to play the safety net to kind of play the later stage of the game. So in terms of playstyle and strategy here, we can see there is a different approach on how they want to progress their timings into the game. So I'm curious to see whether or not who is going to be fulfilling their roles properly, especially in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, RSG-SG, in my opinion, they've had high expectations. We know that, you know, as part of MPLSG, they are the top dogs. Until some other team can beat them at this point, you know, they will continue to be the champion, so to speak, in that representative. But in terms of international experience and, you know, getting to that next level, they haven't really gone over that hurdle. They've kind of struggled at times, and it seems like when they're high flying and they're on point, they're almost unmatched, right? They're always going to be there, but you know, it's one of those things where when they get punched in the face, how do they react, right? And we're going to have to see that one. And I mean, going back to the audience now, what are your thoughts going into this game? Who do you think is going to win? Is it going to be RSG-SG, or is it going to be the Yudo Red Giants Esports? We're going to have to please go vote in the Twitch chat, Snapdragon match prediction, figure it out. Let us know who you think is going to win. But Terrence, who do you think is going to win?
You know, that's the thing, right? It's pretty clear cut. It's pretty apparent who we're going to be thinking about. Who's going to be winning this series, right? Right from the get-go, you know, we started this debut, you know, Singapore versus Malaysia. Obviously, I'm going to be supporting Malaysia. You know, production, show us our predictions. Let us know. It will let the viewers know what we're thinking. Obviously, I'm going to be supporting Yudo Red Giants. You're going to be supporting RSG-SG. No-brainer right there. But one thing which is kind of surprising is that I predicted 2-1, but why did you predict it 2-1?
Look, I think that both of these teams are going to go the distance. I think that this is one of probably the more hotly contested series that we will probably see. I don't foresee it, you know, 2-0 smashing by one of the two different teams. Reason being is that Yudo Red Giants Esports, they bounce back and they bounce back strong, right? RSG still have that potential to kind of throw out that Badung pick, that, you know, kind of that unconventional draft that might throw off, you know, the Yudo, right? So I think that the potential for the third game is going to be very high in this series.
Personally, Badang is a hero that really sets up really well in terms of AoE wombo combo damage, right? And I think when it comes to playstyles as well, another hero that really comes to mind that has very similar traits in terms of AoE burst potential is gotta be Dirov. And in this case, I think, Badang maybe might not be contested from Yudu Red Giants, but there are teams that whenever they play against RSG, they will respect the Badang pickup. But I feel like Dirov might be very contested so far because Yudu Red Giants, they have brought it out a couple of times now, and they have made it work in these past 3 days. And so far, it is a little bit unorthodox, but teams are starting to adapt by playing Dirov in a sense where it is flexible. And what I mean by flexible is that especially for teams today, in particular, in these past 3 days, teams with first pick link openings have very, very low win percentage ratios, just because of the fact that it doesn't have flexible capabilities. It is very one-dimensional, whereas heroes like Dirov, heroes like Fredrin, heroes like maybe even a Badang can be flexed into like XP, can be flexed into jungle. And once upon a time, there is a particular team that Geek Fam from season 3, MPL MY SG at that time, won championship with bringing in a support Badang, which didn't really make sense, but kind of worked. But yeah, flexibility is going to be key to victory in terms of the opening drafts. But I don't know, I feel like this might be the case coming from both sides. I might be overthinking it there, but of course, besides comfort picks here, they can always choose to go for the traditional meta picks, which is, oh boy, I'm gonna play the Angela Ling, haha, Angela Ling all the way through. That's kind of, the thing right now. I don't know why, but it just works. It just, you pick Angela Ling, chances of you winning the game pretty high.
Yeah, and but we didn't see too much of that in day 2. I think teams have kind of gotten smart to it. While it is a developing meta, sometimes they get shut down just based on this is why we have the pick ban, right? Why the draft is super important, understanding what potential wombo combos are out there and how to stop it. So I think that we don't have to worry too much about it. Both of the teams are very aware of this. I think it's going to be more of a stock standard one. We're going to see a little bit, maybe something throws us off into game 1. I hope that it does. I want to see, different heroes, new ones that are kind of potentially that could break the meta or counter the meta almost.
Yeah, which is kind of surprising. I like that you actually bring this up as well, because we start to see a little bit more Baxia jungle now in the other teams as well, just because of like, hey, Angeling coming in. Okay, what counters healing? Baxia, anti-heals, yada yada. So there has been a lot of adaptations. So far, this idea has been theorized for multiple seasons now. Even like 3, 4, 5 patches ago, didn't exactly have the hugest of success. The best success so far has been just matching those kind of healings, right? Like if you're playing a healing composition, Estes, Ube strategy like Blacklist, boom. We are going to try and mirror that, get a little bit more healings here, maybe even Rafaela, maybe even Minotaur, here and yada. But even the Matilda to a certain degree back in the days. But now it's gotten to the stage where like we finally see the true value of what anti-heals bring to the table because of those emblem changes. So I like that, even throughout the entire stream that we have at SBS as well, like when we're not on broadcast, we have this announcer guy, she just keeps explaining, there's so many emblems, you can play so many different play styles, heroes like this, blah 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 blah. Yeah, that's the beauty of how Mobile Legends is right now, when it's developed to a stage where there's just so much possibility. And I think I was complaining about this in MPLMY like 2 seasons ago. 10 bans is not enough. Boom, 12 bans. Oh wait, new hero comes in. It's not enough. But you know what's not enough? You know what's great? Watching a professional team playing on a LAN event in Istora Senayan, Jakarta. That is the best feeling ever. I swear to God, I know, like, Howler, you and me, we've casted games like this before, the hype is impeccable. But if you are an audience, just sitting and enjoying the show, you gotta be there. You gotta feel the vibes. It's insane. It's electrifying. And guess what? For a price of 30,000 rupiah, which is the price of a large coffee only, you get to experience this feeling, Holler. Don't you like that?
It is an amazing experience, right? Just seeing it live, seeing everybody just get into it. Like sometimes there are moments where I have goosebumps, right? Like you watch it and like the you know, the passion, everything's happening. You see like comeback victories, the things that are happening. Like the players are putting so much emotion in it. There's so much passion in terms of how they really want to win this. They want to represent. They want to be the best. And you see that. And as an audience member, it's an amazing thing to see. And again, I've gotten goosebumps just thinking about it because it's just a great experience to watch these things live.
You know what's funny, Caller? Like for a second, I thought you were gonna be like, ooh, kind of goosebumps. You know, the kind of Halloween comes by, really like goosebumps. I was like, oh, that's what you meant. You know, the hype, the moments. You know, the highlights, the emotions that happens at the venue. You know, when one of the players loses, they cry. You can feel the sadness. You can feel everything when they're right in your face. Like if you're watching from home, you don't get to see moments like this. You don't get to see the backstories, like what happens behind the scenes. And sometimes, if you get lucky, you might see a fight happening outside, even though I've never seen it before.
I do need to clarify here, and you're absolutely right with the live events, but I do want to also clarify that you can still get the same feelings, that you can feel the passion, all of that stuff on Stream B, right? Stream A and C, you probably won't feel it. But Stream B, you will definitely feel it, right? And understanding just the next level of esports that you're having, that you're being presented to. This is an amazing experience, and it only happens, of course, on Stream B.
Agreed. And of course, welcome to the channel. Welcome to the stream. And guess what? We are going to be proceeding to match. You guys are currently watching RSG SG as well as Yudu Red Giants, Malaysia versus Singapore. And now, speaking of the draft thus far, you know, it's so close yet so far. I feel like Yudu Red Giants, they definitely need to take this series in order to stand a chance to qualify for the main event. And in this case, RGSG, they need the points, but it feels like it is a little bit too late. Like, I'm not gonna lie, there are still more days to come, but at this stage, if you're not at least in the middle of the pack, it feels so hard to actually climb back out from the bottom.
Yeah, for sure. And there's not a whole lot of time, right? That's the biggest issue right now, in the sense that you got to make it, right? If you're not top 3, you're going home, right? And I don't think anybody wants to go home. I think people want a couple more days in Jakarta, you know, with the good foods, the nice people, all of that you could potentially do. And we do have a couple, you know, Indonesian players on RSG Singapore, in Lucian QT and Oki. Both of them are Indonesian, so they probably want to stay home a little bit longer in that sense, and just kind of enjoy the time and hopefully get some time on that main stage. But first, they have a giant opponent, a giant hurdle to overcome in Yudu Red Giants esports.
I get it. You know, giant, you know, I get it. I perfectly get it. I love the puns. I can relate, man. You know, I get it. But of course, without further ado, I'm curious to see how the drafts here, you know, enough of us singing praises of both sides. You know, it comes down to the action. The players need to play. The players need to showcase what they've got, especially when they are not in home ground. They are here to prove themselves, to take a lesson. And interesting enough, this year is by far the most interesting year in Mobile Legends Bang history, because for Malaysia in particular, because of the fact that they have lost their slots in international events for direct invites, right? Like, so back in the days we had 2 slots, and then, you know, this year there was only 1 slot for MBLMY, and for season 11 the code was Revolution. So Revoluci in if you use the hashtag, of course, but it means for revolution. And all the Malaysian teams has pretty much bulked up to in the sense where imports started to take into factor. You know, they upgraded their management skills, they upgraded the coaching staffs, and so far, this Yudu Red Giants adaptations, like, I didn't see this at all during season 11. Like, they got in Zorn to come in, you know, and then Zorn left and then went to Homeboys, but even then, I was like, oh, no one had a lot of expectations. But this SPS showing coming from them, their debut, has really surprised us a lot, you know. Even for Todak, you know, they tried to go for a change, but that didn't really work out. But for Yudo Red Giants, this is by far, I would say, from Malaysia's side, a pretty strong showing. And if they win the series, it just proves the theory. But if they don't, well, they might have gotten a little bit lucky, I guess.
For sure. And, you know, this is a series where obviously I want RSG SG to win. That was my prediction. And you have a horse in the sense that you want Yudo Red Giants to win on this one. But, you know, whoever gets it into the playoffs, I think is super important, right? Because it represents the region, right? If you're looking at some of the other teams and what the top, you know, the tournaments are having, like an MSC, you know, if you're from Indonesia or the Philippines, usually you're going to do very well, right? In the sense that you're going to probably be top 5, top 3, that level, right? And we need to kind of bump up some of the other regions. I think, you know, if, you know, Red Giants were to win this and to go on to the playoffs, you got a fan in me. I'm gonna cheer for you guys and make sure that you guys keep going, because, you know, I want to see more slots from the other ones, right? I want to see people break into the Philippines and Indonesia, you know, the top teams that we're seeing today, right? We want to see more success from outside of them as well.
Hey, Holler, I'm sorry to say, man, you know, what orthodox picks, man, what unorthodox picks is going to be picked here, because Yudo Red Giants straight up say, you know what, Diablo, you talk too much. I'm straight up going to respect ban you. No Khalid, no Badang. Sucks to be him right now. It really sucks to be put in this position. Of course, even though they want to live up to their comforts here, sometimes just going meta is pretty much a no-brainer, because I feel like right now, based on this drafts, they have opened up so much possibilities to pick up. In this case, Valentina, Fredrin, pretty standard ones coming from them. Yudo, they pretty much double down on the Claude, means that the only other pretty decent counter to face off against Fredrin, obviously, is going to be the Yeef, Martis if they want to mirror them, Baxia. Not a big fan of it, but it kind of negates the regen that is being used by the Sky God in the helmet. So, I don't know. Is Yudo Red Giants gonna play something standard? Yep, they are gonna play something standard. Or what? Okay. They prioritize the Terizla. Alright. They're just denying all of Diablo's heroes right from the get-go.
Yeah, to be honest, it's one of those things where, yeah, are you targeting them, or is RSG SG next level where, hey, we show flashes of this and we make the enemy team ban things that, hey, we're probably not going to play, not really exactly meta at this stage. We don't know that as of now, because we haven't seen, you know, Diablo play these in the latest patch too many times. But, you know, I don't know at this point. I think that, you know, Diablo has a stable of heroes that he can lean back onto. So I'm not too worried about Diablo's play here. He's still going to find something that he likes.
This is my tempo.
At the same time here, are they going to pick the tier off? No, they're actually going to go for the Brody here. They want to prioritize on just winning those goal lane matchups here coming from RSGSG. So I guess they're playing for something a little bit more safe. Personally, I thought that RSGSG might have gotten the Dirov instead. Just because of the fact that Dirov do shred through that very chunky HP of Dirov, and it actually sets up for a lot of physical damage if Yudo Red Giants decide to go for it, or maybe even pick it up for themselves on the XP lane. It isn't too bad of a matchup against Terizla. Like, it's not the greatest, but at least, you know, if Gojas makes a mistake, you know, Diablo can just potentially just one-shot him with those Abyssal strikes, so the combo. So I guess, you know, they're living up to that. For them to ban, do they want to ban it? It's gonna be the question. Nope, they're not. They're actually gonna go for the Grok instead. Okay, interesting.
Okay, all right, it's a decent ban. I think it would have provided a little bit of an issue and just kind of control, you know, because you've got that with the combination of the real manipulation as well as Terizla and his penalty zone. You have a lot of potential with that. So I understand the Grok ban there. But one thing, let's talk a little bit about the Brody pick here by RSGSG. What are your thoughts on this? Because almost every time I see the Brody in, you know, the games for day 1 and 2, the Brody really hasn't been able to shine, and he's really underwhelming, at least compared to the Claude.
Okay. I like that you actually brought this up. Like, it's not just winning the matchup against the Claude from the get-go, right? You know what's really interesting is that because Yudo Red Giants right now needs a jungler, and Fanny is actually in the pool, which is something that I think if Euro Giants decides to use that to kind of snowball the early game, buy time and make space for the Claude, this Fanny is going to have a very, very easy time shutting down any other marksmen but Brody / maybe even a Leslie to a certain degree. But even then, it's going to be difficult. So I guess they want to ensure that safety net around the marksman for Oki to a certain degree. But I don't know. It might be a little bit too far-fetched here. However, Diggy ban here, as well as the Guinevere, interesting enough, because these are two heroes that can actually mess up a wombo combo strategy. In this case, Minotaur is up for grabs. Novaria is also up for grabs as well, because I've seen another team in the previous team, they brought in the Guinevere, Novaria, and Minotaur synergy to just enhance this AoE knockback. And because they had no purifiers and time journey, whatever fight was brought to the table was just completely shut down, this wombo combo strategy.
Yeah, that's a lot of that's a big commitment though in terms of draft, and it's you know, very, very you know, it's like again, not like a wombo combo, but it's, you know, a lot of synergy between definitely things that are kind of just played around. And but I don't know if teams are willing to kind of commit for that. I haven't seen it too much after that though.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? That it's based off one of the Laos teams here. I need to find the information for you guys. Let me look back a little bit here. Who was that team that actually played? Yeah, you CFU Gaming from Laos that actually played it, and they actually made it work so convincingly, and it was just so smart. But that's the thing, right? I don't know if Yudu Red Giants kind of adapted to that, or they saw that match here and tried it out for themselves. But I might be asking a little bit too much here. But this is gonna be a Jawhead. I guess this Jawhead is gonna be a jungle Jawhead coming from RGSG. Pretty straightforward. Not a big fan of it, but it does clear minions very, very quickly. Yudu Red Giants going for the Ruby, very safe bet as well. Especially for the recent emblem changes as well. You know, the announcer did mention multiple times, hey, Ruby in particular is gonna have a huge buff. You know, you can use Brave Smite, you can use this, yada yada. Lifesteal is just amazing on this hero. But of course, you know, I guess Yudu Red Giants really wanted to play a lot of CCs. And in this case, you know, what is weak against CCs? You know, Fredrin. You know, getting knocked back means you are not going to be able to change off those points really well. Sometimes, if you get a little bit lucky, the Appraisal's Ralph's animation gets cancelled midway. So I guess that's the idea that Yudu Red Giants going for. But RSG, they get the final pick Joy, and I actually think it's not bad. The Joy pickup is actually pretty good if you think about it.
Okay. All right. I like it, but hang on. We kind of glossed over the Jawhead here. Any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, it's great for just shutting out the pre-4. Like you can get very, very aggressive, high value damage right from the get-go. You know, when you drop a Jawhead jungle, you are looking to win your pre-4 right from the start. You are looking for like early first bloods. And maybe even trying to snowball from out of there. But if you don't get those kind of leads here, it is going to be very difficult, because you are put in a situation where, do I play full DPS Jawhead or do I full tank? Because eventually you are going to lose out on your power spike very, very quickly compared to any other jungler. So I guess they're taking a gamble in that regards. Whereas for Yudu Red Giants, they do have way much more fallback potential in this conversation. So definitely I am going to be leaning a little bit more on Yudu Red Giants. Not because I'm biased, but based on my analysis on this draft.
Isn't Jawhead actually the roamer in this one? I mean, looking at this lineup,
I think it's a jungle. I think it's a jungle.
Because I'm pretty sure Fredrin Bray, that's usually his like signature series, but we're gonna find out anyways as of who's
okay, you're
what.
right. I was just asking a little bit too much. I'm asking.
It's all good. It's all good. I mean, yeah, like Jawhead is not a conventional pickup here. Just because I know that Bray loves his Fredrin, right? They will almost first pick it, if not, in this case, second pick it for them. But it's definitely his champ of choice. Now, you know, Jawhead, we don't see too much of it. We've seen it a little bit in MPL SG. I haven't seen Lucian on it though, but I felt like Yudu Red Giants had kind of picked up some of the better ones, and unfortunately that's was left with it. But now Diablo on the Joy, doing a little bit of damage on the Pancake, and Gochus is going to join the fight. and Buji gets smashed, takes some damage, and he has to flicker away.
The reason why I actually kept bringing on the Jawhead is like I was expecting RSG to go unorthodox. That's the reason why. But no, that's not gonna be the case here. Of course, Yudo Red Giants, they anticipate the early aggressions of what Jawhead can bring to the table. I was expecting maybe a high and dry somewhere along. Sorry, not high and dry anymore. It's called Master Assassin now. Up on Lucian if he wants to go for like a 1v1 combo. It's like I guess we won't know until the emblems kind of show up later on. But for now, I guess they are playing something a little bit more standard. Diablo is going to get pressure from Yudo Red Giants. Nothing super major yet. They are definitely trying to stop RSG from playing this early proactive rotations and trying to secure early turtle for the team. So both teams kind of mirroring me here, but bottom side, obviously, Super Red is not going to have a good time against Brody. This was pretty much a talk during the draft, right? Like RGSG, they want to win those lane matchups first for the gold lane and then see how things go from there. In this case, OK doing a fantastic start here against the bot.
Yeah, and they're going to go. Oh, nice two-man stun. The robot manipulation. Lucian gets out of that one, but Pancake solo and not able to do it, and Bray got baited out, and Pancake, he's going to stay alive, and it's going to go first blood the way of Yudo Red Giants.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, like Pancake, CC's really stopped Bray from doing his combos, and because of that one button from Pancake just giving him a little mini stun, and they just couldn't do anything. And on top of it all, look at this. Triple Brave Smipes coming from Yudo Red Giants give them that extra sustainability to stop from this early aggression. Like 5% max HP may not mean a lot in the early stage of the game, but it is enough to give you like tank 2 auto attacks, which is great, especially for heroes like Terizla, Mortis, where they have very, very good early in-game max HP from the start.
One thing to note is that Buji is not the normal starter of RSGSG. It is normally Roy, but Buji's kind of stepped up, and I think that they've done all right. But you could see a little bit of a disconnect. They're not 100% on the same page, as Lucian has made an appearance here. But again, look at how Yudo Red Giants are moving around the map. They're sticking together. They're just they have almost 4 man just sticking, side by side, holding hands, ensuring that they secure a good lane, at least for the mid lane. But as I say, that Zac gets a little bit low. The stolen real world manipulation, that's going to be used. Zac's going to be killed. Buji's going to secure that one, but he will fall in his stead. Lucian will be killed as well, and that was not a bad fight for Yudo Red Giants.
Yeah, but at the same time, they trade off Gojes on the top side as well, which is a little bit unorthodox considering that Diablo and Bray was so far deep. I'm surprised Gojes actually went for the ego challenge, but I guess he did it with the intention that his teammates were fighting in the middle lane. So if he died a little bit too quickly or they just let him run free, Diablo would have just caused even more chaos down middle. So I guess they were just trading across the map in terms of just sacrificing life. But all things considered, both sides had a pretty decent trade thus far, but here's a big fight in the turtle now.
Oh, Bray, he's getting whittled down. He's going to be killed. Skies will take that one. Ashura Aura throwing back Buji, not letting him get away. He's going to be killed as well. And this is starting to go bad. I mean, it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Yudo Red Giants.
Yeah, that was a little bit awkward there. But at the same time, Yudo Red Giants, they do have the early aggression here. Skies is just a little bit too far ahead. He's got level 8 now. He's got so much CCs, and like I said, like Mortis and Ruby is just a very, very annoying hero to deal with. Like now Pancake looking for the flicker. Oh, okay. He actually went for the I'm Offender. Didn't really connect, but okay. It's a little bit too much damage here now.
Oh, he took a lot of damage on that one, and Zac's going to zone him out. He's going to be fine, and they're just going to kind of wait this one out. I mean, with this minion wave pushing, let it go for as long as possible, because Pancake getting a little bit low himself. Oki is here. Skies is going to join the fight. He's going to go for the back end. He wants Oki. He does take him out, and he slices and dices him, and he kills him, and Skies is going to be on the run. He goes under tower. He don't care.
Yeah, but he even forced out the Retribution as well, so that's going to be a downside here if he decides to go for the invade coming from RSGSG. But looking that they are losing so much control now, and Oki pretty much died a little bit here. This gives Super Red a little bit more room to kind of roam around, get a little bit to make his farm come back. But speaking of farming his comeback here, he is able to lead away, but Bray now is going to get caught out alone.
Yeah, caught out alone, but he's tanky enough. Bray, like, this is his almost you know, his main. I've seen him play Fredrin so many times, so he knows the limits of it. He's just trying to provide as much vision as possible, and it took 3 of them, and none of them could kill him. So understanding that that's the limit, but now Pancake trying to go in. He makes a beeline for Oki, and it looks like the shade away, but Skies, it's a trap. He goes from the flank, and he's looking to just focus on Mbuji, and Mbuji does get away, and a little bit of a commitment by Yudo Red Giants.
You know, I swear, Skies, if he decided to go for it, he would have gotten the kill. But I guess he didn't want to take the risk because of the fact that if he died there, Oki would have bounced back the net would to actually match Super Raid. So, and that's not exactly what he wants to do. So I guess discipline is in order. And here comes from Yudo Red Giants. I like it. But of course, RGSG, they're still looking for an ambush down bottom though. Look at this, Lucian.
Oh, Lucian going ham for this one. He's going deep. He gets to throw back the ejector, but it looks like Brody's, Oki's going to make his way back to the tower, and everybody's fine. But man, that looked like that was a huge jump by Lucian.
Yeah, that was very risky as well, because I was surprised that Yudo Red Giants didn't punish him for it, but at the same time, they got a little bit greedy. They wanted to punish Oki, but Oki understood that, disengaged. But now this hurdle is going to be very important for both sides now.
Oh, he's got to be careful. And Skies is going to steal it. Bray was working on it, but they're going to look to go. Do they get the Appraiser's Wrath? They do a little bit of damage on the Skies, but Lucian is now going in. They get the knockoff, but Skies is going to be fine. Lucian flashes over the wall, flickers that is, and looks like they're going to back off here, and nobody has died.
Yeah, this is huge. This is huge here. But Bray, he is able to land his shots here. But at the same time, look at Diablo. He's got to make something work for the team. And you can see the desperation coming from RSGSG. But ZQT, okay. You know, getting a little bit angsty now. They are starting to lose out their early power spike to actually punish Bray so far. And RSGSG is starting to build up this very tanky composition. I feel like this small clashes coming from both sides is more like an ego check, damage check coming from both sides to kind of respect each other. But bottom slide though.
Oh, they've got the Blazing Duet. That's going to be committed already. RSG, Bray, and Diablo are going to back off. And this is a duo that's been together. They have quite a lot of experience playing with one another. But again, they weren't able to capitalize. I mean, they were down behind. But now Oki's going to be left. And he's being focused. And the targets are going to be on point. And Skies actually has the damage. Gojus is going to be killed in return. But now Lucian, do they hit? Hey, they throw the ejector. And Skies gets thrown back in.
No
but
way.
He's under
No
the tower.
way.
And Fuji gets sliced and diced. And Skies with the outplay.
No way. That was so close. I could have sworn Skies would have died there, but at the same time, it's not over. Down middle lane, you can see Pancake looking for the CC combo. Diablo gets caught up in the brief as well. Bray, he has to make something work. He does not have enough gray bars to turn the tides, and that's going to be another pick coming from Yudo Red Giants.
Oh man, talk about worrying if you're an RSGSG fan. Some of these plays that have happened, like you think they're close, they're gonna happen, but like these 50-50 fights have kind of gone almost all of Yudo Red Giants' way. And just break down this replay here.
But this is crazy, right? Like Skies, he does have the momentum to actually prolong the fight. Lucian had a very, very nice eject, but you can see this small bump coming from Skies to kind of stop that wombo combo burst we expect from Valentina, right? Like if you go for first skill, second skill, first skill, you are going to be able to reset those cooldowns, but intermission stopping that combo is what helps him win this fight. However, now Bray now in a lot of trouble. He does have the Appraiser's Wrath. He needs to drop it. He gets it down, but it's only on one target and he won't be taken down. The Blazing Duet comes in for Super Ray to scare him off, but RGSG, they're able to trade off too, and this is huge. Yudo Red Giants, they're just diving for this and they're dying for that place, and it's just not worth it. And finally, RSGSG finds a little bit of hope, but still, is it going to be enough? 3-3, Yudo Red Giants still continuing their assault, taking a tier 1 with them.
The issue with that is that, yes, it's 3 versus 3. You think you've got an advantage, but seeing as that Yudo Red Giants were up in net worth, you're kind of giving up some of that lead to RSGSG. That's a bit of a win for RSG, but although they did lose the T1 mid, which is kind of important, but it's one of those things where probably Yudo Red Giants, you probably should have played a little bit safer and not taken that somewhat risky fight.
Yeah, but at the same time though, they do trade off a tier 1 up top with Super Ray, so that's huge. But the fight comes in as well. Bray gonna be point of interest for now. Lucian forced to use his second skill, not gonna be able to go for the eject, and now they are forced to disengage. Yudo Red Giants wants to catch them off guard, but RSG, they're nowhere to be found. They're just waiting on cooldowns for now. But it is going to be the Lord Dance for now. And pay attention, Diablo. He is looking for the flank angle to connect to this. And Lucian looking for the eject. He actually missed. He's going to get caught out. And now I'm offended. Pull both of them in. And they need to prolong the fight. But Fuji gets a big damage as well. Super Red goes in for a blazing duet. Scares them all for a little bit here. But Zach QT trying to prolong this fight. But it is still going to be a 50-50.
That was a lot of damage that was kind of wasted because they didn't kill anybody. RSGSG, that is. There were Pancake was so low. His Ruby play's been almost impeccable this one. He's 1-1-9, but the amount of control that he's provided, like all of the hooks, everything that he's done has just been, giving his team a chance to win, and that's what you want to see more of as a Yudo Red Giants fan.
Yeah, I agree. And in this case, Yudo Red Giants, once again, they're putting RSG in a very awkward spot. They're just forcing them to fight at an uncomfortable position just because of the fact that RGSG, they don't really have those power spikes yet. Like, the network may be a little bit close, but the level-wise, it's still a huge gap. But the fight is going to break it out right now.
It's going to be broken, and Bray will take the Lord. That's going to be a huge objective. Pancake getting a little bit low. Lucian's going to falter. Skies does get that kill, but it looks like Yudo Red Giants, they didn't lose anybody except for the Lord. And as I say that, Diablo has now joined the fight. But
oh my god, what is the damage?
1 versus 4. Sir, what are you doing, my friend?
Yo, what was that damage coming in from Gojaz? I think it was the final slab that actually dropped him down low, but RSG, they're not happy about this.
The Brave Assault, that's going to be it. But I guess that's okay. A lot of damage that's being spread around, but again, Oki goes down, and what is RSGSG doing? They're down numbers, yet they're continuing to dive under the tower?
Yeah, I guess they're trying to punish here, break the momentum, right? It feels like they're taking a page off Todak, where they just hit you where you least expect them. But it was just unfavorable because the counter engage coming from Yudo Red Giants is just so good, and Pancake has been setting up some crucial stun locks for the team, and because of this, it just made things so much easier from Yudo Red Giants to kind of follow up on all those CCs, because once the IMO Fender comes in, you are gonna get poked in. But in this case, let's look at the items real quick here. Let me give me a second. Is there something huge here? Oh, yeah. Winds of Nature almost gonna be the next purchase coming from the cloud, and when that happens, this is where Super Red is gonna pop off as well.
Oh, they've got the pullback. They found Bray, and they're gonna blow up Buji first. He's gonna be the first one on the list. Aki has to flicker, but he gets killed. Super Red is gonna make him pay, and Bray is gonna be back in. He's gonna die a second time. Call that man a Gemini.
Yeah, that is just very, very unfortunate as well. Like, the moment you get caught out and you're not able to do anything about it, RSGSG just doesn't have the disengage tools to do this. Like, the composition coming from RSGSG is to pick 1v1 fights and individual skirmishes, and so far they haven't been able to do so because Yudo Red Giants, they're just grouping up time and time again, and Pancake, Super Red, and ZQT has been, even though Super Red shouldn't be this online this early in the game, but even in 5 minutes ago, he's been joining fights here, and ever since they've been showing numbers, RSGSG has been in a situation where they just can't pick off anyone unless they're separated.
It comes back to teams knowing how to play from behind, right? RSGSG right now are behind, but they're forcing the issue. They're trying to make plays happen. And the thing is that the numbers are not in their favor, right? Like, Bray might get killed here, and then they're like, oh, okay, we'll go against this fight 4 versus 5, which is not a good fight to take. But as I say that, Bray is taking up a lot of damage. Where's his help? He dashes over the wall. Nice two-man stun by Gojaz. They get him, and they do end up getting Bray, and it looks like they're going to continue. And now one person was in a bad spot. Now it looks like the rest of the team is, as Aki gets killed. Lucian is next on that list. They did get something in return with Zach, but this might have been too little too late, as Diablo gets sniped as well, and that's 4 for 1. That's a trade that Yudo Red Giants will take any day of the week.
That was a huge play coming from Gojaz. Like, he actually stopped RSGSG from actually following up. It was like a beautiful catch, but at the same time now, Buji, oh no, he actually got dove under tier 3, and now the crystals are exposed. RSG completely wiped out, and Yudo Red Giants take game 1 against RSGSG.
Okay, The only comment I can give on Yudo Red Giants on what they could do better is their celebration. I think the high fives were very flaccid. I think they could have been a little bit more aggressive and more, joyful in that sense. No, but jokes aside, what a good game by Yudo Red Giants.
Yeah, that was flawless as well. I would say execution-wise, definitely Yudo Red Giants played it very, very well. They understood their cues very, very well. They were able to find opportunities to actually punish RSG's composition, which is crazy because if you think about how things went in their favor, every single time RSG tries to abuse Bray's Fredrin, they just had no opportunity. And every single time they were about to turn the fight, Yudo Red Giants is always one step ahead of them. And I think in that final moment, I think this final fight right there was pretty much their last chance for RSG. If they got the jump and follow up with Bray's taunt or whatever, things would have been great. But it was immediately interrupted by Gold just flickering forward and just penalty zone, just stopping everyone from the backlines to actually interject. And because of that, everyone from RSG just got completely one-shot from Yudo Giants' wombo combo completely. So I'd say it was a big dub, Not sure how this Jawhead fit in the picture, but it just feels a little bit unfortunate for RSG for that pickup. It just didn't work out.
I'm kind of thinking, like, what is the thought process, right? Especially that Jawhead that late in the draft as of what they were picking. Maybe they were looking like unstoppable force onto the Claude, ejector him back. But if we're looking at what Super Red did in that game, his positioning was flawless, right? Yudo Red Giants will first pick the Claude because they understand what Super Red can do on him, right? He's just so in and out, doing all the damage, everything that you need to do, and he's perfect for that. That's like one of his signature heroes, and he's showing up because of it. And I don't think that is the right answer at RSGSG. I think they need to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, I agree. And in this case, when it comes to matchups as well, and the clear indicators on how they should be approaching the fight was very, very clear cut coming from RGSG, because in terms of AoE CCs, they don't really have the greatest, right? They have a lot of pick-off potential with Jawhead, Lucian needing to set up these fights, but every single time that happens, Yudo Red Giants is just there to intercept that and block that. And if you're talking about blockers, Ruby. Oh, counter engage. One button, you can never miss. If you're on me, you are gonna get stunned. And when that 1 second window comes in, you have this Mortis coming up like, hey man, I'm a demon with two very, very long bone swords, just like whoop, you are gonna get chain stun over and over and over again. And I think because of this, it puts them in this very awkward position where if they choose a 5v5 fight, they are gonna get interrupted unless, of course, Yudo Red Giants decide to say, oh no, my phone dropped. Boom, I'm gonna get wiped out. In this case, it did happen, by the way, for Mace. I'm calling you out. It did happen in Season 11. He got super excited. Boom, dropped his phone. Disconnected from the phone, from the cable and etc.
Look at this.
Almost lost the game, but he still won though. Yeah.
All right.
Sorry. Yeah.
Okay.
Go on.
No. But fun fact right there. But okay, let's talk a little bit about the post game here, in the sense that Skies, the 12-1-7 Martis, he was controlling everybody. He was always there and ensure that the rest of the team, you don't have to commit everything, like the Ruby, the pole, the hook, all these things, because you have Martis kind of forcing it, repositioning people. Then you have the second wave of the Ruby, you have the Terizla coming in. Skies had the kills, but he also had the positioning and the team fight, and they pretty much snowballed off of the back of him.
That's the thing about the emblems, right? I think the biggest issue, between these two emblems here, you can see that as well, was that Bray still opted to go for the traditional tank emblem build, which is, you have this concussion blast, just wave clear, etc. And he didn't go for the molten essence, right? So he kind of skipped the molten essence and then just used that as a reprimand to kind of wave clear a little bit better. Whereas Yudo Red Giants, they're taking advantage that Brave Smite now can be procced by just using your skills, rather than, back then you have to be chain CC'd in order to proc that 5% HP, which oftentimes don't give you that value that you need. So I guess it just comes down to how they utilize those emblem strategies and then use it in their favor. But all in all, I still think Yudo Red Giants just have the better draft. Like even the damage taken away department as well. RGSG, 541,000 damage taken as well. Sandbag obviously going to be prey. Just absolutely nothing he can do. If you think about it, he just could not do anything in this game. Like everything from the side Euro Red Giants has an answer to stop him. And even if they can stop this wombo combo CCs, how do they even catch up to Super Red? Like Lucian was designed for that, but if he does that, means everyone from side of RSGSG is going to be committing a fight where you are going to be chain stun over and over and over again.
Yeah. We didn't see the team fight that they wanted to have done, right? We didn't really see the power, Diablo popping off, Lucian getting that perfect initiation. It was more of like they were reactionary to a lot of the things that were happening. But I mean, you did talk about Bray, you did talk about the emblem system, and I think it's really affected Fredrin players overall, right? If we're talking about MPL Indonesia, I mean, Season 12, that's going on currently. It's been picked like 9 times or whatever. Teams are experimenting with it, but it has a 22% win rate, right? So people have not, I don't know if it's just like it's not the old Fredrin where it was kind of powerful and, able to sustain, but I feel like just teams have kind of figured it out and they have the emblems now to deal with him. He's not as powerful as he once was.
Yeah, I definitely agree. But I'm looking forward to see who the MVP for this match is. Because, the winner, the MVP, to be honest, is pretty much a no-brainer. It's got to be Skies on this Martis, 12-1-7. He was able to snowball pretty hard. His Martis has been very, very spot on. He's got a lot of clutch charge rush to kind of deny the Appraiser's draft, as well as stop the momentum dives coming in from RGSG. So, GG will play to him, the MVP.
Yeah, easily the MVP. And we're going to see the highlights. It's probably going to be this guy's highlight reel, just because when you get 12 kills and more than 80% kill participation, you're going to be in a lot of those situations. Like, this is a fight that, RSG kind of struck back. They did, try to get things going, but Bray had been killed here. Then Bougie got left for dead. He didn't have Flicker to get away, and it kind of snowballed. It was like one of those things where Bougie got away earlier. He expended the Flicker, but then he didn't have it for that fight that he really needed, which was in that team fight. And this is the outplay where Skies, that's the highlight reel, right?
I genuinely feel bad for Bougie in that fight. Like he could have killed him, but he can't because he's just getting comboed over and over again by Skies. And on top of it all, this is something I didn't bring up. On top of all this stuns and CC that both Pancake and Skies is bringing to the table, like, look at Bray's health, right? If you want to set up that big wombo at Razor's draft, your HP pretty much is like, what, 20% health? That's pretty much the indicator for Skies to say, you know what, you've got that health, before you can actually pop the Razor's draft, I can do 2 things. Stun lock you again, or just decimate you and just one-shot you, and then get the reset and continue on the fight. So I guess Bray just can't play the game straight up because of how many heroes that Euro Red Giants can deal with it based on this gameplay itself.
And just checking the replay here, I mean, like, this comes back to the Brody. I just feel like it's very underwhelming, this meta. It really doesn't compete very well against the Claude. You just kind of struggle throughout. And I think Euro Red Giants, not only are they playing well, but the drafts that they play are kind of meta-defining in the sense that they know what's going on. It's the tanky, the stun, the control, all of these things that you got to tick a box, so to speak, of all the things that you need in a winning draft. And it seems like they're ahead of the curve.
Yep, for now, it might be a little bit just a reactor, I would say reactive to a certain degree, because Euro Red Giants, they have mentioned in the interview, they have been reacting to people, and so far their story in these past 3 days has been reacting to people's drafts and adapting, trying people's meta and using it for themselves, which is interesting because not many teams in the world can do these things. Like, they always try to bring up their own meta, their own playstyle, and then just win games. But for them to try, like, oh, I don't have my own comfort. Like, I don't have my own signature. My signature is that I can copy your style and just use it to win against you. And we've seen that happen a couple of times out these past few days. And so far, this strategy, this draft itself is the first time I see that I'm just sticking to basics. I'm reacting to you. These are heroes that counter you. These are heroes that counter you. Blah, 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 blah. And it kind of synergizes. Hey, let's make it work. And that really opened up my eyes a little bit more for Udo Red Giants. But at the same time, RGSG, they have to think a little bit more from on the team gameplay aspect, because they have been thinking a little bit too much on winning their lanes and then not synergizing with their drafts, which is a very, very big issue when it comes to that game in particular, because that Jawhead, not a big fan of it. I know they like bringing unorthodox picks, and I was hoping that Jawhead to be in the jungle because they needed to snowball hard against guys in order to win that.
Yeah. Not the greatest draft. I think they're gonna mark this. You know, they were trying something out, tried to do it. Maybe try to outsmart them with this Jawhead pick. It really didn't pan out, and unfortunately, they're gonna have to go back to the drawing board. I think Bougie needs to step up a bit. I think that he got caught out a couple times. You can't have that, right? As your mid laner, you got to ensure that you do survive so that you do provide as much damage as possible. I mean, the longer you can stay alive, the more spells you can potentially steal. So all of these things that you really need to do in terms of keeping your team alive. But again, I'm not going to point out one single person on RSGSG because I feel like the team was overall not in sync. Like there's things that they can work on and get much better. And if you're looking at Bray right here, look at his hands. I mean, he was kind of beat up in that last game, and he's showing those the wounds of war, so to speak, with those bandages. No, I'm just kidding. It's obviously MLBB related, but he was definitely focused, right? And they revolve around Bray, which is very smart by Udo Red Giants. They're trying to target him and prioritize Bray so that he doesn't have the greatest of games. So that kind of worked out, but are they able to do that in game 2?
Yeah, I hope so too. But I can see where you're coming from as well. You know, the the Valentina pickup, you know, like it's great and all. Like he's trying to mirror the Yves to a certain degree, but I felt like a lot of those instances, like if he stole the I'm offended and bought his teammate like 1 second window, maybe they could have turned the tides. But even then, like I said, it's just a very micro detail. And of course, that scenario is a what if, what could, should have, would have, how would have kind of situation. And in this case, you know, that's pretty much done. It's over. You know, game 2. Let's not look at the past. Let's focus on the present, and let's plan for the future. See what I did there? Pretty good, huh?
Yeah. Pretty good. That's the way to do it. And I mean, they're gonna need it, right? They're gonna need whatever sort of motivation that can get, because this is a team that's kind of, hey, Lucian, buddy, you should not be yawning at this stage, right? I think that you need to get that Monster energy drink, get yourself a little bit of, caffeine in yourself, because you got to wake up. This is game 2. There's too much at stake, right? You need to ensure that you win out here, because again, you're in 5th place. You need to get into top 3, and the only way you're going to do it is if you beat this team and then get some help from the other team. So give yourself as much of a chance as possible to win. Now is the time.
Yep. Sometimes in life, getting a little bit of help goes a long way. In this case, sometimes when you see a homeless person on the roadside, give him $1. $1 may mean nothing to you, but to him, $1 means everything. And if 10% gives him the $10, he can buy himself a coffee. And guess what? He can also get himself some tickets to actually watch the main event, which is happening this weekend.
Boom.
Not bad, huh? Boom. Mind blown.
Actually, instead of giving the guy $1, you should just give him tickets, right? Just buy the ticket for 30,000 rupiah and then just give it to the homeless guy, right? That's probably a better choice, you know?
True. Agreed. But at the same time, he's a homeless guy. I let him make the option. But of course, we're all fans of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. Obviously, the choice would be getting those tickets. But of course, you have to give people options. In this case, when it comes to drafts, there is no options for Diablo to showcase his Khalid and Barang again.
Okay. They're focusing on him quite a bit. I don't know if those are really the right bans. I mean, it paid off in game 1, but I don't know. I mean, the joy didn't really pop off either, so maybe it is in that sense. But okay, I do like the Kaja pick to start things up. I think Lucian needs a better control/roamer, and this is the right way to go. I think he'll be a lot more comfortable. He'll probably make much better plays with this than he did in the last game with the Jawhead.
I think this is a little bit better because if SG still wants to play that pick-off strategy, Kaja works so much better compared to draw hit. I think if they were trying to replicate the previous patch here, like you have this glue for Ramis, kind of push and pull effect, the Kaja, the Franco, or even the Cho, the displacement tactics here, like this Kaja has a little bit more faster engage in ability. So I guess if they're still leaning on that, this is pretty great. But of course, they need another very, very strong magic damage hero so that they can actually get the one shot. And personally, I think the Kadita mid isn't too bad. And they actually go for it. Like, wow, that's actually huge because if you take any other mages here, this Valentina can kind of get free reign with it. But the rough waves, you pretty much go in, get out. Valentina, yeah, you can get it, but how does this Valentina take advantage of the rough waves? Most likely, he's not going to be flickering forward. But if you do, well, it's pretty good. You have this Kaja instantly just one-tapping him, instant Divine Judgment. Valentina just loses all value from the get-go. So I guess that's just, mix and match, rock, paper, scissors scenario is a little bit better now based on this draft coming from RG. This opening up for now.
For now. And okay. But are you still comfortable with those three against? I mean, is that the right counterpick, Brody and the Kadita against the Valentina Claude? I mean, we've seen Super Red's Claude just be on that next level, but it seems like RSG, SG are like, hey, Brody is the answer. We're going to continue on with this. And, we're fine with the matchup, just not from laning, but to also endgame. But are you as comfortable as they are?
Right now, not necessarily. Because of the fact that if I'm overthinking this a little bit, there are, I think like if you base on history as well, there are teams that played jungle Kaja before. And because Yudu Red Giants kind of showed this glue, even though the hard counter is pretty much a Faramis, right? RGSG can still potentially pick it, but if they do that, they're just banging on the fact that they can just shut down this glue time and time again. And then, hopefully Kaja kind of scales in the middle game. And then this is where you start to see Kaja kind of be a little bit relevant. So I don't think they're going to go for that angle. But Yudu Red Giants, they're just, taking a gamble right now. Hey, you know what? They've shown their mage, they've shown their roamer. I don't think they're going to pick a Faramis. Let's just not ban it. But even though it's pretty strong as a direct counter, but personally, I think that's just a little bit safe. But of course, banning of Show RSG, very, very good one as well. They don't really want to try to mirror the isolation here. The Cho can kind of pick off Oki very easily with this Brody pickup, but the answer to your question here is Brody against Claude the greatest matchup. Personally, 1v1, Brody's great. Personally, Brody is great. You take advantage of the penetration, you take advantage of just one-shotting people, it's great. But synergizing is going to be a important one. Can you synergize around this Brody?
Right. And I like the Yudo Red Giants. I think the glue pickup is pretty good. It's very tanky. If it gets hooked in with the Divine Judgment, I think that you have some potential of plays. The Kaditas, just trying to burst it, not the easiest of things to do. So I kind of like that pick into this one. But just kind of walk me through the thought process of the last two picks.
Okay, the glue XP, I guess it's a way to kind of pull somebody into the team fight, right? Like when we're talking about potentially going for like a Franco hook or a Mincetar hook to a certain degree to kind of displace, denying the glue away from the Kaja is great because you don't really want to have two, I would say, isolating heroes, right? Like when I'm talking about, isolating here, one-shotting them combo, like having glue and also Faramis was great. Having the Kaja is also extremely annoying. But in this case, now you're still doubling down on this wombo combo strategy, and they have a very, very decent synergy here because glue strikes on regeneration. Heals coming from Minotaur is great. But the downside of this composition is that they're looking for fights, but not necessarily the greatest in terms of wave clear. So I guess, once again, Yudu Red Giants, they're trying to go for a very similar Uwe strategy where you have this more protect one strategy, just running in your face. Whereas RGHPH, wow, okay. We're going for the Benedetta as well as the Alice, so I assume this is a Bene jungle instead of an Alice jungle. I might be wrong here. Is this an Alice jungle?
It's an Alice jungle. Yeah, they do this. They do this. We've seen it in the past. I don't know how I feel about it, but
okay, yeah, technically I think it's not bad. It's not bad. You know, they need to some way to kind of mirror the healing, so it's not that bad. But of course, jungler coming from Yudu, last pick here. I think Baxia is like the perfect fit for Yudu Red Giants right now. They don't really have a lot of damage, but they have the tools to sustain whatever burst RNG is going to be bringing to the table. Like, if they can drag it out along the later stage of the game, Radiant Armor, Athena should just completely shut them down. But you know what? They do one more better. They do us one more better. They bring in a Fanny. No respect to the Fanny from game 1 in the drafts. I was calling for it. Did not happen. Sky say, hey, you've got an Alice. You've got Wombo Combo. Guess what? Even if you try to catch me, my cables are going to be always online. I will most likely walk away, drive away, fly away in this degree.
so instead of the you're thinking or you're recommending the Baxia here, and then just kind of, you know, a more conservative draft, deal with the healing from the Alice, all of the answers like that. But they were like, Yudo Red Giants are like, no, we're gonna take the fight to them. We're gonna burst you down. We have the sustain, the help from the Minotaur. The glue's gonna be a menace as well, and they're just gonna run at you. I mean, this is a team that wants to go, and I mean, this is going to be a very interesting one. But as we go into game 2 here, you've seen the draft. Terrence, which team has an advantage here?
I think Yudo Red Giants for sure. I like the Baxia because you want to win the front to front, but they chose the Fanny because it has a safety approach. In this case, if time for the Claude to come online. In this case, if they went for the Baxia, Claude is pretty much the only one that can push out. And what RNG SG needs to do, just keep shutting down Claude and game will be over. But of course, all things considered, that's pretty much draft talk. Execution comes in mind, and this is going to be game 2 for RSG SG going up against Yudo Red Giants on the red side.
Oh my gosh, and they're already started off. Lucian already has to blow the flicker, not able to get away. Zach is going to ensure that he gets it, and now Diablo has joined the fight. Skies is here, he's cables in, he went too far, and okay, Diablo will take that one, and that's the easiest kill of his life.
Yeah, that's huge. That is very, very huge here coming from RSG. Like, that kill right there, it's just, you know, slows down whatever farm that they did. But pay this in mind as well, because Skies actually did not have his purple buff in that fight, so even though that death was great, he gave a little value here. He cannot secure his purple buff, but as soon as I say this, RSG, they're looking to try and prolong this fight, but I don't think they're going to get anything out of this.
Yeah, Bray went in for this one, forced out the flicker from Pancake. He gets to safety, and they're fine for now, but yo, it's like, yo, you got the Fanny, like, hold up. We got to slow down. We got to let Skies get actually some farm, right? The most underwhelming thing in a game could potentially be a under-farmed Fanny. So at this point, it's just like, hey, we don't actually want to fight. Let's just farm as much as possible. But Diablo now, speaking of farm, oh, he gets the safety. He's got the elapsed state time. He's fine.
Yeah, this is good. This is good for RGSG. Just play to their strengths. You know, play a little bit slow. Play a little bit slow, and they're going to be fine because eventually they are on a ticking timer. In this case, RGSG, they have to wait for the purple buff to be down up on Skies because he take a late one. In this case, Buji, he's gonna go for the one shot. No Fanny from the get-go. That's huge from him. And now Yudo Red Giants, they're going for an all-out brawl without the Fanny. The stolen rough plays from Zach is gonna turn the ties, and he gets another one. Double kill for him. And Diablo is gonna try and trade off his life, but Goljaz is here to say hello. And now Diablo, last HP, he might be dead. And Zach QT says he will die. The eye and for an eye will not block it all. And Zach QT with a triple.
Just really well played there. I mean, that's what you want as Yudo Red Giants. You come from all angles, and you know, and at the end, Diablo had no chance. Skies will take the first turtle of the game, and while Skies has died twice, which is not great, but Yudo Red Giants have been in a good position thus far. Yes, it is a bit of a wash right here, but killing Diablo, that's a bit of a win for Yudo Red Giants.
Indeed. But let's look at the emblems as well. We do see a lot of mobility coming from RSG. They definitely need those as well, considering that Bray is gonna have a rough time walking up. But as soon as I say it, he manages to catch up to Gojes and gets a very easy kill.
That's a win. That's a win. That's what they need to do. They got to start slowly. And Gojes, I mean, he's not tanky enough yet. He's going to get to that level where he's super annoying. But that kind of nice rotation by Bray, ensuring that him and Diablo were enough to kill him and to ensure that they get it. And now Lucian is going to get gone on. But as I say that, now Diablo gets killed in the bottom lane.
Yeah, Skies finds a solo kill down bottom. But as soon as I say this as well, you can see that, like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, if Yudo Red Giants lost that early game like this to RSG, and if they drafted the Baxia, things would not have... There's just no ball back. But in this case, Bray, oh no, ouch. Yeah.
All right, the flowing blood into the 3 enemies, not what you want to do. Bray normally likes to invade the jungle. That's his play style. But when you're kind of going all in on that and relying on cooldowns to get yourself out, you're going to have a rough time. Not really a good play by Bray.
A little bit unfortunate, but great minions rage here coming from Pancake to actually punish that. But RSG now, looks like they're going to try to set up for another gank here. ZQT able to scout this out. But looks like they don't really want to fight this. But they're calling it Super Red rather early. It's only 4 minutes of the game. And Super Red is actually level 7 now. Which is pretty huge. Considering that he should not be this far ahead.
Oh, Divine Judgment. That's going to be the first one. The nice knock up there. They kill with Gojes. He gets blown up. But now Skies has joined the fight. He's going to cable away. He's going to get out of there. And Pancake is going to be left for dead. Zach is on the run. Diablo. Okay, it looks like that's going to be a turtle going the way of RSG. And that's one way to strike back.
Yeah, but now Sky's gonna do the trouble as well. He needs to cable away. Diablo! He's looking for the kill. He's got the execute. Does he? Does! He actually does! And he won't catch the finish. And Sky's now gonna be in a deficit. That's gonna be an easy turtle in the hands of RSG. And this is going very, very well in the hands of RSG right now. And of course, Yudo Red Giants, plan A is pretty much gone south, and now the only one to actually keep them alive is gonna be Super Red. And for now, RSG, they have to focus on figuring out how to kill him now.
They gotta find a way. I mean, Super Red is impeccable on the Claude, right? Even in losing games, he dies once or twice, maybe in the entire game. So he's on point. But Lucian trying to go for the flicker, not able to get within Divine Judgment space. And unfortunately, rage, that's the word I'm looking for. And unfortunately, that flicker just made him look stupid.
Oh boy. But at the same time, Skies, not having the easiest time. Of course, go for the split push by top side though.
Oh, it looks like they got the Divine Judgment now, but the nice little knock-up, but Pancake is going to be killed. Aoki will take that one. Gojes trying to run for his life, not able to do it, and Gojes has died a number of times as well. And this game is looking very different from game 1.
Yeah, Fuji just playing really, really well as well. His Petrify timings has been really good. Rough waves as well, but ZQT not able to do much about this scenario here, but the purple buff gets stolen away as well. That means this is gonna be a landed Fanny. In this case, not that great here, but RSG, they do have this momentum going for them, and this is huge because if they keep this up and they close out this game as quickly as they can, they will close it out. But if they don't, that means they are going to have a very, very difficult time dealing with Super Red later on.
Oh, Diablo. Okay, he's going to just kind of skirmish in the mid lane. But, okay, one thing that really sticks out to me is the fact that Super Red is 0-0-0, which is fine. You want him farming. But Zach is 4-0-1. The network score says otherwise, but now they've got the Divine Judgment. They found Gojes once again. And it just seems like the other team, like the, Gojes, Pancake, and Skies have not been doing all that well. Nice knockout by Pancake, and it looks like Bray will take that one, and it looks like they want to go for Super Red, who plays in duets. He gets the safety, but Bray will kill Zach, and that's going to be the first death by Zach.
Yep, that's huge. But at the same time, Diablo, oh no, he's a little bit trouble here. Super Red, he's looking for all the time. He needs one more, but just doesn't have the damage to do so. So he's going to be able to get out of safety, but RSG is still in perfect momentum here. Guys, does he steal it? No, he does not. Bray will be able to get out, but for now, Yudo Red Giants, they're still trying to make space and time for Super Red to come online, while RSG is just running rampant across the map. Fuji now. Looking for the 1v1. It's going to be a little bit difficult, but they are going to be able to disengage. Yudu Red Giants now going to be focusing the defense down middle, whereas RSG is looking for another engage, I guess, later on.
Yeah, they're gonna let Diablo split push. This is what he does. They force the team to kind of split up. Somebody has to deal with this bottom lane, and then they look for like a pickup elsewhere. It looks like Skies will be the man to deal with the bottom lane. Diablo goes back into his own jungle. But one thing that Yudo Red Giants have prioritized, which is that mid T1. That is blocking a lot of the map control that RSG want at this stage. Yes, they have a 5K net worth lead, but it doesn't really feel like it.
Yeah, it does, but at the same time, Gojaz in a little bit of trouble here. He's gonna lose his life. He tries to go to split, he's gonna die. Skies tries going for trade-off, but Diablo once again 1 HP away. ZQT tries to go for the Electro final blow, but unfortunately doesn't hit the mark, and Frey won't be able to punish this. That's gonna be a 3 down from the side of Yudu Red Giants. And Skies not able to do anything about this as RSG continues their upward momentum to shut down Yudu Red Giants.
Okay, how many times have we seen Diablo just get away with like literally a hair of life left? I mean, he's playing it to the limit, and there was a time where Lucian saved him, and he gets away on that one. Just the team has backed him up right when he needed to. Understanding the limits of the hero, RSG have bounced back in game 2, and they're playing quite well.
I talked about wave clear, like split push wave clear here. It's something that they are very, very lacking coming from Yudu Red Giants. Super Red doesn't have the greatest wave clear. Gojaz doesn't have the greatest wave clear as well. Like, he can't exactly match up the rotations that Diablo is making. Like, by the time Diablo has cleared the ball lane, he's in your face in this case.
Divine Judgment pulls him back. The nice little knockup, but Lucian's going to be killed. Skies will take that one. Pancake is going to be killed as well, but that's 1 for 1, and it's a roamer for roamer. Not the worst trade in the world, but I think RSG is going to be okay with that as they go for the Lord now.
Yeah, great setup as well, and this is what I'm talking about. And Yudu Red Giants now, they need to find a way to stop this momentum, and Ray right in your face time and time again is not helping at all. Meanwhile, Sky is gonna try and trade the tier 1 up top, trying to open up the map, but of course, if this Lord is gonna be able to be defended, and that's great for Yudu Red Giants. But for now, RSG, the dream here is to crack open inhibitor and stop them in his tracks. And that QT gets the Divine Judgment in.
The final blow, he gets the back in elapsed daytime, and he gets the safety, but that was actually a cheeky play by Zach, who had the stolen Divine Judgment, pulls him back, thought it was going to be a combo for Skies to kind of clean up, but not able to do it, and Diablo gets away yet again.
Yeah, execution coming from RSG, top notch here, 9K net worth lead, and with the Lord crashing in, RSG, they are looking for a fight. Divine Judgment pulls on Gojaz, goes for the burst, but the mid range keeps him alive. And now they have to back off. They do lose his life, and it's up to Skies to kind of make the plays. They do finish off the Kaja, but the Lord has been taken down, so the inhibitor still stands at RSG. They can't break through the defense.
Actually, the scary thing to me is that Skies is starting to pick up some kills here and there. He's been farming quite well. He's 5-3-0, and at what point, like, you don't want to see the enemy Fanny ever get farmed. And, your squishies in the back are going to have a hard time with this. So this is a little bit worrying for RSGSG, because if Yudo Red Giants just slow the game down even more, you're going to have a bad time.
Yep. It's all about the little things right now, and Yudo Red Giants with Skies and also Super Red playing the cross map plays to find farm across the map is actually what's keeping them in the game. And if, like I said as well, this next Lord fight here is going to be very, very important for both Yudo Red Giants. They need to get Super Red up on level 15 in order to try to stand a chance to try and outburst RSG. But at the same time, to do that, you have Fuji with his Petrify trying to one-shot. You have Lucian who's aiming to actually Divine Judgment and punish him. But with the Winds of Nature, hopefully it's going to be enough to do so, though.
Might be enough. It might be enough to do it. They're going to have to get to that level. But, I mean, look, Yudo Red Giants are very behind. They're about 9K. It doesn't feel like it. I feel like any team fight, Yudo Red Giants, if they pull something out, like a rabbit out of the hat, and, get one good team fight, I think they'll be back in this game after that one fight.
Yeah, hopefully. But of course, RSG, they're still in the driver's seat. 20 seconds in their favor. The Lord's pretty much shoved up. And you can see already another ambush coming in down bottom. So they finally learned their lessons here. Lucian setting up for a gang. If the Fanny and Claude were to push too far on down bottom, they are going to look to punish this and then close out this game. In this case, they are finally reading the mood, but at the same time, look at bottom. Skies. Oh no, the Divine Judgment did connect, but the cables got him out of safety.
Oh, got him out just in time, and that's what you need. The Lord is now going to be here. Euro Red Giants are making a beeline for it. They're going to contest. Buji's looking to get the flank here. Diablo spots out everything. Bray starting to go in. They're going to go, and Buji goes for this one. They knock up Pancake, but do they have the damage? He's been knocked up, and Diablo's going to be the first to fall. Buji's next on that list, and Bray will secure the Lord, so they get something out of this. But now Super Red is continuing to fight. Bray is on the prowl. He wants Super Red. He images at least to safety for now. But look at the base. It's wide open. The Winions are starting to do some work. Oki kills Zac. That's going to be a nice kill. They have Possess. That's going to be on. Pancake is looking to slice and dice him, and they do kill Oki. And Euro Red Giants have health, although their base is wide open.
Yeah, this is what they need. This is what they need. They need that space to push out and find farm. In this case, they finally got it, but at the expense of losing Super Red. That's not really the greatest thing here. But RSGSG, they're still in the lead. They still have the Lord. They can still kind of close out this game if they take one really, really good fight. In this case, Buji needs to hit the biggest Petrify combo and just one-shot everybody. So that's going to be very, very important coming in from RSGSG. However, here comes the Divine Judgment.
They've got Skies, though. They do have the damage, and yeah, Pancake is here. Nice 4-man knockup, but there's no damage, especially with Skies already killed. And now the Lord is here. It looks like RSG have found that opening. The gap is wide open, and it looks like they're going to go in. Super Red gets back to the fountain. The base is getting take some damage. Goja is trying to attract as much attention as possible. They got Possessed. They've killed Buji. That's a win, but now Super Red getting a little bit low. He images to the side, and it looks like the base has already been taken, and RSG strikes back. They win game 2.
Yeah, very, very nicely done coming from RSGSG. They realized the trend, they identified the problem, and they executed this very, very well. Even though I like the draft coming from Euro Red Giants, but RSG played it perfectly well to kind of stop them in this track, like preventing every opening coming from Euro Red Giants. Game plan A from Euro Red Giants completely shut down by these hyper-aggressive allies coming from Bray from the first one. The backup plan B, split push potential, boom, shut down Skies and also Super Red at the same time. So nicely done coming from RSGSG. We both predicted this to be a 2-1, and it actually went in towards a third game. And I guess it's something that they need to fix a little bit more, especially with Euro Red Giants, because the Minotaur pick was okay, but the glue was just not able to do his own thing. Goja's just left in a situation where he's just getting one shot at time and time again, and there's just nothing much he can really do. This is not the old glue we're talking about as well.
Definitely. And I just felt like that draft was like they're good heroes in isolation, playing well together. I think that they need a little bit more practice. Like you could tell that they weren't as refined as we've seen them. I don't know about the Fanny pick at the end, and Skies definitely picked it up towards the end, but it was one of those things where they weren't on the same page until like minute 12, 13 or something. It took them a while to get going, and unfortunately, you don't want to test out too many strategies at this stage. I mean, but we're going to go to a game 3. It's going to be, it's going to go the distance. We knew it was going to be there, of course, because this is all scripted, right, Terrence? But we're here now, and I think that it's going to be very interesting to see how Red Giants they bounce back.
Yeah, I agree, and that's the thing, right? Like, I like that they're trying to implement a few more styles as well, but of course, RSG, they are known for their unorthodox play styles, and in this case, bringing the Ali jungle here was huge, considering that we didn't see him do too much in terms of like building up those orb stacks a little bit here, but because of the fact that they took this gamble where they snowballed with Prey, always in your face, even though he's taking jungles here, he's also taking away resources from RSG just to build those stacks. So I guess it kind of worked out, considering that the biggest threat here personally for me was Diablo just constantly playing the macro aspect of the game, where in the early game, Euro Red Giants just could not match his macro pushing strategies, and because of that, it just crumbled and gave so much lead into his RSG's favor.
Yeah, And as a macro player, Diablo is one of the best, right? Being able to just split push, his awareness is good. Being able to understand how to control the enemy team by, pushing different lanes, right? It's kind of next level in that sense. He's not like, I mean, not to say that he's a fighter, not a lover or anything like that, but he knows how to kind of pull people into other lanes and to give your team a good team fight with the numbers advantage, so to speak. But let's talk a little bit about the post game here. It's 22-13. What really sticks out to you, Terrence?
Okay. Based on items here, I guess RGSG just played I would say the best game of their lives. Obviously, Brave went for the tank build as well. Ice Queen 1, doesn't really need a lot of damage item. He's just there to actually slow down the rest of members, like Yudore Giants. Based right from the get-go for the emblems as well, RG had a very clear game plan. They chose all the movement speeds here, the agility to actually play catch up against Yudore Giants. Yudore Giants and the emblems here, they didn't have that. They're looking for this wombo combo shot, one-shot capabilities. But the problem with this one-shot capabilities is that they don't have the first burst. And in this case, who's going to be able to get the first burst in? Like Zac QT wouldn't be able to burst down everyone low enough for Skies to actually go in for a finish. Super 8 needs so much time to actually dish out damage and farm on those items. And in this case, RGSG just took advantage of the scenario and just shut them down. With the Divine Judgment, whoever gets hooked in, Bray is going to kill him, Bougie is going to go for the one shot. There's just nothing they can do. And even with the split coming from Gojaz, the Rough Waves get so much value out of it. The Alice gets so much value out of it as well to actually sustain through the fight. So I feel like Gojaz playing this glue was put in a situation where this glue is a liability more than an asset because of this draft.
True. And so I think you're calling out Gojaz, right? In that sense, but no,
more like
jokes
just
aside,
the hero pickup, to be honest. But yeah,
okay,
I agree.
Yeah. No, but it was a little underwhelming. There were definitely times where he kind of wasn't as tanky as normal glues that we would have known, right? And the meta has changed, the emblems have changed, so that's why he's not as good as he once was, at least in my opinion. But he kind of faltered, right? Like him and Pancake, you would think that they have this like impenetrable wall up front that's going to have the sustain and keep everybody else alive. But if we saw that team fight, like again, you talked about Lucian's Divine Judgments, just pulling in people and just blowing them up and not even giving them a chance. It was like almost like Yudore Giants didn't really have much of a choice, and Glue and Minotaur, they weren't really able to do what they wanted to do, which is just have these long sustaining team fights.
Yeah, and at the same time, I guess Lucian was just online in this scenario here. Like the idea that RGSG wanted to do in game one, which is just going for pickoffs, going for one shots, didn't work out because of the jaw hit. This time they've got the Kaja, so that's huge. But I'm curious to see who the MVP is from the side of RGSG. Is it going to be Diablo? Is it going to be Bray? Or is it going to be Bougie? But without further ado, the MVP is gotta be Bougie. 2, 3, and 14. You called him out in game one, and he stepped it up in game two. This was huge coming in from Bougie.
All right, I feel like Bougie owes me because I called him out. I motivated him so that he had an MVP style game in game two. I mean, 2, 3, 14, the 73% kill participation on very good, right? And that's what you want to see as Bougie here in that mid lane. But let's check out some of the highlights. Maybe we can see some more and see why Bougie ended up winning the MVP here, Terrence.
Yeah, and when it comes to this as well, like the first fight here is where Bougie happens as well. Like here, this petrified catch, while Skies did not enable because he was a little bit aggressive there, kind of slowed down the momentum for Skies. And when Skies was down here, you know, this small little room, it feels like RGSG was given an inch to kind of like, hey, you know what, we made a mistake. And what RGSG did with this inch is that they took a mile after that, which was huge because Skies was just trying to play catch up right from the start, and it was so difficult because of one mistake. And in this case, was it a mistake? I felt like it was just pure execution of the movie. There was a clutch fit right on the game.
Yeah, he really stepped up. I mean, he was on point. So it just like if you're looking at the team fights, I mean, Euro Red Giants, they had a lead. They were playing well, and then all of a sudden the team fight, this roaming like death ball that RSG had just kind of run up on people and just focused you down, right? Like Diablo got killed here, Fuji was next, and then you thought, but Bray took the Lord, and that was a massive win for them because now Euro Red Giants have to deal with it. And yeah, they've been pushed back, but it was a situation where Aki had actually been pushing the base, right? And it completely caught off everybody off guard because they were too busy team fighting. So different avenues, different angles, and you always need to check your mini-map, so to speak.
Yeah, and you can see moments here coming from Super 8 as well. This was the start to see the potential comeback that Euro Red Giants could have done. Like, because Super 8, he's got his damage, but it's just really unfortunate that his teammates got picked off. So I would say SG chose the perfect time to close out this game, because if they did not close out this game anytime soon, that might have been a very, very difficult game. We were expecting maybe 20 minutes long game if that kept up, and they just saw an opportunity, they took it, they grasped it, they came back, and this is good coming from RSGSG, and hopefully in game number 3 they are able to take the game away from Euro Red Giants and just denying them that opportunity to actually qualify for the main event.
That's what they needed to have done, but that was game 2, and that was a very back and forth game in this series thus far. We're going to go to a game 3, and that one's going to be coming up, and I'm actually super excited to see who's going to want it, who's going to want to get into the top 3 for the playoffs. But up first, I believe we have a short break coming up. We will be right back.
We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish and push to the limit and work.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. You guys are currently watching the B stream, the best stream, and of course, welcome back once again as we are about to dive into the Game 3 of both RSG SG versus Yudu Red Giants. The decider match for either of these teams here on whether or not they make it all the way to the playoffs. My name is ICBaby12, and he is Holler as we take you through this journey and the commentaries for today. But Holler, you know, there has been so many things that we talked about from game 1 and game 2. You know, it feels like in terms of adaptation, teams are starting to try and I think both this team, both RG as well as Yudu Red Giants, they're trying to like bring in their own meta to kind of close out the games. But eventually, it feels like it is a trial and error coming from both sides, though.
Yeah, a little bit of trial and error. I mean, I guess it's good to try new things out when you have, you know, games to spare, so to speak, right? You're not losing a series because of this trial, but this is going to be game 3. This is the most important one. I think that everybody will be picking their comfort heroes. Your backs are on the wall, right? You might even be eliminated from this tournament if you don't win this game. You need to bring your A game no matter what. So what does that mean? I think we're going to go to tried and true in terms of, you know, both squads picking, again, the most comfortable heroes that they're on. But not only that, but also having that team synergy. You need that composition. I feel like in games 1 and 2, it comes back to the draft. Both teams that lost kind of came in with drafts that were just kind of lackluster.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? It comes down to whether or not can you choose your own heroes to kind of make it work for your team. In this case, choosing heroes that bring the biggest value or maybe even to win you the game is what we call meta, right? Like in this case, the most efficient way to win the game was to straight up countering your enemy's heroes. Game 1, you know, it was straight up Yudu Red Giants countering the Fredrin coming in from RSG. But for RSG side for game 2, they also was just straight up countering the glue alongside with the Fanny, because the glues, the intention of having glues is to make space for the team. And every single time Go just goes in front, if he gets caught out, boom, he just melts and he can't even do anything like what Diablo is trying to achieve time and time again. And I would say Diablo made so much space for the team from RSG side. And to top it off, you know, Bougie has been so, like, he played really, really well on this Kalita, and I loved it for game number 2.
Yeah. We're gonna need to see more of that, right? Especially for this game 3. Or you need to see less of that if you're a Yudu Red Giants eSports fan. But it's really gonna come down to this one, right? Again, game 1, the Valentina with Bougie was kind of lackluster, and in game 2, the Valentina lost again. That was on. Sorry, I don't remember. It was on Zach. Just hasn't had the impact that they want. I don't know what it is about that hero. It's still very popular. It's gotten a lot of picks. But at the same time, it hasn't just had that impact that teams have been wanting in a mid laner.
Yeah, and when it comes to the plays here, I think Bougie just needed a wake-up call from game number 1. I wouldn't say he didn't do his job here. He tried his best on his Valentina, but Valentina has been nerfed multiple times, and it's nerfed to a point that people are just sick of this hero, and people have played it so many times. Eventually, people have kind of adapted and figured out what's a Valentina can or cannot do. And in this case, I would say it's just good adaptations coming from both sides. But personally, I feel like banning the Badang as well as the Khalid is a little bit too far-fetched, just because of the fact that, hey, Diablo is really, really good of it. They just needed to figure a way to deal with it. That's pretty much it. Like, letting the Kaja through was one of the biggest mistakes that Yudu Red Giants could have done. But if they try to mirror the same bans here, I think first banning, like if Yudu Red Giants was on first pick again, they should be denying the Kaja away for sure. Like, at least ban it away.
You think
the biggest threat was
the
Kaja.
You're
first
right.
Phase ban or pick.
Okay. It's funny that you say that because I feel like Lucian does the same thing. That's his style of roaming play. Like he just kind of isolates you. I mean, with the Franco hooks, or in the case of the last one, which is the Kaja Divine Judgments, he's actually very good at that, right? That's the playmaking roamer that you want from Lucian. So I feel like while you can ban the Kaja or pick it yourself, I feel like there's just so many other heroes where Lucian can pop off, except for the Jawhead, which in game one, which let's be honest, was not a good game.
Yeah, it was definitely a very, very difficult game to actually watch and play as well, considering that RSG just walked over them, and like whenever Lucian engages the fight, there's just nothing Udare Giants can actually stop that. Like they needed to get some trades across the map, but Skies was just playing comeback all the way through, and every single time Skies tried to make a kill, Diablo was just completely outclassing him twice now, actually 2 to 3 times. But of course, as soon as I say this, they are going to mirror the bans once again, banning the Khalid, banning the Padang when it is going to be showing respect to Diablo. First pick here is the Kaja going to be a priority. That's going to be a very, very important one.
Okay, so you banned out Khalid and Barang, but at the same time, you saw the Benedetta, and Diablo's kind of good on the Benedetta. No respect ban for that one, or is it more of like, hey, we'll just counter pick it through the draft?
Oh, okay. They do pick the Kaja here. I don't think it's the Benedetta. It's more like the tools, right? Like the drafts right from the get-go from Udare Giants was very clear that the person that's going to be doing the split push was pretty much the fan in the class. So you don't necessarily need the glue on the other side of the map. But for Diablo's case, that is what he wants to do. So Gojas was forced to take up the roaming position to kind of open up the map alongside the Minotaur. And that was something that Udare Giants could not do, because every single time RSG tries to pick a fight, they weren't in your face. They were pretty much, having Diablo play the macro play, and every single time they pick a fight, their members were never ready to take a 5v fight. And that's something that RSG was able to isolate and found opportunities to capitalize on that. But of course, instead of first picking the Cloud this time, RSG is going to deny it away from Udare Giants. So this time, it's going to be Super Red needing to play against this.
I harness it.
Yeah, and I think that's a good pickup. Nice change in the draft by RSG, right? They realize that Super Red has picked it almost first every single time, the Claw that is, and now you're forcing him to maybe pick something else, the Beatrix, something he can play other ones, but at least you're taking away the mobility. And if you're looking at what else they have the Kadita, again, very elusive. You have the potential for burst. You have a lot of opportunities. But okay, now you're gonna go with the Valentina and the carry. Is that the nice counter pick that you would want as Udare Giants?
This is good. I actually prefer the carry a little bit more. Just because of the fact that if they decide to bring Brace Alice again here, yes, he can be on top of the carry. But once you hit towards the middle of the later stage of the game here, you can still one-shot carry. You can one-shot Alice very, very quickly here. But what's interesting is that RG decides to pick the Minotaur for themselves. So they are looking to set up for those wombo combo plays to play with the Kadita. But the question here is Udare Giants going to play the Purify meta, or are they going to bring in the Diggy for themselves, which I don't think that's going to be the case here.
No way.
Yeah, it's not happening. The Diggy is not happening.
Yeah, and I just don't think I think the Kacha is going to be the roamer. I think Peke is going to be on him. But I like the Minotaur pick here by RSG SG. The reason being, you have the heal from the roar, you have the potential, the charge, the knock-up, basically all the things that you need as a roaming support, right? And we've seen it time and time again where Lucian's able to control the team fights. Minotaur just is a perfect hero for him. It ticks all the boxes that he wants.
Your team is banning.
Wow. Interesting. Martis being banned. I guess they are going to be banning off the junglers here. I guess we might see assassin junglers coming in from both sides. Pakido is still in the pool as well. Benedetta is still in the pool. So Udare Giants, they may consider actually just banning of the Benedetta, considering how Diablo is playing it, and just force Diablo to play something else. I think they can bring in the EDF XP. It's not the greatest, but it does a lot of damage in terms of isolation and pick-off metas. But if they go for it, Paquito jungle is still available as well if Ray decides to go for it. If Yudu decides to go for Assassin jungle. But no, they banned the Alpha. I like this. Sustains. They definitely did their homework. A lot of sustains coming in from RSG. But I don't know. This is a bit weird. It's a bit weird for me. Like, there's no way Ray can't play Assassins, right?
Yeah. I mean, he tends to play more of like the tankier sustaining types, like the Fredrins and the works. But, you know, and the Alice and that. But he's kind of, you know, stayed away from the Assassins as of late. He's been more of like a team player instead of like the high profile slice and dice and get all the kills kind of type of player, the flashier type. But as I say that, it looks like it's going to be the Baxia.
Okay, then it makes more sense now, considering that like I was thinking about maybe Paquito, maybe Baxia somewhere along the lines there, maybe even the Akai jungle, even though it's kind of fallen off the meta. But because of this carry now has so much more kill potential. Like it brings so much more value now compared to like, oh no, why did you pick a carry against a Claude? It's not the greatest. But now with the Baxia and Minotaur in your face, and also a Beatrix, Kadita, I think getting a Purified Album carry is just so much more value right now, in terms of just taking a counter engagement or team fight. But the question here is that they are lacking a lot of AOECC combos here. So they need fast burst, they need to really like just catch somebody, one shot the guy. And jungler here, I think Assassins is great. No, come on, not again. Really? Wow. Fanny again? Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Okay. Like we know Skies can play it, but is he going to have the same impact as he did in another series? Because last game, his KDA was okay, didn't really get going, but I mean, we've seen that RSGSG know how to deal with the Fanny player. They kind of starve him out, make sure that he has a rougher start so that he doesn't just snowball and get out of control. But this is one of those things where, you know, they're going for this, right? Yudo Red Giants, again, backs on the wall. Game 3, everything is at stake. He's like, Skies is like, give me my Fanny. I got this game. I will carry it for you guys.
As fierce as fire.
Okay, they do go for the Paquito. Oh boy, Paquito. The question here is, are they gonna flex this Paquito jungle and then put the Baxia on the XP? It is a possibility. I feel like Paquito jungle versus Fanny is just a little bit better, but of course going for Baxia is also not that bad as well. You can still kind of mirror in terms of movement speed. But personally, in terms of drafts here, I actually like RSGSG's drafts a little bit more, like way much more compared to game number 2.
Whoa, I feel like this is a trick, right? You're trying to like caster curse them by like promoting them,
for real,
pumping them up.
for real. RSG's draft is just so much easier to play.
I agree. To be honest, I agree, but I'm going to try to counter your caster curse by saying Yudo Red Giants draft is better, but my heart is actually going for RSGSG on this one. To be honest, I do agree with you.
It's no longer a curse if you kind of like don't believe it, you know? You're like, oh, I choose for the sake that, but you're hoping the other side, you know? It doesn't work that way, man. It just doesn't. No way, bro.
Are you my mom? Come on, man. I can do what I want.
All things considered, you know, the decider match is finally here. RSGSG, pick their poisons, pick their weapons, pick their drafts. So same can be said for Yudo Red Giants, and they are going to duke it out into the land of dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, this is game number 3. Yudo Red Giants on the blue side and RSGSG on the red side. Winner takes all in this game 3.
We couldn't have asked for a better one, right? We knew it was going to go to game 3. We knew it was going to be close. I think this is pretty much it, right? There's just so much at stake. This is, of course, day 3. Who wants it? Who's going to make it into the top 3 playoffs to get a chance to play live on the main stage in Jakarta, of all places, to see everything and to have that impact? But it looks like they've got the Petrify. They have Pancake right where they want him, but Buji getting a little bit low. Skies will take him. That's Fanny. That's the one that you don't really want to get some sort of farm, but now he's going to be left for dead. Diablo is going to be killed, and it's a party. Everybody wants this Fenrir. Everybody was here from RSG, but Lucian, oh, he's been terrified. He's going to back off. He gets back to safety, and Diablo continuing to fight. And now Pancake, the fight is so long that Pancake was able to revive and make his way back into the team fight.
No, they could have gotten another kill on Lucian. Go just flickered down instead of top. Oh my goodness. But at the same time, maybe he wanted to play a little bit safe here. But once again, big clutch coming from Bougie, setting things up there for the team. Likewise can be safe from Diablo as well. But again, same scenario for game number 2. Sky is getting a kill this time, but he still loses his life relatively early. So that's going to be a big problem as well. And this is why I say Paquito is just so good against assassins. But as soon as I say this, topside Bray, he actually gets caught out. Oh my goodness, Pancake gets the kill. Stole it away from Skies.
Good rotation there by Yudo Red Giants. And actually, you know, it's perfect because, you know, the turtle has just spawned right in front of them. Very good timing. That's what you want to see as Yudo Red Giants. You make a rotation, you get the kill, and then it turns into a potential turtle. Bray, he's going for this. No, not able to do it. Skies will secure that one, but Bray had made his way back in.
Yeah, feels a little bit closer now. It seems like they're trying to capitalize on each other's mistakes and go for the punish. But however, driver's seat is going to be on Yudo Red Giants now. Divine Judgment comes in. Lucian takes a little bit more damage. He goes for the Minotaur's Rage. He goes for the Chain CC. He somehow survives, and they can't seem to finish him off. And Gojaz misses his slam, and Lucian actually gets out alive. However, Skies looking forward for the finish, but he doesn't have the energy to do so. Lucian, he has a Spec Compel, but no, he won't actually escape this. Meanwhile, RSG, they run down Gojaz on the top side and they get a kill.
Diablo comes in, kills Gojaz, and that means Skies was going to the ends of the earth to hunt Lucian down. Unfortunately, not enough damage or energy to make that play, and Lucian just baiting him out, wasting his time. And you see why Lucian is that player, right? He knows the limits of this Minotaur, getting heals, dashing away to safety, playing it very well. I love Lucian's playstyle.
This is not fair. Like having a Tenacity and a Brave must keep him alive, but as soon as I say this, Lucian gets completely focused out. Nothing he can do in that scenario. So a little bit unfortunate here, but it does give a little bit of net worth to Super Red. So this is a good start on how to build out this carry. But eventually, RNGSG, they need to stop him. Diablo, he's stuck in an awkward position. He tries to get out. Gojaz once again flickers forward, misses his slam. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, you know what? I gotta calm down. Yudo Red Giants is still a win. Is still a win. I still get the kill. It's okay. It's okay.
I mean, it's one thing to get the kill, but Sky is getting the kill, right? You never want to see the Fanny getting farm, and that's the scary part, at least in my eyes. But it's you know, you want to funnel as much farm as you can into Yudo Red Giants. Get everybody low so Skies can come in and just clean up and take as much of that net worth as possible, because he's your win condition. He's going to give you an opportunity. But as I say, that nice two-man knockoff, Lucian, and now he's going to be left for dead, and he dies with Bougie. And again, another good rotation right at the timing of another objective.
Yeah, this is the wrong time for RSG to actually pick a fight, and for some reason, it feels like they are getting a little bit too desperate here. And because of this, Yudo Red Giants, they're capitalizing on this. Okay, he doesn't have the Battle Mirror image. He is going to get poked down by Super Red. So that's going to be another kill in the hands of Super Red. Gojaz is holding on for his dear life, but there's no way his teammates can actually save him now.
Yeah, no way to get away from here, but looks like Yudo Red Giants have kind of fought their way back in. They're definitely in the lead here. How do they kind of capitalize on this and do more damage and, you know, make SG's life a little bit difficult? But Diablo going in for this one. They had the flicker play, but Pancake, he tanks most of that. He gets to safety. They're going to back off here and do a little bit of chip damage on that T1 bottom, but now the rest of RSG, they make an appearance yet again. But they've been thwarted and they back off.
Yeah, this is huge. Like Super Red having this Purify just gets so much value, considering every spell that RGSG dishes out, he can't just kind of walk out of it and force his commitments. In this case, Diablo, look at him. He needs to land his KO punches. And in this case, now they're looking for the fight. Lucian with the Minion's Rage, whipping everything here. And Yudo Red Giants, they need to back out. ZQD trying to get out the rough ways. Unfortunately, just half a second too late as he gets called out. And now RSG gonna try and capitalize on this, but nope. Yudo Red Giants, they will force a disengage.
Oh my gosh, nice knockoff onto Pancake. They're looking to dive for this. Bray getting a little bit low, has to be careful. They're gonna focus on, and Super Red will take that one. And now Diablo, Bougie are gonna back off here. Gojaz is tanking up front, and it looks like RSG are going to run away eventually, but it seems like, I don't know if teams are making mistakes or if it's just like, jab after jab, they're just kind of playing the counterpunch game.
Yeah, Super Red is just, unstoppable right now. And RSG, they can't seem to actually find an opportunity here. ZQT this time opted to steal the Mignon straight to kind of counter setup. And I think that's just a little bit better here compared to getting the rough waves, because he hasn't been able to find an opportunity to go for a one-shot. But as soon as I say this, go Jazz, he focus away, counters his game, penalty zone, and catches Bucci before he does anything. However, the turtle going to be up for contested. Ray steals it away, but at the back line, guys, he wants to finish off Oki here. Oki dropping a little bit too low. The Blazing Duel keeps him alive, but he is going to be skirmishing his way through. Meanwhile, the back lines as well of RSG just getting shut down by Yudo Giants, and Oki, he mans out, he outplays Skies at the expense of his teammate. He tries to salvage it, he does it for you.
Okay, you got Skies, which is great. You need to have stemmed the bleeding on that one, but they lost Lucian and Bray. I don't know if that's the greatest trade, but they did get the turtle, so that's a win for RSG. This net worth lead, yes, it's 1K, but Yudo Red Giants now, they're pushing in. They have a numbers advantage, and Bucci's just trying to hold as much as possible, but it looks like they're going to get the tower. They do. Bray goes in for this one. Pancake just trying to stay alive. He's going to back off, and it looks like they're going to use the Ocean Oddity. He gets back in. That's the stolen, or sorry, that's just Bucci just making his way back. But now Yudo Red Giants have held, and Skies on the prowl.
Yeah, a little bit better now. They kind of equalized the bleeding so far. But of course, once again, RGSG, Oki needs to build up a little bit more farms right now, because Super Red has finally hit his power spike a little bit early. And Ray, Lucian, as well as Diablo can't necessarily tank through the true damage coming from him. And this is going to be a problem here. If they do not find a way to stop Super Red, he is going to be unstoppable later on. In this case, setting up ambush is going to be huge, but Pancake is going to face check this. And Ray, oh no, he's going to get pulled back.
Yeah, pulls back, Divine Judgment. It's 2 versus 5. Now Diablo is going to be killed as well. Yes, they do, and they'll give it to Skies. And that was not a good situation. Yudo Red Giants capitalizing, but, providing a lot of space for Oki, who's 2-1-1, trying to get themselves, competitive and to stay around in this game. But you talk about Super Red. Look at that, 4-0-6. This is a carry player you don't want to see get some sort of farm, and now the Lord is spawned.
Yeah, this is crazy. 8 minutes into the game, Yudo Red Giants now just has so much damage potential. Lucian can't even move up without being threatened here. He looks for the minions rate, he connects on 3, but before that, look at him. His health just completely melts. They secure the lore, but RGSG, they're trying to capitalize on this, but Yudo Red Giants just backs out to safety. They lose Gojas for Lucian here, but the Lord is in their favor.
Not a bad trade for RSGSG, right? You'll take Lucian, and you think that, oh, why is he going in? And he's tanking up so much of the damage. Yeah, he's died 4 times, which is quite a bit at this point, but it did buy time for them to at least get Gojas. You need to get something out of this, and I think that is a little bit of a trade. A little bit, it's a tiny win, but you got to take what you can get at this point, especially since RSGSG are behind. They've gotten the Lord, they've gotten Pancake. The Divine Judgment off of Bray. They've pulled him out, they've killed him. And now Oki gets back. He's going to be fine, at least for now. But, oh man, they've gotten one, and that was Bray.
Yeah, that was a good concealed play coming from Yudo Red Giants here. RGSG, they had to make a decision here. Sacrifice the tier 2 or shuffle the lanes. Regardless of whatever they're doing, they needed to sacrifice something in order to clear the Lord or deny away the advantage of this empowered minions here. Because Yudo Red Giants right now, they're just taking perfect control of the situation. RGSG, I like the idea of this draft, but of course, there's only so much Bray can do up against the Fanny. Like, Diablo needs to be able to actually catch him off, but because this is not a Paquito jungle, this Paquito cannot easily find the favorable matchup against the Fanny at all.
Oh, they found Gojas. They just found him, just hiding in the bush. He's going to be fine, but they did take the T2 bottom. And through it all, okay, this is a situation where as RSGSG, you're down 3K, but you don't have any of the mid towers. Like, what is your win condition? How do you get yourself back in this game?
That's the thing, right? Like, they need to find a way to split push, but Diablo is doing that. But you don't necessarily need the money up on Diablo. You need the money up on Oki. And every single time Oki tries to go out, he risks getting one-shot by Pancake as well as Skies, and that's a maybe even super red as well. So eventually they need to find a way to choose this fight, and Pancake now is gonna make an attempt.
They've got him. They got Lucian. They got him with the Divine Judgment. Buji's getting so low. Bray is low as well. Buji's already been killed. Bray's going to be next on that list. He goes down, and that's going to be a huge win for Yudo Red Giants. Yes, they're low, but they're pushing mid as quickly as possible. They have 30 more seconds until the next Lord, so they need to take as much damage as possible on this T3 mid.
Yep, and now with this tier 3 coming in as well, the second Divine Judgment coming from Pancake, just one-shots his way through. Super Red just doing so much damage now, 12 minutes a game. We are going to look at the tier 3's exposed as well. RSG 3 men down. Don't think they can actually do anything at all. This carry getting so much value in this draft.
Tough situation. Yeah, that throw going in, I know you're trying to defend, but you got to play a little bit safer. There were just way too many of Yudo Red Giants right there. You need to have played, you know, you cannot die at this stage. That is the biggest thing right now. And this 19-8 lead that Yudo Red Giants have is looking insurmountable.
Yeah, I agree. But of course, you know, good sign for me. Yudo Red Giants is going to be looking for the win. And now with the Rose Gold Meteor, Buji won't be able to easily burst him down unless he's very precise. And that's going to be taking a lot of commitment coming from RGSG. Whereas Diablo here doesn't have the Master Assassin, so he needs to change his combo perfectly. But seems like that is going to be used to back off while the Lord is going to be crashing in as Yudo Red Giants is about to brawl out with them.
This is going to take, you know, they're going to have to defend here. They've got Divine Judgment onto Lucian. They're looking to kill him alive, or kill him as quickly as possible. He flicker, he's going to be fine. The nice knock up here, and they've got to do some work. Oki's already been killed. Bray's going to be next on that list, as well as Lucian now, and 2 members are standing from RSG-SG. Can they hold? Can they find something? With Goja's down, Diablo just trying to at least deal with the minion wave, but now Buji, he's been pulled back. They've got him, and they've got Diablo as well. The base has been exposed. Diablo running for his life. He does get the safety, and unfortunately, he is not able to hold. Yudo Red Giants win this one 21, or maybe much higher than that, 24 to I think 8 at the end.
Yep, 2-1 in favor of Yudo Red Giants here. What a flawless game coming from them here. And you're right, the caster curse was real. And that was very, very much intended. You tried to break it, but my curse is far too strong. In this case, the draft, the better draft, wins the game. In this case, Yudo Red Giants played a phenomenal game here. They understand their timings, they understand their rotation, and they just close up the game. And in this case, you know, it feels bad for RSG, but a win is still a win for Yudo Red Giants. And I feel like this Fanny, Skies, he was given the tools to do what is needed to be done. Like game 2 was a little bit risky because there's the potential threat of this Divine Judgment, there's the potential threat of the one-shot Kadita. This time, he has lesser threats. Who can really stop this Fanny besides, you know what, him making a mistake, or maybe Diablo just goes for the one punch, maybe with the Petrify here and there, but Diablo is not even in the fights half the time.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, they didn't really have the whole control, right? Skies would just kind of jump on you, cable in, cable out, could do whatever, you know, she wanted to do. She just had so much mobility, and RSG-SG had 0 answers. It was a good last pick, and it actually paid off in spades, and that's exactly what you want. But this Yudo Red Giants esports team, man, they just got better and better throughout this league. I think they have potential. I love them, and the fact that they're probably, I think they're gonna, I don't want to curse them. We're going to still see. We have a couple more games to find out if they made top 3, but it's looking very good for them.
Yeah, I agree. But of course, when it came down this draft here, I personally wanted to see this Baxia kind of work alongside with Minotaur, but 2 games now, Minotaur didn't exactly work out in the favor. Feels a little bit risky, but I felt like RSG was trying to deny Yudo Red Giants' heroes a little bit more rather than, you know, playing to their comforts here. And I like that they're adapting, but unfortunately, you know, Yudo Red Giants just was the better team in this case. And I felt like all 3 games, it was neck and neck. It's like, you know, they're just one-upping each other based on their drafts. And I think when it comes to games like this, right, like if everybody is on the same skill level, drafts kind of win you the game. like 60% of like drafts win you like almost 60% of the game right from the get-go. And it all comes down to execution, following a game plan, just following through.
Yeah. Actually, it's very funny that you say that. Like going into this one, I think that like the draft were okay going in, but then you see how the drafts play out, and it's a completely different ballgame, right? It's not even competitive. Like this 24-9 score was a stomping. This is exactly what you see. The post game here just showing it, and just look at this. Super Red, 6-0-15. I mean, that's pretty crazy, right?
Yeah, it is indeed crazy, because if you think about the amount of kill potential that Euro Giants was given because of the fact that no one can really stop Skies, and everyone from RSG was just so worried about this Fanny that it made Super Red so good, give and take that he gotten like so many early kills to kind of build out his item, his rapport. In this case, getting the early corrosion staff and golden staff kind of allowed him to kind of threaten Bray in multiple times. And even here, Bray did not even have his anti-QRs to actually deal with it. Most of the time, he's just taking so much damage. But who could blame him? Because if he does that, the Divine Judgment from Pancake will pretty much allow ZQT to do his own thing. And even then, look at him, 73,000 damage coming from Udurate Giants just on this Valentina. And even with the rough waves as well, even if you stole it, you get so much value. You steal the Minon's Rage as well, the counter engage as well, which brings him so much more value as well to pair it up with the penalty zone coming from Gojes.
Oh my gosh, look at this. Pancake, 19 assists. I mean, the Kaja was a menace in game 2, and seeing it in game 3, just very, very strong hero at this point. But also the 913 GPM by Skies, right? He was farming throughout. He was getting kills early. Very different game from game 2. This is exactly what you want as a team, and Udo Red Giants really prioritizing it, making sure he gets that net worth so that he can control the game and to get you all the kills that he needed to have done. Whereas RSGSG really struggled to find some sort of answer. They didn't really have the control. There were a couple times where Lucian QT got caught out a number of times, and while they did a decent amount of damage and they tried to get themselves back in it, they just didn't have the control. They didn't have the firepower to deal with Udo Red Giants.
Yeah, and I think in game number 3 as well, RSG faced the exact same problem that Euro Giants was facing in game number 2, which was wave clear and macro management, right? Like game number 2, they had Diablo playing his Benedetta, kind of just cutting off the waves, just shoving them lane, forcing them to fight in 4v4s and etc. Same thing can be said for game number 3. This time, Sky is doing that macro gameplay, which allowed him to get so much GPM. And because of that, Diablo is just barely play catch up, and they just could not sync up and tally out and regroup with Lucian to go in for this one shot. And even then, those Kaja pickoffs was just huge. But of course, all things considered, enough of the draft, enough of the stats. I'm curious to see who the MVP is from the side of Udurate Giants, because we are going to be calling him out. And it seems like it is going to be Super Red on the 6-0-15 streak on this carry. Very, very nicely done.
Look, Super Red is a gold laner that every team needs to be afraid of. His positioning is almost impeccable at games, right? The fact that he doesn't die speaks volumes about how good he is. If you're a viewer at home and you want to get better as a gold laner, die less. Work on your positioning. Understand what you need to do, because as long as you get farm, you can get stats like this guy. And Super Red, another level. This is exactly what you want. In a winning game, you didn't die a single time. That is an MVP game.
Yes, indeed it is. But of course, considering that, this carry has been just, able to do his own thing. There's just so much tankiness coming from RG. He's just getting value after value out of this. And I want to see how the highlights go, because we are going to be jumping into it here to see how Super Red and Udurate Giants kind of dominate the game. Because at the start of the game as well, this was the exact same play that Udurate Giants kind of do. They want to take advantage of Sky's power spike and try and contest the early poke. Well, unfortunately, didn't exactly go too well. Of course, while this is actually happening, this created so much space for Super Red to get farm across the map. And even here as well, like I said, the macro gameplay here, Diablo is always trying to shove the lane. But even in this fight, look at how Diablo is trying to play catch up from afar, and by the time he reaches here, he just doesn't have the utilities to actually contest Yuru Giants, whereas Yuru Giants, you see, Super Red is just getting free hits after free hits over everyone from side RG SG.
Yeah, they were just cleaning up, right? But, you know, the first 10 minutes of this game, Yuru Red Giants, they were prioritizing objectives so much that they were sending all 5 members, right? Everybody was coming. They were finding RSG. They got a couple pickoffs onto, you know, Diablo and Lucian at times. Just, you know, they can't fight 2 versus 5. And, you know, Yuru Red Giants made them pay, and that kind of started the snowball, right? Once they got those kills, then they turned it into the turtle. I mean, it just kept on getting bigger and bigger and bigger from that situation. So, like, RSG was trying to make riskier plays. They were taking some relatively bad fights, 4 versus 5 at times. Just, they were not the RSG SG that we've seen of old.
Yep, and of course, that's the thing, right? I don't know what went wrong, but Super Red definitely played a phenomenal game in this scenario. And, you know, Yuru Red Giants, a well-deserved victory. They look like a newly revamped, improved team coming to a Snapdragon Pro Series, and they are in a very, very comfortable position to actually make it all the way to the playoffs. And I like this, like this dark horse story that is building up coming from Yuru Red Giants. And I agree, you know, when it came to insights as well, nobody expected them to win. They might be lucky, but guess what? They're here to prove themselves that sometimes luck is not no excuse. Skills matter the most.
Skills matter, and teamwork matters, right? I think we saw just how impressive they got and just moving along. I mean, they are a very well-coached team, if anything. But we've got the winners interview. Coming up. Let's talk to the coach of Yuru Red Giants eSports. Hello.
Hi.
Can you hear
everyone.
us?
Yeah.
Hi. Congratulations on your win. That was a great series.
Yeah, thank you. It was very exciting.
Yeah, and of course, you know, when it comes to this as well, I'm curious because there has been so much talks about Yuru Red Giants maybe a little bit lucky coming into the Snapdragon Pro Series, and so far throughout all the games that has been happening so far, you guys have been proving to people that, hey, you guys are here to win, and you're so close to actually making it as well. And if I'm not sure about the scores as well, I think you guys actually kind of made it. But what are your thoughts and the preparations? What actually happened to you guys to be able to be at this level right now?
To be honest, we didn't really had you know, a lot of expectations going to this tournament. We just wanted to enjoy this journey because our team is pretty new, right? I think it's only like a 1-month team. So our aim is to get good experience as much as possible. So you know, be like get used to how we should perform during high pressured matches, because the last series, it was a do or die series for us, so we had to make sure that, you know, we can perform even though it's a high pressure match, and we just wanted the kids to enjoy the game.
I think the most impressive thing to me was the fact that after a game 1 loss, you guys always bounce back. And I think that comes back to the coaching, the what you're teaching and telling the players, because they really bounce back. They really, you know, they play even better than they ever did in game 1. And that speaks volumes to you. So congratulations on that. But, you know, what exactly are you telling them?
Yeah, thank you for that. Actually, since in the esports, usually the players are mostly young, right? Their age around 19 and 21, something like that. So usually, these kind of kids, usually they're kind of emotional. So when you lose, sometimes the emotions goes down, and then, you know, you overthink. That's why, as a coach, as much as possible, I want to take off that pressure, you know, because as long as my player doesn't have any pressure, you know, and not nervous going to the match, I believe the results will just come. So mostly it's more like a pep talk about them, and then like small technical adjustments that what we can do. But I don't want to information overload them. Yeah.
Okay, now I'm gonna information overload you a little bit here. Udo Red Giants obviously is been here for quite some time here. They have invested a lot to actually build out this team, and now with your adaptation into this team here, you guys looks very, very good. And personally, I want to ask here, what do you prioritize, and what do you actually focus on when it comes to making sure your team win this? Like, I know you don't have like a lot of expectations, but whatever you're doing right now is actually working out for you guys. So what did you guys do behind the scenes that kind of made you guys perform at this level now?
Yeah, on a technical standpoint, as much as possible, I want my players to be ready to whatever heroes that I give them. Because as much as possible, I want to win the draft and then give them a easier game for them to, to execute our game plan, and then we win our heroes matchup. So yeah, that's when it comes to the preparations.
Okay, now before we close out this interview here, I'm pretty sure you have won a lot of fans' heart because no one expected you guys to deliver this well. Anything you want to say to the fans, people, anyone here who's supporting you guys for Snapdragon Pro Series?
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to all the fans who's supporting us, to our management, and to all the coaching staff, and then to all the fans. I hope you just support us in our journey, to our ups and downs. So I hope you're always there, and thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Coach,
time.
and I appreciate your valuable insights here. It definitely opened up my eyes a little bit more, and also the people around the world. Thank you for sharing very, very valuable knowledge here. Thank you so much, and we'll see you, and hopefully we'll see you again in the next interview here. But of course, we are going to be bouncing off to the stream here for now. Thank you. Wow, that was very, very insightful. I did not expect that kind of interview, but I'm very, very glad we actually got an interview to catch a glimpse on how Udo Red Giants is able to do well. Because personally, as a Malaysian, not gonna lie, I did not have a lot of expectations. So did they. Maybe the secret to winning games is not having expectations.
Well, it's just not to be overstressed about some certain situations, right? Just play your best, do what you can do, learn what you can, take your lumps and move on, right? And I think that, it looks like the coach is very level-headed and understands this and really helps these players along as they improve day by day. And again, we'll see more of this team because of this growth that they're going on.
Yep, hopefully they will grow into the Giants that they are looking to be here. But of course, that pretty much concludes Udo Red Giants matchup against RSGSG. But this upcoming match here, holler, it is going to be another spicy one here. It is going to be, I believe, to be Bigatron going up against EVOS. Ooh, boy, that's another spicy one. What are your thoughts on this?
That's going to be a good game. Unfortunately, I will not be casting it. Monchel will be in for that final series. That was my, the one we just saw is going to be the last one from me, at least from the group stages. Thank you so much for tuning in. I appreciated the time casting with you, Terrence, as well as Monchel, and it has been a great ride. I'd love to see all the teams here. We made it to day 3. Congratulations to all the teams that do move on, and I wish you guys the best in the playoffs.
Yep.
In my personal opinion, I would say Balang, Khalid, and Benny because not because I only can play them, but to me they are the strongest heroes that I think if you use them right, they'll bring you the results that you need. Yeah, so to me, I mean maybe different people have different opinions. But okay, not sure how. Like just tell you physically, I would say it's like how you play gold lane, but you just have to keep watching for your farms, and once you hit the power spike, then you will know you are able to one-shot enemies, then just find the right opportunity to go. But before that, he's not very weak in the early game. You just have to know how to utilize his kits. Like his first skill, there are pushbacks and stuff, and depends on how you use it against the enemy, you can stop him from trading with you so much, and you can clear the waves and just focus on.
A little more time right now. The Immortality comes up, and Diablo in the back with a fish crouch. The passive still going to be able to connect right now. Diablo!
If you are able to get plating, I will get it instead of joining the fight. So if I get my items fast, then afterwards, I feel like once I hit my pulse fight, I will know. So I will just find the squishy targets and just burst them down. Yeah.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
When upgrading your emblems, you will unlock talents at specific levels. Different emblems will unlock different talents. You can choose an emblem by role and use the talents it unlocks directly as your default setup, or you can freely mix and match different emblems and talents to create a custom emblem setup. We're going to show you how to create your emblem setup for your heroes. Emblems. First, let's take a look at the revamped emblem system. There are now 7 emblems in the game, 1 basic common emblem and 6 role emblems. Different emblems can provide different attribute bonuses. It is recommended to use the emblem that matches a hero's role. Standard talents, Tier 1. After selecting an emblem, you can then choose from 8 standard talents at Tier 1. These talents provide mostly straightforward bonuses to heroes. Of the 8 talents, Thrill and Swift are good on almost any hero, while other talents are more catered to certain roles. Standard talents, Tier 2. At Tier 2, you will also have 8 standard talents to choose from. The Tier 2 talents trigger or work under different circumstances. We still recommend choosing one that matches the role of your hero. But if you're an advanced player, you are free to choose any of the talents to fit your playstyle. For example, if you're playing the core hero on your team and want to focus on gearing up fast, you can choose the Bargain Hunter talent regardless of how your hero deals damage. And heroes who rely on their skills for sustained damage, whether it be a mage or fighter, can use the Festival of Blood talent for more spell vamp. Core talents, Tier 3. Finally, let's talk about the most important talents, the core talents. There are 8 core talents available in the game, and each provides a unique and powerful effect. We recommend choosing the core talent to match your hero's role and only use core talents from other emblems for advanced or unconventional tactics. The revamped Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. This talent is now a viable option for any hero that relies on basic attacks and wants better laning and the ability to slow enemies. The Lethal Ignition talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a prime choice for any hero that has heavy-hitting combos. While the revamped emblem system still uses the existing talents, we have removed the restrictions between emblems and talents, opening up new possibilities for many heroes. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem, tank emblem, and fighter emblem. Core talents unlocked with the basic common emblem. By upgrading the basic common emblem, you can unlock 2 core talents, Impure Rage and Quantum Charge. Both are suitable for most heroes. The new Impure Rage talent now deals adaptive damage, making it a good damage-enhancing talent for a variety of heroes, such as Eve, Nathan, and Diggy. Eve is a hero with great poke and control abilities. She can use the extra damage and mana regen from Impure Rage to constantly wear down enemies. The new Quantum Charge talent now restores HP based on the hero's level and not their physical attack bonus, making it viable on more heroes that want HP recovery and mobility, such as Edith, Leslie, Layla, etc. When equipped with Quantum Charge, Edith in both forms can use the movement speed bonus triggered by her basic attacks to keep a safe distance from the enemy and the extra HP regen to stay in the fight. Core talent unlocked with the tank emblem. By upgrading the tank emblem, you can unlock Concussive Blast. Concussive Blast works the same as before, providing an extra source of AoE damage for high HP heroes, such as Johnson, Baja, and Hilda. Hilda is a high HP hero who can tank a lot of damage when equipped with a full set of defensive equipment. The Concussive Blast talent will not only enhance her survivability, but also boost her damage. Core talent unlocked with the Fighter emblem. By upgrading the Fighter emblem, you can unlock Brave Smite. Brave Smite is no longer triggered by inflicting CCs. It now takes effect upon dealing skill damage and is suitable for most fighters and tanks that need more HP regen. Ruby, Lapu Lapu, Tigreal, and similar heroes can choose this talent. Ruby can trigger Brave Smite repeatedly by casting skills, and with her own regen abilities, she'll have even greater durability in teamfights. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend. In the previous guide, we learned the basics of the new emblem system. This time, we will take a closer look at the core talents from the Mage, Assassin, Marksman, and Support emblems. Core talent unlocked with the Mage emblem. By upgrading the Mage emblem, you can unlock Lethal Ignition. The new Lethal Ignition now deals adaptive damage, making it a great option for any hero with heavy-hitting combos. With the change to adaptive damage, heroes with high physical damage can now use this talent to enhance their damage, such as Saber and Natalia. Saber's first skill and ultimate combo can easily trigger the effect from Lethal Ignition, dealing much more damage to enemy heroes. Core talent unlocked with the Assassin emblem. By upgrading the Assassin emblem, you can unlock Killing Spree. Now that the talent is no longer reserved for the Assassin emblem, it becomes a good choice for any hero who can perform chain kills. Heroes with magic damage like Karina and Julian can now take this talent as well. Karina's ultimate resets after she kills an enemy hero. When equipped with Killing Spree, she will recover HP from each kill, allowing her to stay healthy and go after more kills. Core talent unlocked with the Marksman emblem. By upgrading the Marksman emblem, you can unlock Weakness Finder. The new Weakness Finder talent is no longer reserved for ranged heroes. It works well for heroes with high attack speed, as it can improve their laning and slowing abilities. A hero like Minthithar can take Weakness Finder because his second skill increases the attack speed of his basic attacks. When combined with equipment that can provide more attack speed, he can reliably trigger the slow effect to prevent enemies from escaping. Core talent unlocked with the Support emblem. By upgrading the Support emblem, you can unlock Focusing Mark. The Focusing Mark talent works the same as before. It allows support heroes to increase the damage their teammates can deal to the target enemy. Kaj's ultimate can be used to drag key enemies to his team. When equipped with Focusing Mark, the ultimate will also increase the damage the target takes, allowing Kaj's team to quickly burst down the helpless target. Choose the core talent based on the strengths of each hero to maximize their effectiveness. We look forward to seeing players discover new ways to play their favorite heroes on their way to becoming a legend.
Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. You guys are currently watching the B stream. My name is ICBaby12 and she is Monchel, and we are going to be taking you through the final game for today. And it is going to be an exciting one here because it is going to be between Bigatron Alpha going up against EVOS Legends. And of course, considering that this is going to be the final series for today thus far, let us know what you guys think about the entire tournament thus far. Share us your feedback with us and by typing in the link down below and then giving us a response. And hopefully in the next Snapdragon Pro Series, we will give you guys the better experience. However, Monchel, let me know, what do you think about this upcoming match?
I mean, we are definitely the best stream to be. It's going to be stream B, but of course, it's Indonesia versus Indonesia, but we're all talking about stongs for BTR. The fact that they went all the way and went up against like the top of their group, AP brand. So I would say there's a lot of stongs, I would say, coming for this group. Because EVOS Legends, I think they have good adaptations, but let's jump into the video for EVOS Legends.
Mid performance at MSC, which was very disappointing to a lot of Indonesian fans, me included, because even though I'm a Bigatron Alpha fan, 3 of the members in EVOS Legends, Dreams, and Brands were from Bigatron Alpha, so my support kind of continues on.
Kita masih harus lebih bersatu lagi, lebih ke arah dari dalam tim kita juga. Jadi kita harus lebih banyak bonding dan sebagainya supaya chemistry kita lebih kuat lah.
I know there's a lot of person or people that doubting them because of like they look weak, they look not strong.
Jadi karena kemarin turnamen MSC kita kalah dan juga MPL kita juga kalah runner up, itu jadi motivasi buat kita semua lah supaya bisa jadi lebih baik ke depannya dan kita sangat siap buat turnamen SPS ini.
EVOS Legends, a lot of shakeups, maybe surprise me and you guys. So a lot of doubt in them. They can pull off something crazy.
Jadi di turnamen SPS ini kita nggak ada takut buat lawan siapapun dan kita siap buat lawan siapapun. Jadi belajar dari turnamen-turnamen sebelumnya yang kita mungkin kurang persiapan, jadi kita sekarang lebih persiapan buat turnamen SPS ini.
EVOS Legends, this team has definitely a lot of room to improve, but we got Fluffy, NEA, Hijime, Brands, as well as Dreams. This is the lineup for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Overall, Terrence, what do you think they have to adjust? Because I think there were really good moments we have catch from the various streams, but what do you think is the missing piece? Like, we see their performance, whether it's during SEA Games or MSC, there seems to be a bit of disconnection.
It feels like, when it comes to EVOS Legends, you have to expect something different, right? Like, because they are living up to a legendary brand, and no pun intended, of course. Brands, of course, he has been playing in the scene for the longest of time, and I think this brings up a very valid point coming from the coach, coming from Euro Giants earlier on, which is age is starting to hit in the matter. So I feel like sometimes you gotta change up the style and follow according to the generation. Sometimes you gotta make room and make way, or maybe even change up the strategy a little bit here to take your approach. So maybe that's gonna be a revolution for them. But all things considered, that's just my take on it. It might be right, might be wrong, but I'm curious to see how their opponents think about this upcoming match as we jump into the video with them.
Kalau menurut gue emang Super Ken ya emang salah satu player potensial lah, dan gue yakin gue setim sama dia kita bakal banyak menang.
Super Ken is a beast. All of us Indonesians, we call him actually one of the child prodigies.
Sedikit damage balasan di mana Rasi ditumbangkan begitu saja. Dominant blast, kena dua orang sekaligus. Oh, dia berhasil di pick up dan kena efek tahu. Nino masih bisa mundur ke arah belakang, tapi pressure ratnya sakit banget buat dari Nino.
Kalau dibilang efek dari update ya bisa dibilang menguntungkan buat kita lah, karena emang kita punya salah satu player jungler, salah satu yang terbaik dari Indonesia. Kalau menurut gue, kenapa gue bisa kalah di SPS kemana sama Aura Fire, bisa dibilang ya bad luck aja sih.
Hai! Mendapatkan lagi orang pentingnya itu Moreno, dan bahkan Sake ikutan hilang.
Target utama kali ini Aura Fire.
Dan kedepannya kalau misalnya kita ketemu, gue bakal kasih unjuk siapa kita. Emang komposisi terbaik di tim Mobile Legends itu emang mesti ada veteran sama pemain rookie sih. Dan kebetulan emang kita punya itulah. Dan menurut gue ini tim yang ideal dan gue bakal menang. Era Filipina bakal berakhir dan sekarang waktunya buat era Indonesia.
Massive statements coming out from the Red Robots, but man, their actions really comes push to shove. BTR is here to stay. We got Zorizo, Super Ken, Moreno, Saken, and last but not least, Super Vin. This lineup is always a treat to what they never stop showing us what they got to prove. And of course, as the caster will say, Merkel Eterna would say that Super Ken eyes on the prize. We really have to watch out for this star jungler, and again, they never stopped impressing me. And if anything, a lot of these international tournaments, they're usually the favorites to win, but of course, EVOS Legends, I don't think they're gonna give them that easy time in this best of 3.
I agree, but at the same time as well, Bigatron, they did mention a very, very good point as well. A mixture of the old generation, the veterans, and the rookies combine and make a new team. In this case, Bigatron, that formula is working out for them, and they are in the top 3 here. However, during the previous one as well, they lost to Aura Fire, but they were able to redeem themselves in the last chance qualifier, and now they're here topping the brackets. But of course, to solidify those spots, because as of now, from what I know from the standings, is that they're tied between the top 3 to 4 is close neck and neck in points. So securing this 2-0 victory against EVOS Legends pretty much guarantees their spot. But of course, that is their stakes here coming from EVOS Legends. What about you guys at home? What do you guys think about this upcoming match? Because the predictions here do count your votes in the Twitch chat. Cast it now. Let us know what you guys think, and then we will show our predictions, because I have a rough idea what you want to vote. I definitely know what I predict.
You guess? Oh, you don't know what I'm guessing. So I think let's show the audience, shall we?
I was right, but I was not right about why 2-1. I was expecting a 2-0 from you, but why 2-1?
Hey, I mean, it's been working out really well for me. I've been building like 2-1 for these matches and we're getting a lot of fair amount of 2-0s. But anyways, I don't think EVOS Legends will give the Red Robots an easy time. They will definitely put on a really solid fight. But overall, BTR, there are comeback mechanics. Even though when they're playing from behind or whether they're strong start, the discipline that comes to play, they are able to close out games. I think that's the main thing. And with Super Vin, the shot caller, as the coach Aldo has gave us more insights during interview, it's really going to come down to him to really put all the pieces together. Of course, for EVOS Legends, all eyes on towards Super Ken, their Superman.
Well, they've got the super lineup right now coming from Bigatron, and hopefully they will rise up to the challenge. But for now, it comes down to the games here. Bigatron Alpha, obviously the favorites coming in, but there are still fans chanting on, hoping that EVOS Legends will go back to their former glory. But it's been a while, but I hope they are able to continue their journey, because as of yet, we are about 50 seconds left going to the drafts here. Now, I'm curious to see what kind of priorities are going to be coming in from both sides here. What are your thoughts on this, Monchel, when it comes to their priority drafts?
From what I understand, from what all the casters has been discussing, is that they have to make sure that no matter what, the key is brands. They have to ensure that he has the best laning experience possible. So maybe contesting for his Claude early on could be one of their main win conditions. But Bigatron, they're so flexible. They are, I think Coach Aldo, as I say, is a psychopath. He really knows how to play mind games, and we're they're bringing us a ring around the rosy. They can pick something easy on that. It could be Flex, whether Valentina or Paquito, which can go either way in this situation. So I think once again, going to the brains of Coach Aldo, one big part to enable EVOS Legends is to ensure that in terms of their drafting phase has to be impeccable.
I agree, but when it comes to scenarios like this, right? It feels like it's gotten to the stage where if you are a top tier team, you've got to have the top tier brains. So in this case, when it comes to chess, that is every move counts. So when it comes to drafting as well, I feel like BTR definitely is a little bit more consistent thus far. But when it comes to EVOS Legends, they have been experimenting a little bit more. And I agree what you said. They do draft around brands, and sometimes, you need to switch it up a little bit here. Give a little bit more space with his teammates, and then potentially go for a little bit further, because Brands has been playing a very, very long time. And the funny thing about Brands is that he did formerly play with BTR before, and now he's hopped over to EVOS Legends. So he does have a rough idea on what BTR operates, right? So can he break the machinery? Can he insert a virus in this draft? This might be a perfect time, because first of all, they are going to give us a very, very good game. And when it comes to Indonesia versus Indonesia or Philippine games, it is going to be very, very close. Even though it's 2-0 and everything, the 2-0s never seem one-sided at all.
Exactly. Even remember, everyone, there was this 37-minute game that EVOS Legends took all the way against Arc. That was just insane stuff going on. And I was watching, it was really late at night. I was just this is just back and forth between these two teams, and we definitely can expect that both teams are not going to give each other an inch. Of course, the biggest part enabling them is winning out in terms of the drafting phase. But everyone, thank you so much for your support for the Snapdragon Pro Series. Do give a shout out and provide your support for your respective teams. Yes, this may be Indonesia versus Indonesia, but join in on the fun right here in Stream B.
Yep. And now I'm curious to see, the drafts are moments away here before we actually begin this fight. And of course, EVOS Legends definitely needs to pull a big W here if they want to potentially stand a chance to make it. But based on what I'm seeing here from the group standings, it seems like it is very, very difficult for EVOS Legends to make it towards the main event. Of course, for their final showing here, we might be able to see that, they are not out yet. Like, I mean, they still have it in them to actually proceed further.
Back to that 37-minute game that I mentioned, it was against Onyx. And can you imagine that one of the top contenders within their group? But of course, ladies and gentlemen, we will be showing the player head-to-head. It's going to be Hijime versus Miranda, mid lane versus mid laner.
Now, this is interesting because when it comes to Moreno, coming from BTR, the logo's a little bit switchier, but at the same time, when it comes to Moreno, I feel like his playstyle on his mid role has been impeccable, right? He's always been in the right place in the right time to secure those kills, and his early aggression has been very, very spot on. And the funny thing is that he not only plays Valentina aggressively and setting up plays for the team, his Faramis has been also on point in setting up the perfect defensive counter engages here. So in terms of playstyle, you can see that Moreno does have the tendency to be a playmaker from the side of Victron, whereas for Hijime, he does have the tendency to kind of be a little bit more supportive, right? Like his playstyle is very, very different compared to Moreno, and the stats shows a little bit of difference as well. Like you can see, yes, obviously Hijime has the higher kill participation, but pay attention to assists. He's like always there to support. He's not there to like, you know, kill or anything. Like he does his job right, but he's there to support his team. Whereas for Moreno, he is very smart in choosing fights. So I guess being decisive is more important in winning games. I guess that's the secret sauce that BTR has, whereas EVOS Legends might need to break that code.
Absolutely.
Wrong team, but yeah,
I like that.
Break the machine.
I love that same time that he has also stepped up like to ensure that Moreno can get some rest, sub him in and out. But Moreno has, as you say, a huge playmaker for the side of BTR, ensuring that you can give him just about anything, whether it's Valentina super flexible or the Faramis, he can make it work. As for Hijime, as you say, he wants to be able to stay back. He is all reliable, wants to be able to provide support for the rest of his team. It's very different play styles, and overall, like, I want to see these two mid laners like crash hits.
Yeah, I want to see how it goes as well. But because between both teams thus far, obviously, you know, EVOS Legends, they are no longer technically no longer be able to qualify for the main event. They are here as a formality for sure, but BTR, they might be looking to experiment the drafts here. So I want to see what kind of experimentations they've been doing here. They've been doing really well. The only game they've lost in previous year is Aura Fire, but now they're looking to secure some points, and this is a perfect time to kind of test some of the drafts that other teams might be using here. Like, let me give you an example. I think RGSG, they've been playing a lot of Badang Khalid, not exactly sure. It's unorthodox. I don't think it's going to be meta. Angela Ling is something that both teams now has kind of played around with. But what about heroes like Dirov? This is something that I think is very, very underwhelming. Baxia as well is also very, very starting to be a little bit popular now, which is something that I think we can see more about it. But of course, when it comes to drafts, let's take a look at this as well. Starting things off, Joy, Melissa, Fanny, Yves, Kadita, Claude, bad. Sorry, Brads, no Claude for you.
I mean, it's a no-brainer, right? BTR knows that as long as EVOS is on the blue side, they're, you know, just like their uniform and their logo, they cannot allow this Claude first pick. So if anything from the side EVOS Legends, there's a lot of focus on making sure that Super Ken doesn't get Joy, Fanny, that enables him. But here's the thing, he can pick anything, whether it's his signature Lancelot, or he can even go for Martis by locking in something flexible that doesn't show too much of what your draft is. For Hijime, Valentina will be the first pick.
Yep. And now, safe pick here coming from EVOS Legends. But the question here is, well, speaking of experimentations, going for the Paquito is gonna be the safe bet here. I'm guessing this is gonna be Jungle Paquito. Okay, you know what? They're playing flex. They're playing flex.
You can see,
it's
right?
Good. It's good.
Instantly, you can see, right? That's the name of the game. You don't know what your opponent's next move. Instantly, you're not revealing too much. Tokido is super flexible. And speaking of experimentation, I don't want to see jungle Uranus again. Like, even though this is something that they have like time and tested in scrims, but please, no more of that. My heart can't take it. And they lock in the Beatrix, something really like safe overall, like really safe drafting.
I think, when it comes to playstyles like this, we have seen a little bit of decline for the Beatrix pickup so far. Which is weird considering that Beatrix is still kinda good. Like, it's nerfed here and there, but his toolkits just bring so much value when it comes to flexibility, right? And in terms of flexibility, you can play mid-range, you can play close, you can play burst, you can play poke as well. This is something that Beatrix is just so good at. But of course, EVOS Legends, okay.
I think it's just back to comfort, right? Yeah.
Oh wait, this overall, is XP Rock, right?
Yes. No, here's the thing.
I'm not overthinking this, right?
Yeah. No. So EVOS Legends, this is really safe. They go for Dreams. This is one of his like reliable. Going for Kaja, I believe this is going to be his Grok, or if anything, maybe Grok Jungle.
I think I'm overthinking a little bit, but I feel like Grok Jungle is a possibility, Kaja Jungle is a possibility, but this pretty much shows their cards that, hey, this is support Kaja, this is XP Grok, this is mid lane mage. So the only thing available here is pretty much the jungle as well as the marksman. So well, Bigatron, they're just targeting the marksman, denying the carry. I guess the next one should be 1-1.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Wow. Okay. 1-1. Yeah. Didn't see too much 1-1 ban so far for these past few days, which is weird. Now bringing in 1-1.
We see like really amazing performances on 1-1. CW Brands did play 1-1 as well in the previous match. So I would say, considering everything, really like understandable bans coming out from BTR. Instantly, as you say, I feel like EVOS, they might have showed their hand a little bit too soon. Instantly, BTR is just gonna focus on ensuring Brands does not have the best time in lane.
It's interesting to see that the Kufa priority coming from BTR, considering that EVOS has not shown any mobility character, but considering that the jungler here, I guess they're expecting EVOS Legends to actually play a jungle assassin here. So the Kufa is an okay way to deal with like Lancelot, deal with Hayabusa to a certain degree. It's not the best, but it's still some sort of a toolkit to deal with it. But at the same time, Mage coming in from Moreno, what is he gonna play though? Like, there's a Valentina, Khadita's pretty much banned. Lunox maybe? Nah, actually, I don't know. He's keeping up open for him, which is weird. Like, you can't necessarily play a supportive Varamis now. I'm not a big fan of it. If Moreno decides to play it, that means they will lack a lot of magic damage. So this is scary. This is scary.
Varamis is banned. Farsa is out of the picture. Instantly, I'm thinking, I don't like Novaria here, to be honest. Lunox would be a really interesting pick, but I think BTR, they probably want to save it save it for last. Really, don't really know what they could go for. Khadita as well has already been banned now. What are your thoughts on this, Terrence? What is left still on the hero pool that they can still go for?
I think Kagura and Lydia isn't too bad. Like, Kagura just to diminish the Valentina out. But the Bane pickup coming from EVOS Legend and the Lancelot as well. So who's playing gold lane? Bane?
Bane gold lane, yeah. I see that. It's okay.
They are gonna double down on just rotating early down to the gold lane and just chip away the turret as quickly as they can. So I guess that's the idea. But now that you mentioned it, that idea isn't too bad because currently the opening drafts from Bigatron can't really do too much against a 4-man just running down the gold lane. And it's something that they are going to be forced to concede it. But oh, they're bringing the Sicilian. Okay.
I'm getting chills. This brings me back. My goodness. Terrence, overall, which draft you like better?
I like EVOS Legends draft. I feel like it's very, very aggressive, very, very ambitious in their composition. They want to close this game as quickly as they can. They're looking to power through the goal lane. The safety net is obviously going to be Bigatron, but sometimes in life, I hope and pray for things that sometimes may not happen to me. And if it does happen, thank you. I pray to God every day, and I thank God for giving me a very, very interesting game. So my brain tells me Bigatron, but my heart hopes for EVOS Legends.
I always have a soft spot for Bane no matter what, considering recently in the current meta, this hero's been like carrying me throughout my ranked games. But overall, I would say yes, BTR, they have that ultra late game when they lock in the Sicilian V. I can't believe I forgot about that. And the Bane pickup for Brands ensure that he has that sustainable lane. He's gonna poke the Beatrix quite a fair bit. He's able to stay as long as possible. Not an easy lane to gank, because everyone, tell us your thoughts. This is going to be EVOS Legends versus Bigatron. Let's get into this.
Yep, this is going to be interesting as well, because now we are going to see a little bit of different approach as well. Super Cat going to be going for the Paquito, a pretty even matchup against the Lancelot. But of course, speaking of the Bane, right from the get-go, we do see his HP being chipped away down bottom by Saken right from the get-go. And we see a very annoying Super Vin just going for the invades here. So I don't think we're going to see too much action yet, but Bigatron Alpha is just taking whatever opportunity they can. Even Zerizo is just bullying Fluffy right now.
Yeah, I mean, like, naturally, like, the lane matchup against Trisla is always going to be rough. And for Rock, he definitely seems time he's not very tanky. Ooh, Dreams getting the stun in. Super Ken, he's really forcing the issue.
And yeah, now Hijumi, he actually escaped this as well. They forced commitments coming from Bigatron Alpha, but fortunately for them, they didn't actually commit to this. Like, if they actually flickered forward for that auto attack, I'm pretty sure they would have gotten the kill, but I guess it's just not worth it coming from Bigatron Alpha. Like, their win condition is into the later stage of the game. But surprise, surprise, because of all this chip damage from the get-go, you can see that mass recalls has been made coming from EVOS Legends. You know, Kaja as well as Hijumi forced to go back means that they cannot rotate down to the goal lane and pressure and make space for the Bane anytime soon. Meanwhile, they're going to switch their focus up top to try and get a couple kills, but it is BTR that is on the driver's seat right now.
Absolutely, they rotated up to ensure they're in prime position first for Turtle. I mean, there's not too much look. Brands is going to be relatively able to sustain, and Super Ken, no contest whatsoever will secure Turtle.
Oh boy, when it comes to this, you can see that, you know, even though they have a very early composition, it feels like they're just not translating anything. But Super Vin, he might be looking to try and kill Omnia right here, but at the same time, he's dropping down pretty low. But look at this, he's being swarmed out by 4 members of EVOS Legends. And he actually flickers forward, gets a solo kill on Ney, and actually gets out to safety as well on EVOS Legends. Just not able to do this, and now they are forced to defend against the purple buff, and now Divine Judgment come in, trying to delay it, but they have stolen the purple buff. They're calling it Fluffy in, but Fluffy is only a fluffy rock.
A fluffy rock. Okay. But overall, I felt like in this situation, Nia really has to, unfortunately, his farm is delayed, and even delayed even further now that Superman secured first blood. And instantly, the punish coming out from Bigatron Alpha, rotating multiple members. As you say, they're in the driver's seat, and Zorizo, really nice penalty zone, and Moreno just providing backup.
Yeah. And of course, once again, Brands left alone, uncontested thus far, hasn't been able to utilize his passive to chip away the gold plating. And I like how Sake is just freezing the lane intentionally, trying to zone him whatever he, but no, here comes the catch! They find Dreams, and that's gonna be an easy kill in the hands of Bigatron Alpha.
Instantly, Bigatron Alpha, they know their win conditions. This is the best start possible. Hichume is quite far out, gets the Terrify in onto Zorizo. Will it be enough to get him? No. This is a really tanky hero, a lot of sustainability. The Super Ken, now he's going for it, gets the key onto Hichume. NEA sidesteps Thornrose. He'll be able to get out, but instantly, EVOS Legends unable to get anything from these rotations.
You know, Bigatron definitely understood their timings a little bit better than EVOS Legends right now. They haven't been able to set up a fight favorable for them, and Bigatron is just getting so much value across the maps, and now even objectives-wise, they're just left uncontested. Look at this, Super Ken already just denying resources away from Nia because of that solo kill coming from Vin, and this is getting a little bit too rough here for EVOS Legends.
Yeah, instantly Super Ken 2 levels up, focus on towards Brands, Shark Wave, but that not only enough to kill. But overall, you can say instantly BTR, they're really forcing the issue. But again, they know these timings. Instantly when EVOS Legends wants to answer back, there's stage. Instantly, this is what you want to see from this team.
Yeah, it's interesting considering that the deadly catch was there. It technically should be able to set up for a team fight down bottom from the rest of EVOS Legends, but it seems like right now, considering how oppressive Bigatron Alpha is in terms of resources management, Ne has no other choice but to just find farm on the other side of the map, and all these little creeps that's been denied away means that Super Cat is just getting so much value into the resource. And pay attention to this, he's level 9 as compared to Ne is only level 7, and right now EVOS Legends, they are working with a ticking time bomb, and they haven't been able to find opportunities at all.
Yeah, farming at lightning speed. Super Ken gets repressed, and Fluffy gets the kill. This is small victory for EVOS Legends. They have to keep going for these pickup. This is their competition. But Nia, Super Ken doesn't seem interested in him. He's just focusing on cutting the waste. I'll allow you to live for the day.
Yeah, but now, speaking of this fight as well, you can see the recalls are coming in. BTR already, you know, 5k net worth into the lead, taking 2 tier 1s up top and bottom, and just EVOS Legends just can't do anything at all. Like, they're just stuck.
Absolutely
trying to set up a play, and they're trying to set up a play. Hichume steals the penalty zone, but aside from that, they just need to get a kill, and unfortunately to say, they haven't been able to find any opportunities as well, as Bigatron just dodging every single fight. Now, Turtle up for grab, they're going for the conceal plays. Is it a little bit too late? They're going for the wall charge, but it's down towards Reggie's battle here. But no, they do not get it. They get Super Ken. Super Ken chose to force a fight, but eventually it's going to be Moreno that secures it on this Sicilian. While BTR, they're looking for the fight as well. EVOS Legends try to drag it out, but the damage is just a little too much from Bigatron.
Just running them down. Like, what is EVOS Legends do? Where is the damage coming out from them? It's like Nia is slowly but surely, like his impact on this landslide is just dwindling away. Yes, they're able to at least even up in terms of levels, but at what cost? The fact that Moreno, of all people, was able to secure the turtle. This is Ceylon. It's already like the signs are scaling up for what's to come.
I really like what Moreno is doing though, if you think about it, but hold that thought for now, because as of now, yeah, a little bit trouble. Do they want to engage? Okay, I guess not. But at the same time, I was about to talk about the emblems coming from Moreno, right? He's often go for movement speed and tenacity, which is something that Sicilian previously lacked in terms of sustainability. That's why we do see a lot of Sicilian go for this dominant ice build to try to get some kind of value. But look at this, he's got the Imperial Rage, he slaps Reams. The snipes not gonna connect from Sarkhan, but it is gonna be enough to scare off EVOS Legends, as Bigatron looking to take the tier 1, and they will get their next objective to invade the spaces of EVOS Legends, and slowly but surely all the territories of EVOS Legends are getting completely invaded.
At this point, anything in the land of John is Bigatron's alphas for the taking. They're just showing their dominance. 6k lead. They're going in for suppress divine judgment, and it won't be just enough. But that's so many ultimates committed just to take out the XP laner.
This is huge. This is huge. EVOS Legends really needs right now. They need Brands to start chipping away the tier 1, and they do trade one down bottom. They even send both Dreams and Fluffy to try to block the rotations, which is good. This is small little wins that they need. But of course, Bigatron just given so much space. They chip away the top side, they chip away the middle turret here. Even the Lord now already in preparations, and EVOS Legends just one step behind. Now they force the Divine Judgment up on Vin, but Vin goes for the Tyrant's Rage. He catches two, but he won't fall. He takes one with him. But Nier tries to redeem himself, but the snipe from Sakin will take him down. That's gonna be a double kill. And now Super Cat looking to prolong this fight, but Terrify from Hijube will stop him in his tracks.
I mean, 1-for-2 trade, you only lose Super Vin, and after all of that, if Bigatron Alpha also secures the Lord on top of it, this is absolute domination coming out from the Red Robots. EVOS Legends, I'm not sure if they had a good amount of damage coming to our late game. Oh, yes, that Crab Claw does hurt, but I think it's kinda late.
Yep, Brand's still very far off as well. He's able to chain onto Sakin. Sakin down for half HP, but the Lord is still alive. He needs to find a way to poke the long-range battles, because right now, EVOS Legends, they can't seem to go in for the flank. And every single entry point to actually commit to this fight is pretty much in the hands of Bigatron here. Let's go in. Looking for the catch here. But looks like they just don't have the minutes to commit. They will back off.
Here's the biggest issue right now with EVOS Legends, that they are far behind, and you say that maybe if they're able to create space and drag this game out, there is a chance, but no. There is this late game insurance with that Sicilian pick from the side of Bigatron Alpha. And let's look in terms of itemization. Fluffy, of all people, who's basically their main front line, is going for a blade that had Pisces. Like, again, not enough damage, not enough sustain. I'm really concerned about EVOS Legends draft.
Yeah, but at the same time right now, Brands does have the Hunter Strike as well as the Malefic Roar. So if EVOS Legends finds an opportunity to turn this fight around, we are going to be expecting Brands to just hover through and take down the towers so quick. And considering that it's still early this game and there's still so many turrets here, that's going to give them the economy they need to make a comeback. But the problem is, how do they find that opportunity? Because Bigatron is just completely choking them out, and even the buffs as well has been stolen away. They're not going to be able to do too much about this, and it's scary.
Now, just based on experience, if you're laning like you're playing Bane, you're laning against Beatrix, your idea is that you have so much pushing power with the Crabclaw Cannon, but the fact that EVOS Legends not capitalizing on that, I felt like not enough support was given towards Brands to enable this Bane to push turrets earlier on, and they just relinquished map control completely. The fact that they only secure one turret in the past 11 minutes, I'm not sure what comeback mechanics the EVOS Legends has.
Yeah, that's gonna be a little bit difficult as well. Now, the next Lord already being started off from Bigatron Alpha. They're trying to trade off a turret up top, but again, they're just too late. Bigatron already cut off their rotation points, and because of this, they're forced to back out. They can't even choose a fight as well. And Bigatron, once again, a very, very clean game, macroly as well, as they wait for the Lord and eventually will collapse to this.
I feel like Nia was just not like allowed like any space to breathe or farm whatsoever. That first kill by Superman just slowed down everything completely, but oh, they're not going to engage on anything. Bigatron Alpha, they're disciplined. They're slowly syncing up the waves, just waiting for it to crash. EVOS Legends, I would say they do have some high ground defense with the deadly catch, but it has to be timed perfectly.
Yep, they do have a little more time. The Lord's still hanging down the bottom lane as well. They're trying to force the reactions here. But EVOS Legends, they're doing a fantastic job just not giving them any kind of freebies here as they slowly chip away. Fluffy doing a little bit of decent damage here. He needs to find a way, but the Lord already hunkering down on towards the tier 3 high speed one for Jiro Moreno. They are going to force the issue, but Dreams! All the way to the back, they pull Saket, but he manages to get out. The follow-up doesn't come through. Hijime will fall. Nia is going to be next as well as BTR collapses on EVOS Legends. They take Dreams as well. That's going to be a triple kill for Saket. They look for more, but now 5v2. Perfect time to close the game, and Bigatron Alpha is going to do so. Brands now to be focused down. Supergan gets the kill, and Fluffy last man standing, and got to be godlike for Saken. And Bigatron, they know they've took game 1. They go in for the recalls, and they close out this game against EVOS Legends for game 1 in this best of 3 series.
I mean, the fans of the Red Robots will rejoice because, like, I don't think we ever see such a one-sided game of all these days. Like, overall, Terrence, what do you think that EVOS Legends have to adjust? Okay, other than the Bane pick, what else do you think they need to do?
I think it came down to choosing your skirmishes, because I think one of the reasons why Beatrix and Novara is so good in all these small skirmishes is that you are able to like poke a couple of damage in, and in this case, obviously late game, you know, Beatrix is gonna have those kind of values with those snipes, right? Like one right poke, oh, if you hit the right target, everyone from the opponent team needs to back out. In this case, because of how early game they were poked down, they could not find an opportunity to kind of translate the rotation to help utilize this Bane in chipping down towers, and ever since then they just could not snowball the way through. And eventually, of course, the win condition of Bigatron was pretty much, I just need to drag the game late. There's no way you're going to be able to out damage his Beatrix and all. And even then, you can see EVOS Legends, their core focus was like, I'm going to go all in on Saken. If I don't kill him, well, that pretty much is game for Bigatron.
I feel like there was that one moment that Dreams was able to conceal and try to get the pick off onto Saken, but I think that was a little too late. This is what their compositions were about. They have to go for these pick-offs. I didn't see Nia like come online whatsoever. Ever since that first kill onto him, he just never got back up. And from Lancelot, you're expecting all these flashy plays. Yes, he was doing a bit of split push across the map, but Bigatron, they're reading EVOS like a book, just cutting off their rotations and essentially just choking them out of this game.
Yeah, it's a little bit... I feel bad for EVOS Legends. It feels like we're just beating down on someone who's already down right now, but at the same time, you know, there's nothing much we can actually say about the conditions right now. There's just no way EVOS Legends is going to be able to qualify for this. It is a formality match. However, Bigatron needs to close out the second game to kind of secure the top 3 spots, because based on what I'm saying here, updated or from Liquipedia, of course, the brackets, they are still kind of tied in between. So there is going to be a little bit of questions here on who is going to be qualifying and who not going to be qualifying. But of course, let's take a look at the post-game stats here on to see how things are going down.
I mean, this is the final day of group stages in Bigatron. As you say, they have to close out this series to ensure that they're able to qualify for top 6. But overall, in terms of the post-match statistic, look at this gold lead. Just how do you have 14k net worth in 30 minutes? Just absolutely insane. And even Moreno is not fully built, but you can see slowly the stacks upon stacks. He was just becoming this absolute monster.
Huh. Interesting enough, Moreno did not go for the Enchanted Talisman here. He straight up went for raw damage, played a little bit defensively as well, just to actually get the snowball going on. Like, I guess from that perspective, it's a little bit greedy, but when you're this far ahead, why not? Just, you know, one step is all he needs. I don't need to build stacks. Like, this item is good enough for me to hit you. In this case, look at the damage down as well. Moreno, 30,000, the top of the damage department. It's barely, what, 12 minutes in the game? It was 13:57 minutes into the game, and the damage dealt from Bigatron is already close to 130,000, which is scary when you think about it.
And we haven't even hit that like mid to late game power spike from that Sicilian. So can you only imagine how much of a beast Moreno is? But overall, I would say you only really need Enchanted Talisman if you're not really managing your mana correctly. Otherwise, I think the mana boots should be sufficient for Moreno to really scale up and take over the game. And the fact that he was securing all these objectives while Super Ken was just making it work across the map. Otherwise, it's just a really dominant showing from BTR. I think Fluffy, maybe in terms of itemization, is a bit suspicious. It's like you are basically the main front line for your team to set up. You absolutely cannot die in this situation. He's the sandbag 62k damage taken. But again, I'm not a big fan of damage grab, especially when you're going up against the Rizzo on the Trisla with so much sustain, and it's really difficult to win now in terms of playing. In terms of damage to tower, as I say, EVOS just had a really rough time, just like with their rotations and making any cross-map plays. Like Sucken was just like slowly pushing the issue brands. I feel like there was a very minimal impact.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie, like brands, I agree what you're saying as well. When it comes to brands, there's just so little things he can do. He's forced to sit in lane. EVOS Legends was just so focused on the other lanes as well, just because of how Bigatron kind of dictated the tempo for his team, right? Like Bigatron just forced a fight where it just didn't favor brands at all, and EVOS Legends was forced to defend on the other side. And the rest was history. But of course, I'm curious to see who the MVP is, because we are going to be writing history now for this game. The MVP from Bigatron Alpha is going to be none other than Moreno himself on this Sicilian, 2-0-8 with a kill participation of 77%. Pretty greedy Bleo, but at the same time, it was well needed because he was able to shut down EVOS Legends in multiple times here. But for now, let's take a look at the highlights here on how Bigatron Alpha did this.
I like how you're still really hanging out in terms of the itemization, because I feel like this is a really normal build. You want to go for this late game scaling like damage with Clock of Destiny, but Superman like really setting the pace for Bigatron Alpha. That first kill, and again, I felt like not enough support was given towards brands, even though he's the main win condition for EVOS Legends. They just kind of left it behind, like covered in dust.
I agree, but there's just nothing much they can do if you think about all this there. Like Moreno is just there providing a lot of assists as well. Yeah, I can see where you're going in terms of greed here, but that's the thing, right? I'm very surprised that despite all that, Moreno's mana is always there. Like, if you are focused on building stacks as a Sicilian, you're constantly spamming your first skill as much as possible, but for some reason, without the Enchanted Talisman, he's able to just match those his mana regen, which is kind of scary. I think it's because of the fact that the new improved talents played a big factor, but I might be wrong. But I guess Moreno is onto something on this Sicilian right now.
I mean, absolutely. As you said, this is going to be game one already in the hands of Bigatron Alpha. This is going to be match point for them. It is on them to secure, but I want to see EVOS Legends bounce back and take us by surprise. Enable brands, ensure that he's able to pharma. Of course, we want to talk a bit more of our sponsor, Unleash the Beast with Monster Energy, because like without them, I won't think we wouldn't have this kind of hype on the stream, like to keep you guys entertained.
Yep, I agree. You've been drinking so much Monster Energy for the past few days here. Even now, you're still energized to give you guys a little bit of a moment here. But for now, we are going to be taking a very, very short break. And after this break, we'll continue on with the next match with this.
Kalau untuk perubahan emblemnya, gue kurang tahu sih secara signifikan. Cuman gue suka sih sampai sekarang karena bisa kita mix-mix emblemnya.
Yang pasti sekarang tuh emblemnya lebih seru dan bervariasi lah. Tergantung player ya. Contoh kalau kayak dia main satu hero, pasti kadang tuh hero-nya bisa emblemnya berbeda, tergantung gameplay dia seperti apa.
The new patch consists of new emblems, which you can use 2 emblems at the same time, like Killing Spree, and at the same time you can use Weapon Master. This patch is really good for those players who like to explore like me, and I really like it.
ខ្ញុំគិតថា emblem ថ្មីគឺបានផ្លាស់ប្ដូរច្រើននៅក្នុង patch ហ្នឹងដោយសារតែពេលដែល emblem change frame គឺខ្ញុំគិតថា assassin OP.
Dihapusnya emblem jungle itu bikin tank jungler tuh jadi semakin menurun lah picknya. Terus juga ada emblem baru namanya yang basic common itu buat pengganti emblemnya jungler. Lebih kreatif sama fleksibel aja sih.
I would say now because of the new emblems, heroes they are not able to be played last patch. We are able to bring it out now because of the different types of emblem that we can use on the heroes, and because it's very versatile right now.
Dia agak hybrid lah sebab kita macam boleh fleksibel lah nak pakai emblem mana. Walaupun kita pakai match, kita boleh juga pakai emblem assassin contohnya.
You love it, you wear it, wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Minat dengan game ni first kali bila abang ada bagi tahu, dek, jom kita pergi cyber cafe nak. Lepas tu daripada situlah kita orang selalu cakap dengan mak kita orang nak pergi surau lah, kita orang nak pergi sekolah lah, kadang-kadang ada koko ke apa. Tapi kita orang sebenarnya pergi kepada cyber cafe untuk bermain game lah.
Dia keluar rumah macam biasa pakai baju uniform apa semua, tapi dia tak pergi sekolah. Dia pergi duduk kat sisi.
Dia ponteng lah kiranya kan. Dek, ingat tak Dek masa kecil-kecil dulu? Asyik nak pergi terawih je. Rupa-rupanya bukan pergi surau, bukan pergi masjid. Pergi main game kat sisi.
Macam mana boleh kantai yang main tu? Yang Umi pergi surau.
Oh, Umi pergi surau. Cek kita orang tak ada.
Bila dah dapat tahu, sebab surat datang dekat rumah kan.
Ayah balik and ayah buat apa yang patut lah. Basically rotan ke apa.
Kayu dia pun ada lagi, tahu mana lah tak tahu. Bermula daripada hari itu saya slow down sikit lah.
Actually ayah dia tak tahu kita orang ada laptop tau kat rumah. Bila saya dengar je bunyi motor tu dah bergerak, dah berjalan, time tu lah saya akan turun, saya akan main game sampai dia balik. Waktu tu lah saya akan macam terus shutdown PC apa semua, macam tu lah. Try main senyap-senyap lah. Sama lah antara kita orang 3 beradik pun lalui benda yang sama.
Waktu dia sekolah dulu, dalam masa yang sama dia tolong jugalah bantu.
Saya buat barang, macam barang burger, kita orang ada macam secret recipe lah. Kat sos kita tambah apa, kat mayo kita tambah apa. So daripada situ ayah cakap, okay Dek, kalau kau tolong ayah kasih kau sehari dalam RM5, macam tu. Dekat sinilah tempat dapat pocket money lah from ayah. Dia ada banyak sisi dulu, ada kat sini, ada yang kat sana, atas sana. So itu antara sisi-sisi yang selalu pergilah.
Dia tolong dia burger, tapi dalam masa yang sama dia akan cari ruang macam mana nak pergi sisi. Tengah malam sampai pagi pun ada juga. Saya tahu. Tapi nak marah pun nak buat macam mana kan.
Bila kita suruh dia buat kerja, dia buat. Jadi kita tak marah dia. Dia tak ada nantilah, tak ada. Dia okey, dia macam tu. When he was younger, dia agak kelakar orang dia. He likes to tell jokes.
Kita panggil dia Pak Lawak. Selalu buat joke sana, joke sini. Dia happy-happy macam tu lah.
Dan
dia lahir pun special.
Apa ni?
Dia lahir dalam kereta.
Mana datang? Waktu tu saya dah start macam full time lah with kerja burger. Bila dah lama, Umi ayah pun tanya, Dek, korang buat apa ni Dek? Saya tak tahu nak pergi mana lah. Umi pun bagi idea try lah pergi kulinari kan. Saya jumpa beberapa orang yang membuatkan saya punya motivation tu tak ada. Waktu tu lah saya betul-betul start main ML lah. Saya tengok abang saya Amin tu, dia dah sampai tahap rank yang tertinggi at Mobile Legends. So disebabkan jiwa kompetitif saya ni, saya rasa macam dia tak boleh jadi ni kan. Aku nak kena main juga ni. So dari situ start slow-slow main.
Dia jenis yang penyayang, dia suka kucing.
Ini nama dia Along. Kita orang dulu memang banyak kucing lah, lebih daripada 10 ekor lah. Seronok lah kalau ada kucing kat rumah, dia rasa tenang, rasa happy. Best lah kalau ada 2 orang. Itu kenapa tu? Tos. Waktu saya tengah intern, ada orang tag saya. Waktu dia cakap, aku nak kau join Todak ni. Ada satu nama tim Todak ni. Waktu tu saya dalam dilema lah. Sebab at that time, saya tengah intern tu, lagi 3 bulan after that, saya dah boleh habis belajar. Dah boleh dapat sijil. And dalam masa yang sama, kalau peluang ni terlepas, dah memang takkan ada dah.
Dia beritahu saya yang dia tak dapat nak teruskan internship tu. Dia cuba nak berubah haluan kepada pemain Mobile Legends lah masa tu.
Mak saya ni dia jenis anti lah. Dia fikir yang gaming ni buruk untuk dia punya masa depan. Saya cakap dengan mak saya yang Umi, adik ni jenis yang dia boleh pergi jauh. Dia memang power. Dia antara the best in Malaysia. So why not let him try lah.
Kami pun cuba lepaskan tali itu perlahan-lahan. Saya kata tak apalah kalau macam tu. You just proceed with what you think it's best for you.
Okeylah, you pergilah saya kata. Tapi you kena buat betul-betul. Kalau you buat tak betul, kau balik sini.
Saya pun dapatlah keluar daripada kawasan belajar lah. Saya pergi ke Todak. Saya terpaksa menipu lah basically. Saya bagi tahu dekat umi ayah saya yang Todak akan sediakan kontrak. Permulaannya macam mana kita orang dapatkan kontrak is kita orang nak kena lepas that task, iaitu task kita orang kena lepas ataupun dapatkan top 3 lah untuk Todak Fest 2019. Sampailah satu tahap kita orang kalah game yang kedua. So kita confirm bubar lah. But actually benda ni Asia dia cakap dengan saya, aku still nak engkau dalam Todak. So biarlah diorang bubar pun, aku nak kau dalam Todak. Saya stay dekat gaming house, saya tak pergi mana-mana. Dengan lagi beberapa orang ni, kita orang tak ada makanan kat situ.
Dia pernah telefon saya tak tahu dia tak ada duit ke apa kan. Dia kata dia nak pizza. Saya orderkan dia 2 kotak pizza. Dia makan dengan kawan dia 2 orang, large pizza.
Actually pasal yang kontrak tu, saya bagi tahu diorang selepas beberapa tahun punya cerita. Saya sikit pun tak komplain apa-apa tentang that struggle that I've been through. Saya bagi tahu mi ayah saya waktu dalam kereta, random things. So waktu tu lah saya baru cerita mana datangnya, kenapa cerita, kenapa tiba-tiba adanya suruh order pizza datang ke rumah. Yang pertama reaction is diorang shock lah dengan apa yang saya dah bagi tahu diorang, sebab diorang tak expect saya akan buat macam tu and saya boleh sampai ke tahap yang macam tu saya boleh buat kan.
Ayah dia sampai menangis. Ayah dia kata tak sangka anak dia susah, dia kata tahu.
Touching sikit lah. So sedih jugalah. Saya dengan family support dia lah.
Sebenarnya semua ibu bapa mahukan yang terbaik untuk anak-anak.
So that is the moment that it hits me hard lah. Kalau saya tak follow my passion, saya habiskan study kulinari apa semua, mungkin saya tak dapat nak banggakan my parents, adik-beradik saya bangga, tak dapat nak wakili Malaysia untuk SEA Games, and saya tak dapat nak pergi tengok pun negara-negara lain like Vietnam, Singapura, Indonesia, Jakarta apa semua kan. So the choice is very unpredictable lah untuk kita buat ya.
Saya harap lah dia pandai uruskan benda dalam kehidupan dia untuk menjadi seorang player yang betul-betul lah.
Saya sebenarnya sangat berbangga dengan Moon, dengan pencapaian dia bukan saja untuk Moon tetapi juga pasukan teammates dia yang lain.
I want to achieve to win international punya tournament lah. For once, at least for once lah. My things is maybe I nak menang international or dapatkan top 3, top 2 lagi sekali, baru I rasa puas hati and no need to prove to anyone anymore lah. Yeah. Saya Moon dan ini adalah cerita saya. Saya harap daripada kisah ini dapat memberi makna dan semangat untuk korang terus berjuang. Minat dengan game ni first kali bila abang ada bagi tahu, dek, jom kita pergi cyber cafe nak. Lepas tu daripada situlah
kita orang selalu cakap dengan mak kita orang nak pergi surau lah, kita orang nak pergi sekolah lah, kadang-kadang ada koko ke apa. Tapi kita orang sebenarnya pergi kepada cyber cafe untuk bermain game lah.
Dia keluar rumah macam biasa, pakai baju, uniform apa semua, tapi dia tak pergi sekolah. Dia pergi duduk kat sisi.
Dia ponting lah kiranya kan. Dek, ingat tak dek masa kecil-kecil dulu? Asyik nak pergi terawih je. Rupa-rupanya bukan pergi surau, bukan pergi masjid, pergi main game kat sisi.
Macam mana boleh kantai yang main tu? Yang Umi pergi surau. Oh, Umi pergi surau. Cek kita orang tak ada.
Bila dah dapat tahu, sebab surat datang dekat rumah kan.
Ayah balik and ayah buat apa yang patut lah. Basically rotan ke apa.
Kayu dia pun ada lagi, tahu mana lah tak tahu. Bermula daripada hari itu saya slow down sikit lah.
Actually ayah dia tak tahu kita orang ada laptop tau kat rumah. Bila saya dengar je bunyi motor tu dah bergerak, dah berjalan, time tu lah saya akan turun, saya akan main game sampai dia balik. Waktu tu lah saya akan macam terus shutdown PC apa semua. Macam tu lah. Try main senyap-senyap lah. Sama lah antara kita orang 3 beradik pun lalui benda yang sama.
Waktu dia sekolah dulu, dalam masa yang sama dia tolong jugalah bantu.
Saya buat barang, macam barang burger kita orang ada macam secret recipe lah. Kat sos kita tambah apa, kat mayo kita tambah apa. So daripada situ ayah cakap, okay dek, kalau kau tolong ayah kasih kau sehari dalam RM5 macam tu. Dekat sinilah tempat dapat pocket money lah from ayah. Dia ada banyak sisi dulu, ada kat sini, ada yang kat sana, atas sana. So itu antara sisi-sisi yang selalu pergilah.
Dia tolong dia burger, tapi dalam masa yang sama dia akan cari ruang macam mana nak pergi sisi. Tengah malam sampai pagi pun ada juga. Saya tahu. Tapi nak marah pun nak buat macam mana kan?
Bila kita suruh dia buat kerja, dia buat. Jadi kita tak marah dia. Dia tak ada, nantilah, tak ada. Dia okey, dia macam tu. When he was younger, dia agak kelakar orang dia. He likes to tell jokes.
Kita panggil dia Pak Lawa. Selalu buat joke sana, joke sini. Dia happy-happy macam tu lah.
Kan?
Dia lahir pun special.
Apa ni?
Dia lahir dalam kereta.
Mana datang? Waktu tu saya dah start macam full time lah with kerja burger. Bila dah lama, Umi ayah pun tanya, "Dek, kau nak buat apa ni, Dek?" Saya tak tahu nak pergi mana lah. Umi pun bagi idea try lah pergi kulinari kan. Saya jumpa beberapa orang yang membuatkan saya punya motivation tu tak ada. Waktu tu lah saya betul-betul start main ML lah. Saya tengok abang saya Amin tu, dia dah sampai tahap rank yang tertinggi at Mobile Legends. So disebabkan jiwa kompetitif saya ni, saya rasa macam dia tak boleh jadi ni kan. Aku nak kena main juga ni. So dari situ start slow-slow main.
Dia jenis yang penyayang, dia suka kucing.
Ini nama dia Along. Kita orang dulu memang banyak kucing lah, lebih daripada 10 ekor lah. Seronok lah kalau ada kucing kat rumah. Dia rasa tenang, rasa happy. Best lah kalau ada diorang. Tu kenapa tu? Tos. Waktu saya tengah intern, ada orang tag saya. Waktu dia cakap, aku nak kau join Todak ni. Ada satu nama tim Todak ni. Waktu tu saya dalam dilema lah. Sebab at that time, saya tengah intern tu, lagi 3 bulan after that, saya dah boleh habis belajar. Dah boleh dapat sijil. And dalam masa yang sama, kalau peluang ni terlepas, dah memang takkan ada dah.
Dia beritahu saya yang dia tak dapat nak teruskan internship tu. Dia cuba nak berubah haluan kepada pemain Mobile Legends lah masa tu.
Mak saya ni dia jenis anti lah. Dia fikir yang gaming ni buruk untuk dia punya masa depan. Saya cakap dengan mak saya yang Umi, adik ni jenis yang dia boleh pergi jauh. Dia memang power. Dia antara the best in Malaysia. So why not let him try lah.
Kami pun cuba lepaskan tali itu perlahan-lahan. Saya kata tak apalah kalau macam tu. You just proceed with what you think it's best for you.
Okeylah, you pergilah saya kata. Tapi you kena buat betul-betul. Kalau you buat tak betul, kau balik sini.
Saya pun dapatlah keluar daripada kawasan belajar lah. Saya pergi ke Todak. Saya terpaksa menipu lah basically. Saya bagi tahu dekat umi ayah saya yang Todak akan sediakan kontrak. Permulaannya macam mana kita orang dapatkan kontrak is kita orang nak kena lepas that task, iaitu task kita orang kena lepas ataupun dapatkan top 3 lah untuk Todak Fest 2019. Sampailah satu tahap kita orang kalah game yang kedua. So kita confirm bubar lah. But actually benda ni Asia dia cakap dengan saya, aku still nak engkau dalam Todak. So biarlah diorang bubar pun aku nak kau dalam Todak. Saya stay dekat gaming house. Saya tak pergi mana-mana. Dengan lagi beberapa orang ni, kita orang tak ada makanan kat situ.
Dia pernah telefon saya tak tahu dia tak ada duit ke apa kan. Dia kata dia nak pizza. Saya orderkan dia 2 kotak pizza Dia makan dengan kawan dia 2 orang, large pizza.
Actually pasal yang kontrak tu, saya bagi tahu diorang selepas beberapa tahun punya cerita. Saya sikit pun tak komplain apa-apa tentang that struggle that I've been through. Saya bagi tahu umi ayah saya waktu dalam kereta, random things. So waktu itulah saya baru cerita mana datangnya, kenapa cerita, kenapa tiba-tiba adanya suruh order pizza datang ke rumah. Yang pertama reaction is diorang shock lah dengan apa yang saya dah bagi tahu diorang, sebab diorang tak expect saya akan buat macam tu, and saya boleh sampai ke tahap yang macam tu saya boleh buat kan.
Ayah dia sampai menangis. Ayah dia kata tak sangka anak dia susah, dia kata tahu.
Touching sikit lah. So sedih jugalah. Saya dengan family support dia lah.
Sebenarnya semua ibu bapa mahukan yang terbaik untuk anak-anak.
So that is the moment that it hits me hard lah. Kalau saya tak follow my passion, saya habiskan study kulinari apa semua, mungkin saya tak dapat nak banggakan my parents, adik-beradik saya bangga, tak dapat nak wakili Malaysia untuk SEA Games, and saya tak dapat nak pergi tengok pun negara-negara lain like Vietnam, Singapura, Indonesia, Jakarta apa semua kan. So the choice is very unpredictable lah untuk kita buat ya.
Saya harap dia pandai uruskan benda dalam kehidupan dia untuk menjadi seorang player yang betul-betul lah.
Saya sebenarnya sangat berbangga dengan Moon, dengan pencapaian dia bukan saja untuk Moon tetapi juga pasukan teammates dia yang lain.
I want to achieve to win international punya tournament lah. For once, at least for once lah. My things is maybe I nak menang international or dapatkan top 3, top 2 lagi sekali, baru I rasa puas hati and no need to prove to anyone anymore lah. Yeah. Saya Moon dan ini adalah cerita saya. Saya harap daripada kisah ini dapat memberi makna dan semangat untuk korang terus berjuang. Minat dengan game ni first kali bila abang ada bagi tahu, dek jom kita pergi cyber cafe nak. Lepas tu daripada situlah
kita orang selalu cakap dengan mak kita orang nak pergi surau lah, kita orang nak pergi sekolah lah, kadang-kadang ada koko ke apa. Tapi kita orang sebenarnya pergi kepada cyber cafe untuk bermain game lah.
Dia keluar rumah macam biasa, pakai baju, uniform apa semua, tapi dia tak pergi sekolah. Dia pergi duduk kat sisi.
Dia ponting lah kiranya kan. Dek, ingat tak dek masa kecil-kecil dulu? Asyik nak pergi terawih je. Rupa-rupanya bukan pergi surau, bukan pergi masjid, pergi main game kat sisi.
Macam mana boleh kantor yang main tu?
Yang Umi pergi surau.
Oh, Umi pergi surau. Cek kita orang tak ada.
Bila dah dapat tahu, sebab surat datang dekat rumah kan.
Ayah balik and ayah buat apa yang patut lah. Basically rotan ke apa.
Kayu dia pun ada lagi, tahu mana lah tak tahu. Bermula daripada hari itu saya slow down sikit lah.
Actually ayah dia tak tahu kita orang ada laptop tau kat rumah. Bila saya dengar je bunyi motor tu dah bergerak, dah berjalan, time tu lah saya akan turun, saya akan main game sampai dia balik. Waktu tu lah saya akan macam terus shutdown PC apa semua, macam tu lah. Try main senyap-senyap lah. Sama lah antara kita orang 3 beradik pun lalui benda yang sama.
Waktu dia sekolah dulu, dalam masa yang sama dia tolong jugalah bantu.
Saya buat barang, macam barang burger kita orang ada macam secret recipe lah. Kat sos kita tambah apa, kat mayo kita tambah apa. So daripada situ ayah cakap, okay dek, kalau kau tolong ayah kasih kau sehari dalam RM5 macam tu. Dekat sinilah tempat dapat pocket money lah from ayah. Dia ada banyak sisi dulu, ada kat sini, ada yang kat sana, atas sana. So itu antara sisi-sisi yang selalu pergilah.
Dia tolong dia burger, tapi dalam masa yang sama dia akan cari ruang macam mana nak pergi sisi. Tengah malam sampai pagi pun ada juga. Saya tahu. Tapi nak marah pun nak buat macam mana kan?
Bila kita suruh dia buat kerja, dia buat. Jadi kita tak marah dia. Dia tak ada, nantilah, tak ada. Dia okey, dia macam tu. When he was younger, dia agak kelakar orang dia. He likes to tell jokes.
Kita panggil dia Pak Lawak. Selalu buat joke sana, joke sini. Dia happy-happy macam tu lah.
Dan?
Dia lahir pun special.
Apa tiba ni?
Dia lahir dalam kereta.
Mana datang? Waktu tu saya dah start macam full time lah with kerja burger. Bila dah lama, Umi ayah pun tanya, "Dek, korang buat apa ni, Dek?" Saya tak tahu nak pergi mana lah. Umi pun bagi idea, try lah pergi kulinari kan. Saya jumpa beberapa orang yang membuatkan saya punya motivation tu tak ada. Waktu tu lah saya betul-betul start main ML lah. Saya tengok abang saya Amin tu, dia dah sampai tahap rank yang tertinggi at Mobile Legends. So disebabkan jiwa kompetitif saya ni, saya rasa macam dia tak boleh jadi ni kan. Aku nak kena main juga ni. So dari situ start slow-slow main.
Dia jenis yang penyayang, dia suka kucing.
Ini nama dia Along. Kita orang dulu memang banyak kucing lah, lebih daripada 10 ekor lah. Seronok lah kalau ada kucing kat rumah, dia rasa tenang, rasa happy. Best lah kalau ada diorang. Itu kenapa tu? Tos. Waktu saya tengah intern, ada orang tag saya. Waktu tu dia cakap, aku nak kau join Todak ni. Ada satu nama tim Todak ni. Waktu tu saya dalam dilema lah. Sebab at that time, saya tengah intern tu, lagi 3 bulan after that, saya dah boleh habis belajar. Dah boleh dapat sijil. And dalam masa yang sama, kalau peluang ni terlepas, dah memang takkan ada dah.
Dia beritahu saya yang dia tak dapat nak teruskan internship tu. Dia cuba nak berubah haluan kepada pemain Mobile Legends lah masa tu.
Mak saya ni dia jenis anti lah. Dia fikir yang gaming ni buruk untuk dia punya masa depan. Saya cakap dengan mak saya yang Umi, adik ni jenis yang dia boleh pergi jauh. Dia memang power. Dia antara the best in Malaysia. So why not let him try lah.
Kami pun cuba lepaskan tali itu perlahan-lahan. Saya kata tak apalah kalau macam tu. You just proceed with what you think it's best for you.
Okey lah, you pergilah saya kata. Tapi you kena buat betul-betul. Kalau you buat tak betul, kau balik sini.
Saya pun dapatlah keluar daripada kawasan belajar lah. Saya pergi ke Todak. Saya terpaksa menipu lah basically. Saya bagi tahu dekat umi ayah saya yang Todak akan sediakan kontrak. Permulaannya macam mana kita orang dapatkan kontrak is kita orang nak kena lepas that task, iaitu task kita orang kena lepas ataupun dapatkan top 3 lah untuk Todak Fest 2019. Sampailah satu tahap kita orang kalah game yang kedua. So kita confirm bubar lah. But actually benda ni Asia dia cakap dengan saya, aku still nak engkau dalam Todak. So biarlah diorang bubar pun, aku nak kau dalam Todak. Saya stay dekat gaming house. Saya tak pergi mana. Dan lagi beberapa orang, orang tak ada makanan.
Dia pernah telefon saya tak tahu dia tak ada.
Welcome back everyone to the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is the last day of the group stages as well as the last best of 3 series here on Stream B. My name is Monshell. Alongside me, we have Terrence, aka ICBaby12. Terrence, tell me a bit of something. You love music, don't you?
Of course, you know, people always know me for loving music, always talking about playing guitars here, maybe listening here and there. But you know what's really interesting?
What?
I heard a very, very cool rumor is that there has been a lot of music that we have been hearing here in the Snapdragon series. And over the last few days, you might have heard all these local bands actually in Indonesia, where they actually had a contest where they can submit songs and they play it on the streams. So you can actually check out their local bands from Indonesia and listen to the full song, which is pretty sick if you think about it.
I love it. It's like all about giving them the platform, and for up and coming artists, it's like personally, I love singing myself. Don't really have a band or whatsoever, can't really play the guitar. So really envious of your talent, Terrence. But of course, show your support to all these local artists, and what more that you could ask for from the Snapdragon Pro Series. Thank you so much for the opportunity for this amazing competition to showcase talent, whether it's music or sports inclined.
Yep. And of course, when it comes to the deciding factor, I have some very, very concerning news. And that is, for those of you who are just tuning in, and that is Bigatron Alpha currently leading 1-0 against EVOS Legend. If you're just tuning back in,
Someone died, Terrence. That was the
no. Don't get me
Oh,
wrong.
no.
You know, I'm just setting up a little bit of vibes here because I've heard a little bit of tip that a lot of the other talents from other streams, not other stream, one stream. Of course, B stream, best stream, no issues with us, no problems. We give you the best content, we give you the best commentary, everything. But I heard a lot of rumor that not just the players, A stream, there has been a few talents that has gone down. So that's about it. I don't know who, but they just fell sick. That's about it. Nothing super serious, but they're still working really hard to give you the entertainment, and I can't blame them, man. Like, we have so many long games in these past few days. B stream finished rather early. A stream, I don't know, man, 15 hours I heard. It's fine, we do it for the love of the show, man.
Yes, absolutely.
Shout out to them,
We're
hats off to them.
Yeah, hats off to the casters, production, for staying on with us. For the audience, we appreciate all the support. Of course, it's our burning passion for esports. I mean, that's why we're here casting all these games live for all of you watching at home. And you, why are you still sitting in front of your PC at home? Come down to Jakarta for the challenge finals over the weekend. Terrence, I'm super hyped. Just watch these players duke it out, and can't wait for the taunts, the fan chants. The energy is so infectious live in Jakarta.
Yep. And of course, when it comes to getting tickets, I heard a little bit of rumor here that the price of the ticket, it's a pretty sweet deal, and that's 30,000 rupiah. And of course, be prepared. The main event is going to be happening in this coming weekend, so be sure to get your tickets before it's all gone, because Monaco premier tickets all gone, sold out, less than a month. That's a week. It's crazy. It's really crazy. But now, Bigatron versus EVOS Legends. It's interesting to see that there has been a lot of changes, in particular into 2014. I think one of the biggest highlights as well, besides Todak as well, is gotta be EVOS Legends, right? RQ, EVOS Legends, they have had a lot of roster change here in between here. They haven't exactly figured out what's worked and what's not yet. And hopefully, obviously, for the quality of the game, they do want to be the champions of the world. That's going to be the objective thus far. And fortunately for them, they have had a running here before this, which is MSC, where we had Onyx ID taking the throne. Finally, a win for Indonesia. So that's something that I look forward to. Is a Malaysian team gonna take one? Not exactly sure. Hopefully one day. We have not gotten one yet.
Super proud. Super proud of Udare Giants right now. We didn't expect them to get this far ever since we last saw them. This is a really new roster. coming in with Super and Pancake, just creating waves across in this competition. But of course, back to the topic, and Terrence, you've been around a lot longer than I have. I mean, you casted M1.
Oh, wow. That was a very, very long time ago. But yes, I do recall it. It was a pretty fun time. The vibes are pretty crazy. When EVOS Legends won the championship, I got to see a little bit of a body part coming from Donkey. So that was something that I did not expect at all. But of course, now to keep you guys updated throughout the games that has happened thus far, Group A pretty much, we've got our top 3. Only top 3 teams will be advancing into the main event. So I guess from Group A, RGPH, Echo, as well as Yudu Red Giants, they qualify.
This is just wow. I can't imagine like right now how the Yudu Red Giants are feeling. Securing top 3 is just massive, considering like we're expecting Burnex Flash to be within top 3. Unfortunately, they haven't had the best time since yesterday, and to be expected, RGPH and Echo on the top of the standings. Like, the Filipino pride is there. Of course, really formidable foes. And inside the Group B, I think it's just really tight competition with Onyx, AP Brand, as well as Bigatron Alpha on top of the standings.
Yeah, agreed. But of course, now we had a 30-minute break here for prayer breaks, and we will welcome all of you guys back to witness the brilliant moment now, because we are heading in towards game number 2 here. And of course, to give you guys a little bit recap on how things went down as well, Bigatron, they were able to completely dominate the first game on towards EVOS Legends with a very, very one-sided victory as well, and also a very unique draft coming from EVOS Legends.
Here, I know you're like having some mixed feelings for the bid. I swear, this is actually not a terrible pick, but they need to play around brands. Like that's, I don't know how many times, like Mirko has highlighted as well, that you have to play around brands. If you're EVOS Legends, you're your main win condition, he will be able to like really keep his team in his competition. Like Bigatron, they just got it all figured out.
Yeah, and in this case, hopefully they will be able to do so, because that's something that they need to kind of actually solve as well, because hopefully, maybe not for this time, it is still a great time to actually gather some experience to figure out what went wrong, what is going to be possible. But of course, testing drafts is going to be something that is very unique. EVOS, I just did showcase a little bit here. Bane goal lane, it didn't exactly work out. Todak, however, had a very similar run. No marksman composition, very, very greedy. I would say, no, not greedy, ambitious. Let me correct that. Ambitious of them. Toda had a little bit of better performance for Mages yesterday, but sometimes it's meant to be. There's a reason why teams has switched up their, kind of fixed up their roles, and you just gotta stick with it. And there are only a handful of heroes that are just so good in their specific roles. They need to be in this role in order to carry the game, snowball the game, yada yada. Marksman, I think, out of 1,000 games, probably less than 100 are a game without a marksman and you actually win. If you think about it, that's how the ratio kind of roughly feels like.
So with the double fighter strategy, it's viable, but you have to close out the game extremely fast. I mean, okay, non-marksman go lane, Harif, I think it's like, no-brainer. I think it fares pretty well, but that laning phase, like during the start, is so important. And as I say, EVOS, they gotta enable brands, or like James really needs to like set things up for the team. It's really difficult. Like, they need to provide these players the right tools to make stuff happen across the map. But of course, we're jumping in towards the drafting phase of game 2.
Some stitches, I can help.
Yep. Now, coming into his game number 2 here, this time EVOS Legends, they finally, well, I don't know if they're gonna get a marksman or not, but Bigatron, they start things off with the Melissa as a first pick here. And seeing the Melissa means that they are gonna try and test out whether or not they're gonna be able to win on the early game here. So EVOS they have no choice. Not really no choice. They only have a limited amount of heroes that can actually deal with it in terms of goalie matchup. So one of them gonna be Beatrix. I think Moskov is pretty okay-ish. Clint isn't too bad as well. Brody not necessarily the greatest against a Melissa, which is a little bit ironic, considering that Brody bullies out most goal laners right from the early lane stages.
Brody doesn't have the best win rate as of yet. I'm not sure if he even have won any series or matches at this point. I could be wrong, but Melissa just a really tough lane opponent off the bat. See how BTR just heavily focus on towards that goal lane priority. On EVOS Legends, they pick up the Akai as well as Eve. Overall, this is like really good combination. I do wonder if it's Akai jungle or if it's going towards the hands of Dreams or even Fluffy can play it.
Yeah, but no, in this case, I know flexibility is going to be key, but considering that Angela is sneaked off, they actually gave the Angeling True. So, Angeling going to be picked up coming in from the Bigger Troopers. Sorry, Bigger Troopers, not Bigatron Alpha. Sorry, Bigger Troopers is the guy's watching. Oops, my bad. But we at the same time see the Fanny being picked up as well from EVOS. Okay, so this is going to be a roaming Akai. Roma guy.
Okay. Other than the Angela link, this is we're going to see like full-on lone mechanics, like assassin versus assassin, like things out of I would say isekai anime or that kind of stuff. But overall, it's like I like the adjustments coming in from EVOS, and they're really quick to ban out Ruby, which is one of the main counters for Fanny. So I think good adjustments. They have very clear win conditions. Fanny has, she really either has to like snowball from start and just keep like farming up those kills, or she just falls off in terms of relevancy.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to, that's the thing, right? Because of the emblem changes now, people have adapted in a way where they can actually force tenacity into their sub-emblem builds, which gives them a little bit of sustainability to deal with the initial burst. And oftentimes, alongside with the steel leggings, like a very early value buy now, it is good enough to actually sustain through multiple bursts. It forces the Fanny to use multiple cables, sometimes in a very, very awkward positions. So it makes the hero a little bit weaker now, and makes so much sense why teams kind of strayed away from the hero now. But I want to see whether or not Nee is going to be able to outmatch this, because as of now, Angela pretty much secures the lane for the Link. We did see a lot of Hilda bans when they go up against the Angeling, but in this case, having the Akai means that what is going on here? Is this an XP Akai?
I mean, it's definitely possible. Fluffy could play. I think Akai is one of those heroes who's super flexible. Really hard to win against him in terms of the laning phase. So I think going 50-50 against Arizo, I think EVOS will take their chances. I think, how would I put this? It's like, for EVOS, I do like this draft a lot better. And the fact that they're leaving brands for last, I wonder if they have a different strategy coming into this. But I think it's just really smart.
The end of one thing is the beginning of another.
Weird.
Ooh.
This is weird. But okay, they go in for the Esmeralda. They double down to actually kind of allow Angela to have a little bit more value to take advantage of the shields. But now, final pick here from EVOS Legends. Do they go for the marksman, or like you said as well, they are going to go for double fighters to try and deal with this Esmeralda. Derov is pretty much in the pool as well. But I see smiles up on EVOS Legends. Do they want to actually try this? Are they gonna go for the Derov though? Or maybe even Badang if they want to.
Wait for no man.
No, I think Akai EXP has already been locked in. I think from EVOS, they really want to be able to force, they have many ways of forcing out the Heart Guard or the Tempest of Place. This is basically, they want to go for team fights, and they're going to rely on Nia to really, just storm in and, just finish up, clean up shop all around after the end of these messy fights.
Yeah, I guess so. But with this draft coming in here, I feel like EVOS definitely has a little bit of a better fighting chance compared to game number 1. At least they have a fallback plan. But with the Franco as well as the Akai means that, of course, with the Franco, you get the Rice Bloody Hunt onto his Ling. Ling is pretty much going to be shut down. The heavy spin comes in, you are going to be expecting the Ling to be shut down as well if Super Ken doesn't get the right angles to actually penetrate here. So I guess that's something that they take into consideration. But I feel bad for the Esmeralda though. So this just puts Zorizo in the spot where it is going to be a purified Esmeralda, I guess. But all in all, I definitely like Bigatron's draft a little bit more.
I think Esme will have an okay time against Akai. It's all about building like that early damage, going for Imperage. But of course, this is going to be game 2 of EVOS Legends versus Bigatron Alpha. And overall, wait, this Moreno on Cho. This mid lane Cho. What?
Huh.
I was so sure this Super Vin on Cho, there's gonna be Angela mid, but no, Moreno. Wow.
Oh, okay. You know, technically, I think it's very, very doable, right? Like, you know, if you're talking about magic damage, yes. You know, if you just put Angela as a mid, there's not enough magical damage. So they somewhat harmonize with the fact that they do have Esmeralda with magical damage. So I think it's very workable, but is it enough? So I guess this is going to be, I would say, a chemistry test, or in this case, an experimentation coming in from BTR to see that is this viable enough, considering that EVOS Legends is in this predicament. But look at this, aggression coming from Super Ken. It's going to be in an awkward position, but he's going to be fine. The hook comes in, doesn't connect. They're going for the retry battle, and they won't be able to secure it for himself. So Nia is going to be A-okay, but Super Vin, look at this. He's going to try and delay Nia's rotation, but seems like both sides are going to trade 50-50s for now.
It's all about that river control at the early stages. It's like about, because Moreno and Super Vin, Dreams not landing on towards anyone, and he's going to force the recall of both of them, if anything. I think they must have run out of mana, and instantly, let's say, Bigatron Alpha, they are in full control, multiple people rotating to the turtle.
Yeah, but now, coming towards the cable here, he's in a very awkward position here. Moreno looking for the stun, but unfortunately, the Jikundo is going to be awkward as well. He just got his way with the dragon as well. It was just a second too late, but if Moreno had it, I think he would have made an attempt onto his slice. But same time, Toto already in position with Bigatron, and they're already having a very, very early start. EVOS Legends, do they want to contest this? Nah, I don't think they can. So that's going to be easy one here coming from Super Ken, as he secures it to try and extend the fight. But EVOS just doesn't seem interested to fight this at all.
And they're in no position to fight whatsoever. Moreno, I think what he wants to do is to save the way of the dragon to ensure that no one is going to mess with Super Ken's farm. Let's not forget, he's still really vulnerable on this lane. Like, yes, he has Heart Guard and he has Moreno like protecting his back, but still, you don't want to force these valuable ults. Ooh, Flicker, not going to land. Saken force out the go away, but he's going to be alright. 4 members rotating up, just trying to get Saken.
I feel bad. Like, Fluffy, he had the right idea. He actually went for the arrival, which was very interesting. But you know, as soon as he forced out the go away here, it means this is go time for them to chip away to go plating here. But EVOS, they're going for the bloody hunt here. Moreno taking a little bit of damage. He's looking for the flicker wave of the dragon. Doesn't have the range to extend his fight, but now they force out major spells, and they are going to trade the body for this. Super Ken, they take out Fluffy. Do they want to go for more? Dreams goes for the hook. Doesn't connect, but that will be the disengage from both sides.
Okay, really messy stuff, but Zorizo already taken fairly low. Does he really want to stay in this? Yes, Esme, you're really tanky. I don't think you should force the issue.
Yeah, this is tough. This is very tough right here. Interesting strategies here coming from those legends with Arrival though. But at the same time, Fluffy, you know, he's trying to make it work. But let's look at the emblems real quick here. He's got the pull yourself together. He's got cooldowns available. So he's looking to try and get that heavy speed uptime as high as possible, like as much as possible to be available. So that's something that I think They are going to be looking in that direction. But for Esmeralda, nothing super crazy yet though. So they are just doing stand-up plays, zoning here and there. But a turtle contest, you know, it's going to be very, very important for both sides.
My question in my head was thinking, what would be better for Fanny? Lethal Injection or Killing Spree? In this case, it's like, maybe it's more worth to ensure that you can get that final blow. Fluffy is here, on the arrival, he's chasing down Saken, but is he out of position? Heavy spin forced out, I think he should be alright. Ooh.
Oh boy, now here comes, they do find off Super Win. That's got a very, very big target as well. Fluffy got a two-man locker here, he was able to disengage. Fortunately for them, they are able to interject with Nate. But as of now, Bigatron, it seems like their place right now is just not working out. They might actually lose out a lot of this control now. And EVOS Legends, they have it to actually contest the turtle now. Do they want to go for it? They're calling in Nate from the bottom side. Supercamp already making his way, shows himself as well. He's got the buff. Is he going to go for the steal? And yes, he does. Goes for the retribution as well. Moreno goes in for the kick in the wrong angle. And they're trying to trade off a kill, but Super Ken can't seem to find the right target. So that's going to be a very successful steal coming from EVOS Legends.
Oh, but the hook lands onto Rosarizo, but it's only Esmeralda. He would just be able to heal up. Okay, assume. I guess we didn't want the first Bloody Hand. I don't think they were expecting to land the hook.
Yeah, I guess. But Brand's now having a very, very early start as well. Having the Blade of Despair means that he's going to dish out a lot of damage. Well, near he does have the Blade of Heptaseas to actually allow the fights here. But let's go to the instant replay on how things went down. As you can see, you know, it was just a little bit awkward with the fight. Burrito started a very awkward angle, but it was just not favorable for Bigatron in that scenario at all. But look at this, what's going on? Super Cat just diving back lines, gets a kill. He needs to get out. A rival being used as well, but they got the hard gun coming in. But now Super Cat, he's pumped his way through. But at the same time, Vin could not keep him alive, and that's gonna be a 2-for-1 exchange coming for EVOS Legends here.
Yeah, that was just buy one, get one free. Like, kicking the kicks in. Moreno will trade his life in return just to secure the kill on towards Brands. But that's gonna be a double kill feeding towards this Beatrix.
We even lost Saken up top as well, and Moreno actually tried to trade Brand. So this is actually not favoring Bigatron Alpha as well. And despite all these kills that is going on, EVOS Legends somehow still have the play here. But Dreams goes for a Bloody Heart, blind into the bush. He knew he was going to be there, instantly gets him down, takes the purple buff away. And my oh my, this is a newly improved EVOS Legends, and they're finally back in action now.
Just really over-aggression, just too much. Yes, as I say, you have the Heart Guard protecting you, but when you're pinned down by Fluffy, this Akai rival is just working out really well for EVOS Legends. It's like once you're pinned down, nothing can save you. And Super Vin just buy one get one free. Like, just strat, he just gives it over to EVOS Legends. Again, we weren't expecting this instantly. EVOS Legends, they have this play, even though it's only 1k, but they're making so many amazing plays across the map.
Oh wow, now EVOS, they're trying to hold them hostage here, trying to force the Link to rotate up top to allow Nia to kind of mix space down bottom here. They're trading 1v1 fights here, but at the same time, Super Ken down on his HP. He's down to his 1 HP. He might actually lose his fight here. He's dodging his way through on the minimap, but he's so low. The tier 1 will fall, but eventually Super Ken still surviving here. They have the Angeling down in the bottom side, going for the commitments, and somehow Super Ken still manages to survive. EVOS Legends, they are still holding the turtle aggro, but all in all, it seems like it is still going to be a stalemate from both sides.
Absolutely. I think Brands is just going to take the turtle just like that. No contest whatsoever from the side of Bigatron Alpha.
Yeah, this is crazy coming from BTR. And now, forcing the fight here as well. Heavy spin onto Zarizo. Brands goes in for the damage, deletes him. And that is going to be even more space here as EVOS finally bounces back as they try to chip into tier 1 down middle here. They have the forces, they have the snipes. BTR just doesn't have what it takes to actually defend. But here comes the kick. Fluffy will be taken down, but he's got the immortality. Can he get out? No, he cannot. Imperial will taking away. Super Ken will trade Fluffy back, but now the Angeling is going to be available as well. He tries to play around with his swords, but Evo still wants to go continue this assault down mid though.
Again, these are really favorable trades for EVOS Legends. I think they keep all this pressure with this Fanny. Jumps in. He'll be able to get out just barely. Oh, Super Ken just finishing up the job down on bottom side, laying patiently. The Hunter gets his prize.
Yeah, this is very annoying here, but Ken finally gets his revenge despite the early skirmish down bottom. But let's take a look at the items here. Seems like, you know, he's got his 2 major item power spikes as well. I'm not sure if he's going for the corrosion side, but once he gets that, that's going to be a big one. But hold that thought for now. The hook comes in. Moreno gets hooked up, and now the double ults coming in to commit to punish Moreno. 1-5-1. Absolutely nothing he can do about this. And EVOS Legends once again getting even more room to actually punish this here as Brands going for the contest here. But here comes the hook again from Dreams. They take Saken. And that is huge as Bigatron Alpha and no more force to work with as well. Tempest Blaze comes in. Can he steal it away? But no, he loses the purple buff. And Nay just a little bit better. And now another hook by Dreams. EVOS Legend rise up from the ashes, roaring mighty as the Tigers pounce back against the robots.
Yep. Absolutely, the White Tigers are definitely roaring right now. They're just going for these objective gameplays and securing the lore with no contest whatsoever.
This is crazy. This should not be happening. But Bigatron are just getting completely shut down by the Franco hook. We talk about one good hook that turns the game around. In this case, every time Dreams hook is gonna swing in favor of EVOS Legends at this stage here. But Bigatron, they need to find out a way to bounce back and play around this here because their win condition right now is to fall back onto Saken. But currently Saken is not having a good time at all. It's 0-2-3. He's level 11. He's so far behind in terms of net worth. Whereas compared to Brands, who's already 2 levels ahead of him.
Yep. Unfortunately, their only forced engagement. Oh, Tempest of Blaze forced out Super Can, forced to run, but he has no purple.
Oh my god. Oh my god,
nee. Ladies and gentlemen, that's how you should play Fanny. Moving forward.
He's got so much damage as well. The little addiction just giving so much value. The retribution on top of it all to chip away. But hook, Dreams! How do you even hook that angle here? Zarizo instantly deleted. Angela gonna be next to fall. Sake is trying to hold on to try to pick off a trade here. But at the same time, Brands flickers forward, gets a kill. Nothing they can do. That's gonna be a wipeout coming in from Bigatron Alpha as EVOS Legends turns game 2 around. And they might potentially take the game, but the hook from Dreams! Dreams! What a game! EVOS Legends ties the series in this best of 3. Drags it into game number 3. You can see the smiles coming in. Complete outplay. This draft coming in from EVOS Legends worked miracles against Angelique.
Dreams, as you say, made of absolute stuff of Dreams, but we would say his presence has become the absolute nightmare for the side of the Red Robots. Like, you just give Dreams these heroes, like he keeps landing hook after hook after hook. Like, the amount of setup, just forcing out Tempest of Blades or the Heart Guard, and even like Superman, he's caught in a really sticky situation. He can jump in, but he's going to get bursted down alongside with his teammate if he's unable to get the healing upkeep. And in the end, EVOS Legends tie up the series. What a showing.
Yeah, it's crazy considering how Dreams was just pulling some really insane plays, like flickering into a blind bush, getting a free bloody hunt, getting some really sick hooks thus far. Bigatron just had no answer to this because like based on this draft, technically I kind of like Bigatron's draft a little, considering that EVOS, like I didn't know how this archive was going to be played here, but having this arrival kind of puts him in the spot where they can kind of zone out and mirror this link. So eventually, it just didn't work out. But I feel like the draft skill from Bigatron wasn't the issue. Execution was the issue. In this case, Moreno's Cho didn't come over line.
So
just straight up, it just didn't come over line. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah, just no catch potential whatsoever. Like that first kill, like I feel like kind of always sets the tempo for Bigatron. Alpha, and afterwards it's like really uncharacteristic, over aggressive plays. Ling diving to get the Fanny, but instantly we saw the arrival pulsing and Fluffy just swings in, pins him down. Even the hard guard can't save him.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, you know, I like that the archive was great here to deal with Angelia and Ling as well, which is something that I think a lot of teams has kind of forgotten the weaknesses of Ling. But what was crazy was that, you know, we know Ling is always going to be prioritized the purple buff. Like, there's only one way you are going to be taking the purple buff, which is pretty much hiding inside that bush, right? And that bush pretty much says that, oh, if the purple buff's not there, we've seen the timer, the only logical other place is going to be that bush. And, you know, for the Franco Dreams to actually go in for the blind flicker and stopping the momentum, especially stopping Super Ken from going super out of control, was pretty much a win condition for EVO. So I would say the drafts wasn't an issue for Bigatron, but priority targeting was a very, very big issue. So that was something that EVOS, you know, just did it a little bit better in terms of execution. So nicely done for game number 2. I like this. Pretty standard plays, but even though Arkai XP going arrival was something I did not expect, but EVOS Legends played a very good game. I was very surprised by this.
I mean, we definitely seen this Akai arrival before in MPL ID. It was an Aura Fire special, and Fluffy really played it to the T.
Feels very nostalgic, if you put it that way.
Nostalgic.
Of course, no, I'm looking forward to see the adaptations here, because there has been integrations of teams trying to deal with the quote-unquote meta, which is Angeling right now, which is terrorizing the entire competitions. You know, we've seen mirror matchups, we've seen zoning matchups, we've seen, I would say, burst matchups as well. But this is by far a very, very unique way of dealing with it, which is forcing Fluffy to rotate and arrive on the right time to set up the play. So I would say this is a very good showing of how sometimes it's not just the traditional battle spells that can work. Arrival kind of works too as well.
No, I mean, like, this amount of customization just based on playstyle and what EVOS Legends wants to achieve, I think it's just really, like, just really smart Mobile Legends gameplay. But overall, we can see that instantly, like, the gold lead is just massive for EVOS Legends. We're getting really one-sided games in this best of 3. I do wonder that maybe for both teams, momentum plays a massive role in terms of like the overall damage dealt is just so massive from the side of EVOS Legends. Like the carry brands, like finally you give him enough support, he's going to be able to your carry for the day.
Yeah, but of course, you know, when it comes to the playstyles here, Sake going for the first pick, Melissa, kind of showed like EVOS what they wanted to kind of play around with. Given the toolkits here, in terms of damage output, obviously EVOS is going to be topping the charts. Brand's an absolute monster. You give him a small lead, he is going to apply so much pressure, and in this case, Brand's did exactly that. As Beatrix here, his snipe has been on point, their setup has been on point. You can see a lot of good vibes coming from EVOS Legends from the previous fight as well. After they actually won the game, you can see the celebrations, the little wins in life that make you a little bit happier. In this case, taking a win against BTR might be just that.
Hey, they want to deny that 2-0 away from Bigatron Alpha. I think that's overall the name of the game. Or again, like from BTR, they didn't have to be so aggressive, especially for Super Cat. It's all about farming up and hitting those item power spike, become the absolute monster of a late game carry. Because Fanny, it's like, even though if you can go for full damage, she'll eventually fall off versus Ling. So I think the win conditions was really clear for BTR, but it didn't, it didn't happen in the execution.
Yeah, I guess. But of course, yeah, I agree what you said here. The timings wasn't fulfilled coming from Bigatron. And of course, considering that this was a very one-sided game here, I'm curious to see who the MVP is here. Please tell me it's gonna be Dreams. It's gotta be Dreams, right? For EVOS Legends. The MVP is gonna be, yeah, baby! It's gotta be Dreams with the 2-0-11 Audis Franco. The guy never misses his hook. The guy that sets up the tempo for the team. The guy that won them the game. The MVP is gotta be Dreams.
You can really rely on good old Dreams to really set the place for his team. I can't believe that rhyme. But again, like, this is what you need to do. You need to give Dreams, Kaja, Franco something that can really set things up. Of course, with Franco, the risk is if you can only make those plays if you land the hook. If you keep missing, then where's that source of engagement? Of course, congratulations to EVOS Legends to evening things out against Bigatron Alpha. Whew. We have a series, Terrence.
Yeah, we definitely do as well. But all things considered, 1-1, there is just so many ways that things could have gone wrong. Let's think about Franco. Things can go wrong, but you know what cannot go wrong? Winning money.
What? Ooh, yes.
Nothing goes wrong about winning money. Nothing goes wrong about making a living for yourself. And guess what? Here's an opportunity for you. Participate in the FE Dashbot Cup and take part now at esl.gg/FEBot and stand a chance to win 5,000 euros. And of course, only the number one in that challenge is going to be able to walk away with that juicy chunk of cash on shelf.
I mean, that was just like really amazing stuff. You're able, with 5,000 euros, you're able to fund your Jakarta trip easily. You can get can you get a Samsung Galaxy phone as well?
Yeah, I'll definitely do. And you know what I'll do with the remaining cash?
What?
Eat chicken rice, because Malaysia has the better chicken rice. But of course, at the same time, when it comes to, playing this tempo of gameplay, I like the fact that there is just so many different varieties and compositions now in this current patch where you can kind of fix your play styles, choose your poison, choose your weapons to actually win this game. And for me, Angeling was something that I think was very unique in particular. Like when SPS first came out, especially in this season, the first day I had a couple questions here. Why Angela Link? Like, oh, they say it's meta, it's this and that. So far, a lot of teams are trying it out, but I'm still not convinced because of the fact that it takes so much to enable an Angela Link. It feels like you're just putting all your eggs in a basket, and once this lane falls off in the early stage of the game or doesn't get the necessary farm or purple buff, the comeback mechanics is so difficult. But if you can mirror it, you can find a way to do it, you can make space for your team, then that is also a possibility there.
I mean, hyper carry junglers, it's high risk, high reward. You give a take, you have to have your team play around it so you can actually see it pay dividends. And in this case, they did not play that. I think Super Ken, he should be focusing on farming across the map. You have to ensure that he's able to farm as safely as possible. By right with Cho and Angela, that mid lane control is really there, so the lane shouldn't be too bothered. But I think really smart decision making coming out from EVOS Legends. I love the Kai arrival. I think people think it's just super cheesy, but surprisingly effective against Angela Ling.
Yeah, that's crazy considering that that should have been happening. But that's the thing, right? Like, all things considered, I think Bigatron has shown themselves that they are still at a stage where they are trying to discover new things. But EVOS Legends, they've shown themselves that it's not over yet for them. You know, they still have what it takes to be one of the best teams in the world. They are very, very unique. They're very, very creative. Even though they didn't exactly do too well to qualify, but they're still here to showcase that they are still trying their best to, you know, play the best Mobile Legends Bang Bang in their life. And that's something that I think a lot of teams or people fail to understand, that sometimes it's not just about losing, it's about taking the lessons in life to be a little bit better. But in case you're wondering how is happening here, this is the current scoreboards on how the other teams are doing here from the other streams.
Yeah, instantly you can see from Group A, the top three, it's RSG, PH, Echo, and Udo Red Giants. In Group B, it's going to be Onyx, AP Brand, as well as Bigatron Alpha.
Well, that pretty much secures the top three for that. But that's the thing, right? It's not over until it's over, because Aura Fire is still pretty close to actually take them down. So that's something that can be taken into consideration here. But I don't know, maybe Aura Fire doesn't have enough points here. Of course, Onyx topping the shots here. They got actually 4 out of 4. I would say 4 wins, 1 loss. That pretty much gets them the #1 spot, alongside with Echo as well. But all things considered, for the final 3 slots, it is going to be a battle between AP Brand, Bigatron Alpha, as well as Aura Fire for the final 3 slots. So I think if AP Brand loses their last game and Bigatron loses this series as well, there is a potential chance that Aura Fire might sneak up and take the #3 slot. So it's going to be close for Group B though. It is definitely very, very close.
Absolutely. I mean, it's like time is of the essence, and every team got the scrap, whatever points they can get. Every match, every game is their last potentially, because who doesn't want that coveted top 6 spot to play live in Jakarta for the viewers?
Yeah, it's crazy. Who doesn't want to, right? Like, if EVOS Legends takes this game, I don't think they would be able to qualify anymore, because it all comes down to whether or not the rest of the top side is going to be able to come alive. So in this case, is EVOS Legends gonna make an upset here by dethroning, or in this case, taking the win away from Bigatron and allowing Aura Fire that opportunity to go up? So as of now, you know, Group A seeding pretty much already secured in terms of their playoffs, right? RSG, PH, Echo, and Udo Red Giants guaranteed for Group A. Group B, we're still discovering. The only team from Group B is Onyx ID that kind of takes that stand. So in this final game between EVOS Legends and Bigatron, it is a very, very important one for Bigatron. Not necessarily for EVOS, but they did take a game, but they can make a very, very big upset here by just completely taking Bigatron out of the equation with this potential series.
Yep. I mean, in the end, it's like now it comes down to a draw, and I can't believe it's going to be a best of 1 between these 2 teams. I would say that both sides are definitely not going to give an inch. And EVOS Legends, as I say, they have tools, but they just need to ensure they know who to play around. And for Bigatron Alpha, the coach says that all that they tried out, they want to experiment. They want to ensure that they, in this, I would say, pre-season setting in a professional scene, they want to ensure that everything they're testing right now with the new meta works. And currently, right now, we can see that Moreno on show is not the way to go.
I want to see how Bigatron feels here, but seems like the moods are pretty down right now after that loss. So I guess it's going to be back to basic coming from them. They have to try and make a comeback from this, because that Angela Ling, even though arguably it is now quote unquote the trend here, the trending meta between all these teams, but it's not exactly a foolproof plan. It may be execution, it may be understanding of the hero mechanics, but technically sometimes, even though as Monchel says, right, Bane wins her ranked games. But in this case, Bane hasn't been able to do so. But enough of us chit-chatting. Let's talk shop here. Game 3, final on his way. And this is going to be the starting draft here with EVOS Legends on the blue side and Bigatron on the red side.
Let's just get into it. So I want to get down and dirty with these teams. And overall, in terms of strategy, I think opening up with a Yi is a pretty nice for EVOS. Something comfort for the side of Hijime.
Yeah, and of course, when it comes to this fight as well, I think when it comes to this scenario, I think the okay, what's going on? Like Angela Link completely split off. Nobody wants to play this. But
it's too risky.
Bigatron, they double down on the far side as well as the Grok. So is EVOS gonna play the Angela Link?
I mean, anything could go at this point. But I think this is the really classic Yi versus Farsa. I'm kind of fangirling really hard right now because it's like, it's all about this utterly mid lane battle. And of course, just picking up the Grok, just ensuring that EVOS does have the direct counter of cancelling the Feather Airstrike with the Wild Charge or either with the Guardian's Barrier.
Yeah, and I think having this Grok from the side of Bigatron is pretty much a safety net, right? Like, you don't really want EVOS to be holding out this Grok, having this free Guardian's Barrier to kind of deny the Farsa's Feather Airstrike. So I guess from that angle, it makes a lot of sense. But EVOS, they deny the Fanny away. Sorry, not deny. They'll pick the Fanny again from the air, from the get-go. And the question remains here for Bigatron. Do they want to pick the Kufra here? Like, this is the perfect time to force the Kufra, roam, and put the XP Grok in towards the bottom side. Because, I don't know, Supervin has been phenomenal Kufra. Game 1, his Kufra was just popping off. This might be a time for him to show his Kufra again. Do they go for it? And yes, they actually go for it.
You're really on point with these predictions right now, Terrence. But overall, back to EVOS, it's like picking the Fanny once for Nia once again. He did like pretty alright. He did his job on this Fanny. It's gonna be probably lethal injection once again to ensure that he gets that final blow in. Even though you thought you're out of the woods, just bam, the burn just comes in. And again, it's just locking in just something really comfortable for brands. As I say, for EVOS, their main keys to victory is ensure that brands has the best time possible.
Yeah, and of course, in this case, once again, it is going to be a matchup where I think Sake needs to rethink here, because in game number 2, you know, he picked the Melissa, brands chose the Beatrix to go up against him. So this time, he will have a little bit more options and room to think on how he wants to take this approach. So I guess that's something that they can consider. But yeah, interesting.
Why would you
Bane ban?
the Bane?
Maybe because they just don't want to deal with the jungle Bane potentially that's happening here. But of course, Akai also being banned as well, which is huge. Fluffy played it really interesting, and it actually worked out in his favor, which is something that I did not anticipate. But it worked out. I like it. I really like it.
No, I recall, I think Fluffy's performance back then in MPID really solid. Akai overall, but I think EVOS, I think that's really clear. They're banning out all the jungle options. Jungle Bane, no Lancelot for Super Ken. I think Martis is still open. I think that's still a really viable choice.
Yeah, I guess. But I think, yeah, Fredrin is still in the pool as well, which is kind of interesting that both teams kind of ignored this. But if they decide to go for the Fredrin pickup coming from Bigatron, the Yves still has somewhat of the tools as well. It's pretty good. Going for the Martis definitely is the safer choice. But no, Bigatron, they doubled down on the Melissa again against brands. Not sure how this is gonna go. It's a very risky approach, but I guess with the Kufra in play, it is a little bit safer for Sake to do his own thing. So I guess that's gonna be the matchup coming in, and EVOS, they go for the Rizzler.
Okay, lane matchup alone, Melissa against Beatrix, it's still, I think, slightly favoring Melissa because just really annoying, just outraging Beatrix before she's able to get her item Power Spike for hits level 4. And they lock in this Drizzler for Fluffy. I think just, I'm really imagining all these wombo combos. They're doing it and oh my word! First Atlas!
In a very, very long time indeed. It is a wombo combo. They are gonna go for hard lockdowns. However, the one counter to this composition is just purify and walk out of it. But that means they will lose so much mobility with this flickers, and you can see the high fives are coming in. EVOS Legends, they're looking to close out this game, and they will go for the final pick, Ling. And I'm not gonna lie, this time, with no Franco in play, Super Ken is gonna have a much, much better time compared to game number 2.
Again, it's just about overwhelming your opponent. There's, as you say, there's so many wombo combos just designed to force out the tempers of play, and no hard guard to protect you. Like, we're really going to see like full-blown team fights from both these teams.
Yeah, and I like it. I really, really like it here. It's by far the most balanced draft out of 2 games. Even though the Atlas pick feels a little bit weird, but if you get the nice setup here, I guess Nia is gonna completely dish out all the damage here, unless the Kufra has something to say. But in theory, the damage output is great, but there is just one big, huge wall they have to overcome, and that is gonna be the wall charge, and that is gonna be the Kufra bouncing ball here. So it's gonna be rough, but it all comes down to execution. I'm looking forward to see how this game goes.
Absolutely, I can't agree with you more, Terrence. This is going to be down to a best of 1. EVOS Legends versus Bigatron Alpha. We're expecting a really spicy series. Let's get right into the Land of Dawn. Terrence, what do you have to say?
I'm speechless. I'm literally speechless on how this is actually going down, but at the same time, you know, EVOS are just keeping tabs here. Vin already playing a little bit mid-control, so we're not going to see that the, you know, split rotation, right? Where we have this roamer starting things off the gold lane, we have the mage starting in XP here to get a little bit more XP before the first 3-4 fight. So nothing super crazy. I think it's a pretty normal opening coming in here. Roam mage starting in the middle. But I guess they want to prioritize the Little Wonder for Super Ken, so I guess that's going to be the priority coming for Bigatron Alpha.
Forcing Saken to recall so early on, this is already signs for what's to come. Brands is already winning out in terms of his lane matchup.
Yeah. And yeah, nothing super crazy. They're playing a little bit more disciplined now, but Zorizo, wow. Going for the rapid boots. That means he is looking to try and out-rotate Fluffy, which is a good sign. Considering that, you know, Terisla, he does have the damage, but not necessarily the highest mobility here when it comes to rotating between lanes.
Now, that's the thing with the emblem choices right now. A lot of people will opt to build agility on towards Terisla just to ensure that he has a bit more mobility, because the damage is slow, the movement is slow, but with agility, it does help overall, and a little bit does count.
Yeah, it is going to be the case. But Turtle just spawning, and of course, Bigatron, they have Zorizo kind of scouting the information here, but they don't necessarily want to farm yet. They don't really want to contest it. They are going to try and buy time here, at least until the first purple buff. In this case, Finn. They're doing a little bit of a damage check coming in. Fluffy gets a couple of dish through as well. Moreno not connecting his skills, but Ijume looking to try and secure the turtle in their favor. Zorizo tried to go for the reset, but it's not happening. It's all the little micro details. But as of yet, Nye still focusing on the orange buff, while Super can just finish off his purple buff instead.
No, I mean, here's the thing. Both sides not really quite taking the turtle yet. Both junglers just wanting to finish their creep rotation. But ooh, Panther Zone onto it, Super Vin.
Oh boy, Super Vin. He uses bouncing ball to block the damage, but little did he know, no bouncing ball means free reign for Ney, and that's gonna be another kill in the hand. Sorry, 2 kills in the hands of EVOS Legends. And now Super Ken, he's still gonna force the issue. They've used out major ultimates here. Ney doesn't have the energy cables to actually extend this fight, so this is gonna be potentially a free one. Fluffy, he's gonna chip away at Super Ken's HP. Forces an early Tempest of Blade. He gets it done. Now he needs to get out, but Super Ken now he's dodging his way through. He's got the turtle shield, keeping him alive, and he actually escapes with 1 HP. What a clutch coming in from Super Ken.
I mean, you can really rely on Super Ken. Like, from EVOS Legends like Dreams, like I'm so excited. It's like we haven't really get to see Atlas in play instantly, like really setting things up for EVOS Legends getting 2 kills off the bat of it. But overall, really good for the Super Ken securing the turtle. At least there's still some trades, but EVOS Legends with a slight goal lead.
Yeah, and now speaking on the games thus far, it seems like the shift here from the side of EVOS Legends to decide to get a little bit more aggressive now, especially when having brands coming down middle. But I guess they need to go for the lane swap, right? Considering that the turret is going to be on the top side, brands doesn't really want to join this early game. I guess they're thinking about going for the swap. Ken, does he steal it? No, he forces the retribution up and knee, so he will be able to defend, but Ken, yeah, a little bit angsty with this place, but well, he's trying.
A lot of XD teenagers, I would say, playing like Star junglers. They're really so young, but you can see instantly on top side, both parties are just looking for any form of engagement that they can get their hands on. But I think nothing for now. I think the show is just warming up.
Yeah, I agree. They're just playing to the win condition, and I guess the win condition here is going to be both brands and Saken securing their farm while they wait for the power spike decline for both Ney as well as Link. They just don't really want to make any too much mistakes as well. I'm surprised Super Ken is still able to get very, very aggressive. But with this turtle already starting off, Super Ken getting in very early on as well. Dreams scouting his way through, but here comes the chain stun. They've got the damage. Here comes the fatal link. Connects on 2, but now penalty zone as well. They dropped everything on them. And Ken, first of all, green next as well. EVOS Legends sets up the perfect wombo combo. Brands, he will be able to escape the damage here as Moreno won't be able to interject. Now Ney looking for the finish. He is gonna get another one here with 3 men down. EVOS Legends sets up the perfect play.
Dreams, what a play! Oh, that was a notice. Okay, Dreams, amazing stuff. Even as he was going to die, he just figured, I'm gonna just take a couple people down with me, no pressure. And Hijume also just securing the turtle on top of that. I really wasn't expecting it. EVOS Legends, wow!
Yeah, and at the same time, this is just by far the most unpredictable game I've casted so far. And EVOS Legends, they're not giving up. And it's crazy how BTR just getting completely shut down by this wombo combo composition. And it's funny. It's really, really funny to see this work.
Dreams. Oh, the catch, Tyrant's Rage, but James will just barely get out of there.
Yeah, and at the same time here, Dreams, he is going to be finished off, unfortunately to say, but at the same time now, Super Win tries to save Ken. He needs to get out, though, and now he is going to be A-okay, but Vin, however, taking a little bit too much damage here. Saken is going to be providing a little bit more assistance here to get him out, so it's going to be fine for now. But EVOS Legends now taking the driver's seat with brands interjecting with the team, regrouping here to set up for this turtle fight down bottom. Meanwhile, Ney getting a little bit angsty here. Saken with the go away stops him in track, so he's going to be forced to back off. So that's going to be the recall coming in for him.
It's all about these angsty young boys really want to prove themselves to the world on why they should be here. And unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're going in for a slight pause. Everyone, just hang on tight, go to the bathroom, grab some popcorn, because this is a match to watch.
Yeah, this is, you know, something I did not expect at all. And it's crazy,
This.
you know, to see this kind of plays. Like, I know you love it, but at the same time, like, this technically shouldn't be possible. Like, it's weird to see this actually working out, because when we talk about heroes with high mobility to rotate in between games, you know, obviously Ling is going to be top of the charts when it comes to mobility. And the only other one is like having this Fanny who's doing so much work for the team. And I feel like Bigatron is doing a fantastic job at trying to beat the meta. In this case, Ling being very, very popular now in terms of mirroring. So even though there has been a huge decline in Fanny, Bigatron is still, EVOS Legends is still making it work, and it's nice. It's nice.
Now, here's the thing. Fanny, no matter what, in the right hands, is still going to be a massive threat during the early stage of the game, because that's where you get your death ball going. And with Nia, I think like really smart itemization in terms of emblem choice, because my biggest question with Fanny was that, is Killing Spree worth a shot, or is Lethal Ignition the way to go? I think this really answered it, just ensuring that you get the final blow in and slowly watch your opponents like burn to death. So I think that was the play. And if everyone remembers EVOS Legends run in the like last season's MPL, they made it still, they climbed all the way back to meet Onyx in the finals. And I'm getting like goosebumps overall just watching these plays. Dreams is like the playmaker. Everyone seems to forget about how amazing he is on whether it's Kaja or with this Atlas, and I'm really sorry because this is something as a fan, as a viewer, I watch MPID, and the fact that I'm casting this game right now, this is some amazing stuff. And we expect that Bigatron Alpha to be absolutely like dominating, because what's the contrast with game 1?
I don't know, it might be a little bit dropped from game 1, but as soon as it happened here, actions coming into play. We do see some fancy footwork coming in from Ney, but Bigatron Alpha is still looking for the opportunity to stop him here. Zorizo needs to find the perfect wall charge to actually stop Ney in this track, but it's so difficult. You can see Bigatron, they're literally gasping for any kind of farm, and as much as I can say, but here comes the play, so Pervin! He finds Hijume, that's gonna be Moreno that takes him down, and now Fluffy, he is gonna be poked away by Saken. But EVOS Legends, they will lose Hijume with this quick attack coming from Bigatron Alpha.
It's all about that engagement, how Bigatron Alpha or either EVOS, how they respond. In this case, EVOS Legends were not ready for that ambush. Hijume just taken out like that, and slowly, like, I'm not saying this is over for Bigatron, it's both sides. How do you like answer back to one another? It's just trade after trade and setup after setup.
Yeah, now EVOS we are shifting the focus down bottom. Lord's gonna be up in 30 seconds as well. Bigatron also starting to tally up their positions for this fight. But guess what? EVOS, they're forcing a fight, but no! They pulled Super Cannon! But the Tempest of Blade is gonna be there. He's gonna be able to get out of safety. They lose Vin. But for now, that's gonna be a little bit of a huge blow for the defense, as EVOS Legends will have to go for the reset. But surprise, surprise! Hey! From behind, they know! He knows! Ken likes to be greedy. He will go in for the one shot. He trades 1 for 1, but at his cost of his life as well.
I mean, these are all the trades I'm talking about. As you say, these two junglers are so angsty. They're just going, like, they're just killing one another. When the reality is, I feel like it should be their EXP, their junglers setting them up for success.
Yep. And of course, now both junglers still does not have the purple buff. Purple by priority is going to be the way to go. Win. Going for the blind Cyrus Revenge. He gets punished for this, but the wall charge comes in from Zerizzo. Sidestep being from Brands here, and now BTR, they need to back out. Zerizzo getting stuck in as well, but he won't be able to survive this. Saken zoning Fluffy out, but at the same time, EVOS, they say, we are going to back out, but no, the top side. He gets a solo kill against Super Ken. And this is not looking good. However, it's a little bit too far off from the Lord Pit, but EVOS Legends, they will have the damage to deal with this. And Bigatron Alpha, not in position to contest game, finally shows himself, and he will snipes him back after recalling back to base.
EVOS is, you're playing this objectively. The solo kill onto Super Ken instantly. They make quick work on making sure that the Lord is taken, though they didn't even need to force the retribution. Mania just came in to ensure that this Lord is safeguarded in his team's hands.
Yeah, but speaking of the Lord, it is going to be knocking on the bottom side. Middle turret is definitely going to fall here. Super Ken cannot afford to lose his 1v1 against Nee at all. And you can see Nee is hiding around the bush on the top side here, expecting an ambush coming in, especially when it comes to Link, who loves to go for the split push potential. Dreams, for the pullback, just not worth it to catch Zerizzo. But Moreno now getting zoned out by the revolution, but here comes the Catbin, goes for a knockout, he goes for a Purified, Tyrant's Rage connects on one on Dreams. But no follow-up coming from BTR, but it is going to be enough to slow down the momentum as it takes down the Lord. Inhibitor will still fall. EVOS Legend now going for the Fatal Links and going for the fight as well. Fluffy going to the back lines, but they just don't have the follow-up to go through. Dreams getting chipped away, and Saken with 1 HP chips them all away. Dreams will fall, but Bigatron Alpha somehow finds a little hope in trying to bounce back into this game.
Dreams really held on to that Fatal Links before finally saying, I'm just gonna get Super Vin. I'm fine with that. And he trades his life for it. But all in all, EVOS Legends was able to secure that inhibitor with just the first Lord of the game.
Now, with the antique Kira's purchase, I would be huge here. But look at the play, they dive by tier 1. Brand's gonna be focused as well. Super Ken picks him up, but the form, Dream and Fatal Link pulls them back. They pick 2 out. But fortunately for Ken, he manages to escape at a scurry of health. But that was a very, very aggressive play from Bigatron Alpha.
It's all about the counter play that's coming in. Let's look into its instant replay. We weren't really expecting this wall charge. They really try and go in, but again, the Fatal Links, you have to watch out for this. Moreno is the only one from Bigatron Alpha who has Purify. And when you're caught like that under the turret of your opponent, you're just throwing bodies.
Yes, in this case, they're trying to buy a little bit more time here, especially for Saken to get his farm. I guess that's the win condition that Bigatron Alpha is looking forward to, but like you said, they are under a taking time bomb. EVOS Legends still 3K ahead into the net worth. We are slowly heading to the 15K net worth mark as well. Pay attention to item as well. Saken is only 1K behind Brands, and he's slowly but surely trying to max out his items, and in about 3 to 4 minutes probably that's where Bigatron Alpha to feel a little bit more confident to challenge EVOS Legends.
You gotta buy more time, right? At this point, what they can do is Super Ken has a split push across, but you can see instantly Dreams looking for anything, but Fluffy gets the penalty zone, but it's only on towards Vin. They reset the Lord for now.
Yeah, you saw, interesting enough, Super Gang tried to go for a different approach down to the bottom lane here. Didn't really work out. Got scouted out from EVOS Edge. It instantly calls the reset on the Lord, which kind of enables them to kind of choose their fights a little bit better here. But that just means is space created and time dragged on for Bigatron Alpha to find a way, a different fight to actually go for this fight.
Yeah, right now Dreams, the goal is that he wants to hold on towards that Fatal Links as long as possible, because once Bigatron Alpha, they just forget they're this big Atlas just waiting to just group everyone together for that final burst. they really need to watch out.
Yes, in this case, I don't know, like when it comes to watching out here, who do you watch out for? Because as of now, they're just, you know, Vin hasn't been able to punish the Fanny too much because every single time he starts the fight, he is forced to use the bouncing ball to disengage, and while that's happening, Nia just walks right in as if nothing is gonna happen. In this case, Dreams looking for the catch once again. Moreno and Sake still grouping up at the back lines. That's gonna be the point of interest, but the Lord will be taken down though. That's gonna be a big steal coming from Big Control Alpha. Nay, a little bit late here. So Rizzo, he's gonna pay with his life. A lot for a Grok. Sake almost getting me taken out as well. He backs off, but guess what? They found a straggler, and that's gonna be super big. He does have the immortality. Moreno is gonna be able to save his life. Fender Extra comes to the zone. Brands out, but from behind, he fights Fluffy. He's looking to go for Brands, but he doesn't have the HP. He's got the sustains though. But fortunately, he gets out of range of Brands. Not letting off the hook. Super Cat, he needs back off as well. Snipe. Not gonna connect, but he goes for the control with the retribution. He gets the kill. And Ken just couldn't run out at all.
He knows. Nia knows. He's so farmed this game. This Fanny 412. And again, Lido Nixon, this is just something that I think is something really comfortable with. And it shows. And even though Bigatron, really good catch early on, but oh, the shutdown! Mega kill for Nia. They're getting all these pickups. And BTR, how do they answer back?
Good question. I don't know. Because as of now, the drafts, even though it is a good draft, but it feels like the chances of winning this is slowly crumbling as EVOS Legends trying to go for the reverse 2-0 sweep. In this case, it might actually happen here, considering that Ling 2 times in a row has lost in the hands of Bigatron Alpha. But with them slowly chipping away, they're going for the aggressive and fatal lanes. Didn't really connect. Super Win looking to interject this, but it's taking a little bit too much damage though. Still forces out the Rebel manipulation, but you can see EVOS Legends, they pretty much secured their tower for themselves.
It's just slowly chunking every single inhibitor. At this point, you're just getting so much ground. Again, Bigatron, it's not over yet. Yes, it's a 3K gold league, but we're heading towards the later stages of the game where slowly gold is not going to matter. It's everyone is going to complete their full build.
Yep, and that is something that they are going to go as well. But as you can see, the cables are ready to actually continue with this fight. But as you can see, Super Ken, he's getting chipped away. He's taking a little bit too much damage to Rizzo. Trying to buy a little bit more time as well. Fatal Link still available. So Rizzo gonna be chipped away by Brands. That's gonna be a little bit too much damage. So he is gonna be backing off for now. So this is something that they have to respect right now. Like, Brands is just so strong.
I mean, in this case, like again, Grand Theft Purple, this Link is basically with no purple buff whatsoever. Super Vin, yeah, you're just gonna be Chanka. And he doesn't even have Fatal Links at this point. So Super Ken, he's taken really low. I think this point, I don't think EVOS are going to force the issue. They know better than that. They're disciplined. They're just going for the objective team. But they're keeping BTR just cowering in their base.
Oh my goodness, nothing they can do. Near gonna be making work on the Lord as well. You can see they're waiting for Ken. Ken is trying to go for the miracle plays, but he's getting chipped away. Tempest the flame, but the Lord's HP is a little bit too much. But guess what? He kills Day off, but he is gonna pay with his life. He gets the immortality point. He just bought it as well, but Friends has the auto attack to finish him off. Now BTR's Rizzo. He goes for the wall charge, but no, he doesn't have damage. Friends uses ultimate, steals it away. He gets the double kill, but the rest of EVOS, they're collapsing on BTR. Saken gonna be the next one here to defend. They have only win to hold on to this. As EVOS.
Well, Saken has a lot of high ground defense, but Brands is still up. Multiple members of Bigatron, can they defend against this? They're only 2 men strong.
Team base turret has been
This is tough. It's up to Saken. He needs to get the perfect catch here, but Fluffy, he catches him. He's taking so much damage. He could not even dish it out. The Chase CC comes in. Ladies and gentlemen, EVOS Legends, they have done it. They've gotten the reverse 2-0 sweep, 2-1 against Bigatron Alpha. What a convincing game, a convincing statement here. Despite not being able to qualify, they gave us a very, very strong showing here on the best stream, B stream here, right now. What a game here, Monchel. What a game.
Best of 3, oh my. Denied by the White Tigers, Terrence. Wow, it wasn't expecting that this fire that's burning in EVOS Legends. I mean, with their MPL ID ongoing, I'm looking forward to see how this season plays out. But of course, congratulations to EVOS Legends, because what a game, what a dream, because dreams kept it all together.
Yep, dreams do come true, and they definitely made it happen here, even though they have not been able to qualify for the main event here for Snapdragon Pro Series. But what a way to close out the final game here for the final series for today, because no one expected this at all. But of course, you know, this is a very, very interesting game coming from them. But Bigatron, feels bad for them. It's okay. They will still continue their journey in towards the main event. But this is, I would say, a good greeting for EVOS Legends to say, you know what? Au revoir. Goodbye. Have fun. We wish you the best.
I mean, that's how you go out with a bang. And yeah, everyone seems to forget how cracked Dreams is as a roamer. Like the way he's able to set things up for his team. Let's remember, EVOS is a team with a lot of rich history. I mean, you would know, you were there at M1 casting, and during last year's MPL, the way they climb all the way out from the lower brackets back into the finals to face up against Onyx, this is a team to definitely not underestimate. Again, as I say, be aware of your win conditions. And with Bigatron Alpha, maybe they're still experimenting on certain facts, but we're still seeing the downsides of this lane pick.
Yeah, that, you know, it is indeed very, very much counterable as well. They somehow figure out the sauce. Maybe Ling isn't what Bigatron is very comfortable at. So it's back to researching and also training for them as they make their preparations for the main event. So as of yet, I really like this match as well. It was pretty fun to wonder here as well. Very, very interesting adaptations here, testing out the limits of what Ling can and cannot do. But I have to give credit today, because that fatty gameplay was insane. For him to get the crazy moments like this, and it's just phenomenal if you think about it.
I mean, there's a reason why in many of our matches, first face ban, there's always Fanny, Ling. You can't give these heroes away because everyone is really talented in terms of mechanics, but overall it comes down to how your team just comes together, and they really made it work for them. But let's throw in towards the post-game stats and just break it down what happened, because this went a while. This went 20 minutes.
Yeah, this is one of the longer games here in this series, and it just shows you how close it could have gotten. You know, it came down towards the execution of the little greedy details. In this case, Supercan, he doesn't have his final item slot here, which makes a lot of sense, right? He Onyx Immortality, tried to go for the Winter Trunk, his saw, but Brands was right in his face. And look at Brands' item. Like, he's got Null Figure Roll, he's got the Hunter Strike, he's got Blade of Despair. He just has enough damage to actually burst through the health of whoever who's just been respawned for the Immortality. So it makes a lot of sense that you know, he is gonna be one of the top damage dealers later on. But aside from that, you know, damage Grok didn't exactly work out at all.
Yeah, I mean, Brand sold off his shoes, I assume for a Has Claw or a Hunter Strike. Either one really works out. And yeah, in the end, EVOS just really like dominance showing. I think BTR not enough respect. The fact that only Moreno has Purify, and you can't keep allowing Dreams to get those big catches. Like the fleeting time, just like icing on top of the cake, ensuring that the cooldowns are a lot shorter for the Fatal Links. And BTR, they didn't expect all of this to happen.
Yep, damage down here is going to be favoring on towards EVOS Legends as well. Hijume has been setting up some really serious real manipulations. The wombo combo setups coming from Fluffy and Dreams to actually chain in towards Brands, and Hijume just do so much work. You know, Moreno not necessarily having the easiest time as well, because time and time again, you try to make a play, boom, you just get completely shut down. Damage taken obviously is going to be a BTR that takes the most amount of damage. And EVOS, you know, I feel like based on this stats, you can pretty clear tell that who is making a lot of work for the team, right? Like we've been seeing so much about Nate, we have seen so much about Fluffy, but little to know, Hijume has been there just always harassing them time and time again. And there were multiple instances where Super Ken was just on the cliff here, he drops a casual skill, goes for a couple of prism here, and chips him down towards like what, 70% of health, which is 30% health here. And to get back those health, it's so difficult to do so unless you have like the necessary heals to do so.
I mean, Hijume is just one of the most reliable mid lanes for EVOS. It's like you can expect him to do his job. Yes, he's like in the back, he's quiet, but he gets the job done. And with this, you just scale a lot, like just forcing Super Ken to go on defensively. And again, it's all about the counter engagement from the side of BTR. But in terms of EVOS, they acted as one together. They were roaring proudly, and they just knew the limits. It's really difficult because you have to watch out for the Fatal Links and Fluffy just coming in zoning, worry about that penalty zone onto multiple members. BTR, I think it needed a lot more execution prowess from them. In the end, you can see it was like just in terms of damage to tower, Brands just had a great time on this Beatrix.
Yeah, I like how things went in their favor. I definitely like how the sustains, the fights that been brought out as well, but it just showcases why Terizla is just so strong in the current patch, right? Like it has a decent amount of damage, it has the sustains to do through, the ultimate CCs do bring so much value in terms of this team fights. Like if you don't have Purifies, you don't turn dirty, you pretty much, if you get caught out of it, he is gonna get taken down. But I'm curious to see who the MVP is coming from inside the EVOS Legends here. But the MVP is gonna be none other than Hijume on this Eve 8, 1, and 9. Surprise, surprise.
I mean, you have a good amount of late game insurance with the Eve, but just overall, the zoning, the beautiful layering upon ultimates, the setup, it's just great stuff from EVOS Legends. Well done. But let's throw into the highlights and let's relive all the moments with this match.
Yep, Hijume definitely played a phenomenal game here. And even here, as you can see in the starting of the fight as well, Hijume is always there to try and chip away at Bigatron's Alpha's HP, and not once now, multiple times as well, where once you commit to the fight, like he makes sure he procs his slows on ice speed once it's back on everyone, so that when the disengage comes, they pretty much can't really get out. And this was the sickest wombo combo catch being set up by Dreams to follow up by Fluffy, and just, you know, the finishing touch. It's gonna be Hijume and Ne to just zone them out.
You know, it's all about if I go down, you're all going down with me. That is just the roamer way of life. If I have to die, I might as well get some assists or even kills along the way. Instantly, you can see EVOS Legends just pushing their advantage. But this is what a really aggressive play from the side of Bigatron Alpha. But instantly, with the lack of any source of Purify from that Fatal Links, your enemy is just able to pull you under tower and just burst you down.
Yep, and of course, now seeing how this is going as well, it's just interesting to see how close things have gotten, and how really unexpected that EVOS Legends is just didn't qualify to this year, and it just proves how scary Group B bracket actually is in terms of technicality, the gameplay, etc. So I don't know, but where was this EVOS Legends the past few days? It feels like it's a little bit too late for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's all about the adjustments that come in with the new patch. But congratulations to EVOS Legend. A win is still win. A 2-1 reverse sweep against Bigatron Alpha. And Terrence, overall, I know you're quite sad about, why did we not see this EVOS Legends during the earlier stages of, our group stages? But I think that's just how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah. This is very, very unfortunate. But at the same time, before we, get a little bit of heartbroken here, but I'm curious to see what the analysts from the side of EVOS Legends has to say as we jump into a very, very short one here. And we have Tech Stump joining with us right now. The analyst coming from EVOS Legends. Hello. Good evening
Terrence
over there. Monshel, yeah. At the same time, Tech Stump, I've got some very, very interesting questions here. I know that you guys have pretty much not been able to qualify for the next event. The question here is, what went wrong and what happened this past few days?
I'm not sure if Techstump can hear us.
Oh.
Like, it seems like it is frozen in state. Maybe he's just still reliving the moments where it's frozen in time, just watching how well that played out for his team.
That's the worst way to dodge a puller. I felt like that was very, very on point with my questions. It feels like boom, production saved his life, I'm pretty sure the the EVOS fans are gonna be like, why did you ask these questions? Why did you ask this? And boom, dodge. Before Techstump actually says anything, damn, shut down, denied. Should I ask that question? I think I should. Technically, it's a very, very good question, but ouch. I feel it feels like here I'm asking a girl's number and I just got painfully rejected in my face. Just like that. Ouch.
Would you rather be rejected up front or slowly, maybe she replied once or twice and then she ghosts you?
Oh, definitely up front. Much better, because ghosting is terrible. Never ghost people. It's just the worst feeling people. It's just rude. Straight up rude. Really,
maybe
rude.
they,
Very, very rude.
they feel bad and they feel like the guy can't handle the rejection, because as I say, it feels bad. I mean, from the initial hit, but I understand, you get hurt once, then you move on, you find a new one. I think that's the name of the game. But of course, let's think about how can we grill the analysts on the side of EVOS Legends. What kind of hard truth we can ask. But as I say, production's giving us the go. Let's jump right into this interview.
Hello. Hello again.
Hello.
Good evening, Techstump. I've got a very, very interesting question here. I know I've kind of asked it midway. We were kind of disconnected a little bit there. For this past 3 days, EVOS, actually both for Legends as well as Icon, didn't really do too well. And, for you now finally getting a chance to actually showcase that you guys have still got what it takes. Can you tell me a little bit on the journey of what's happened for these past 3 days here for both EVOS Legend or even EVOS Icon from your perspective? What is going on behind the scenes so far?
I think both EVOS Legends and EVOS Icon already tried their best. Yeah, but we still really lack on discipline at late game maybe. So many times we got losing team fight on late game. Yeah, that's what happened from my perspective.
I see,
Okay.
I see. Yeah, Terrence, so back to Techstump. I want to ask, with the addition of Fluffy into its EVOS Legends lineup, how long did it took for the team to really integrate? Because again, a new XP laner replacing Psychots. So overall, what are your thoughts and how the team is slowly gelling together? Are they ready for the upcoming season?
Yeah, I think Fluffy is already have many experience in MPL scene, so we can adapt fast. And Fluffy also have big hero pool. He can play tanks, he can play damage dealer, explainer, and he can play like in game versus BTR. He play Akai with a rifle spell. It's maybe he can play many hero, and it's very nice for the coach to draft. It's easier because his hero pool is very big. Yeah.
Well, all things considered, you know, I like that you guys are still trying to find ways to kind of gel. I know it's very difficult to be put in this spot, considering that you guys didn't actually made it. You know, it took a little bit too long, but hopefully we wish you the best on how things are going to be going here. But of course, now before we close these things here, what's next for EVOS Legends? Do you guys have any tips, hint on what's going to be happening in this upcoming future?
Yeah, I think we gonna try our best in MPL, of course, because we have new lineup too in MPL, and for the fans, EVOS fans, I hope you guys keep supporting us until we can win again on MPL. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Texam. I appreciate your words here. I know it is very difficult here, but thank you so much for sharing some valuable information. And we wish you all the best here and pray that you guys will do well in MPL ID. But that pretty much sums it up for our interview here. Thank you so much, Texam. We will see you when we see you. Goodbye. But, wow, that was a very emotional here. I'm not gonna lie, Michelle. It was a very difficult question to ask, but at the same time, we got the information we needed, and we hope that we get to see a little bit more in the near future. However, you know, of course, we have to say goodbye to EVOS Legends. They did not make it here for the very final, but of course, they are still competing for MPL ID. So it's not over yet. If you think EVOS Legends is out of the competition, it's not over yet. It's still gonna compete to improve themselves. But to keep you guys updated on how things are happening here throughout these past few days, let's take a look at the brackets here for Group A as well as Group B. I'm curious to see who makes it and who did not make it. Brackets, production, come on, show me. Is this the official one? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is your 6 teams that is gonna be playing off during the playoffs here. And these are your current brackets. We have RSGPH, Onyx ID, Yudo Red Giants, Brand, Echo, and BTR. Your 6 teams that is gonna be playing off in the playoffs. And of course, this is you know, it has been a long past 3 days, but we've finally come out to this this stage so far.
Yep. Overall, it's like as you say, the final standings for why is this way is like AP Brand is on top is because AP Brand won against Onyx in the earlier stage. In RSGPH, they're able to progress, and depending on the outcome of Onyx versus Udure Giants, they'll be facing up against RSGPH, because honestly, I think this matchup is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, and considering that how things has went by as well, based on this matchup of the seeds themselves, because like you said as well, because Brand won against Onyx for them to actually be seeded, that just puts them in a very awkward position. When RSGPH as well, you know, also going to be taking the top seed here, means that there is going to be a lot of changes coming in for the playoffs. So the strategies is gotta change. You know, obviously if they lose, they still have a second chance to play during the lower bracket. So there's a lot of games that is gonna be happening during the 21st all the way to the 23rd in July in Istora Senayan in Jakarta. So the main event where your 6 best teams are gonna be playing here. We have a team from Malaysia, we have a team from Indonesia, and we have teams from Philippines as well. Even though it's gonna be a little bit of a balance of everyone, this is going to be a very, very good game. So I hope you guys have gotten your tickets yet, but that is going to be the official brackets for you guys for all the teams out there.
Yep, Terrence, I mean, like, you really took, like, the words out of my mouth. But overall, that is your top 6 teams that be playing live for you, audience, in Jakarta. Of course, everyone, we've been telling you this many times, but sign up with the ESL newsletter to always stay up to date with the latest news, because, like, we all love our esports drama, latest patch updates, and what is in and out of the meta.
Yep, of course. Be sure, click it now. Now, I tell you, if you guys are looking for some fun content, there. If you're looking for some serious content, there. Inside scoop of the players, there. Potential TikTok memes from the talents, there. And guess what? I heard a rumor, okay?
Yes.
I heard a rumor. I'm not sure if it's true or not, okay? I heard a rumor from production. If the talents have had a competition for Group A, right? The loser will be doing some dances, will be punished.
It's all about winning
They have to
matters,
do
right?
some very, very thing as well. And of course, if you win, you don't need to go through the the sequence.
Okay.
And in this case, when you win, you gotta win with Snapdragon Elite Gaming. You gotta win with the Snapdragon chipsets that keeps you going. You gotta be super energized. You've got the chipsets that gives you the best performance in your phones to record those amazing videos, especially the fun ones. And of course, to do it, you gotta use the Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, man. Like, that is the way to go. Monchel, don't you agree? You know, don't you want to see some fun content?
Yes, I mean, like, you definitely want the phone that would be able to back you up and doesn't let just a perfect gaming experience overall with the Samsung Galaxy. And next, we have the DHL FBBot Dash Cup. Stand the chance to win your Samsung Galaxy's funds. Win up to 5,000 euros and just take part in it now. What are you waiting for? With the link down below.
Yep, 5,000 euros on the line. Only one person, but of course, when it comes to keeping you guys energized, especially of how Monchel has been giving you guys all the energy and love when it comes to commentary here. With Monster Energy, she has unleashed the beast. She's given you the best commentary of her life. And of course, what a better way here than to get yourself one here at the website here as well. And of course, Monchel, I'm pretty sure you have been hyping this for these past 3 days. Do you want to go to the main event? How do I go? Where do I go?
Well, if you're in Indonesia, you can take the train, you can drive, or boat there. But for all us international fans, you gotta fly into Istora Senayan, Jakarta to watch live the Snapdragon Mobile Challenge Finals, because I've been saying this, I've been reading it myself so many times. The tickets are only starting at 30,000 rupiah, and Holler did the conversion. It's about the price of a cup of coffee. So I think you can afford to skip one day, right?
Yep, definitely here. But all things considered here, this past 3 days has been so much fun, and there's just so many surprises, underdog story, upsets, comebacks as well, and there's just so many things that we have talked about here, but we have to close one page of the chapter, not necessarily the entire book, but there are still 6 teams that is going to be representing here from every region to play in the playoffs. And if you think about this as well, the Snapdragon Pro Series has been going on for months and months and months, and we are finally at this stage, the strongest 6 after so many teams thus far. Monchel, I can't wait to actually witness it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are your hardened warriors just ready to spill blood on the land of dawn. I mean, this is going to be me, Monchel and Terrence. That's all from us from Stream B. We look forward to seeing you at the playoffs. See you. Till then.
make a promise, then I go and deliver. What is a great? They all amazed. This ain't for beginners. Back in the days, we used to dream, but now we can get it. Work.